Welcome in, everybody, to Fantasy Pros MLB. This is the 2023 Fantasy Baseball Festival of Friendship. We are so happy you have joined us for the next 4 hours. We've got wall-to-wall fantasy baseball for you, and coming off an amazing night for baseball, period, with the WBC. You saw Mike Trout, Shohei Ohtani at the end, last out in the ninth inning. Does it get any better than that? I don't think so. Well, maybe it does, because our first guest joining us is Paul Sporer, and we're going to talk about pitching with him. As you know, the Welsh, my co-host here at Fantasy Pros MLB, joining us as well. And of course, if you haven't already, subscribe to Fantasy Pros MLB. We are the biggest growing baseball YouTube channel on the planet. Now, I could be making that up, but honestly, looking at the numbers, I don't think I am. I think that's actually serious. You guys are crushing it. We're so happy you're here. We're going to take your questions here. So if you've got questions for some of our guests today, we want you to drop them in the chat below. Also, we have a phenomenal group of guests joining us. After Paul Sporer, we're going to have Nick Pollack joining us, then Frank Stampfl from CBS. We've got Chris Meany, Craig Mish. We've got Eno Saris from The Athletic. And then later on, we're going to have a very good time because The Worm and Mike Mayer are going to join us. Mayo and The Worm, the fastest growing radio talk show. So I think it's every morning from 7 to 9. Hey, it's Mayo and the Worm. They're going to join us. Yeah, for a spectacular time of a mock draft with some of our users here. So it's going to be fantastic. We're going to cover everything you need to know for your 2023 baseball season. Welsh, I know the WBC. We were on Team USA. We got real close. But what a great night for baseball last night.
It was incredible. Every moment of it, storybook to everybody. I love the moment where everyone's like, oh man, we're not going to get this moment of Ohtani versus Trout. And it's literally what we got. I mean, ninth, 2 outs. It's Ohtani versus Trout. It was really incredible. Obviously, I wanted USA to pull it out. Would have loved also to see Trout just be able to break through that moment. I was watching with my kid too, and we were like holding our breath through every moment of it. But, the Japanese pitchers also put on a clinic as far as pitching goes. It's ironic we're going to be talking about pitching here with Sporer because it was Splitter City. It was IVB everywhere. It was really incredible. And what better way than an insane slider to end out the whole thing on Mike Trout?
An insane slider, but before that, a couple 100-mile-an-hour fastballs down the pipe, which was pretty stunning. And let's start there. Paul Sporer, the master of style, as you can see here, as always here. This is not an accident, folks. This is a curated look that has just taken years and years to get to this point.
Yeah.
He has gone through at least 3 chapsticks today, knowing Paul Sporer as well as I do. So, Paul, let's talk about it. Shohei Ohtani, potentially as the number 1 player overall in a lot of leagues where he is one player, as he should be, because, in real life, he's one player.
Mm-hmm.
But let's start at the top here. What is the ceiling for Shohei Ohtani? Last night on the broadcast, I heard somebody say, he has Jacob DeGrom ceiling if he just decided to pitch. Now, I don't know if I agree necessarily with that, but it is a provocative idea. How do you value Ohtani this year in your salary cap leagues, in your snake draft leagues, and how do you value him with the risk that comes with being an everyday hitter on top of the pitching status he brings?
I mean, I actually kind of agree with it. I think it was actually Smoltz who said it. And I know that the baseball community, we give a lot of pushback to Smoltz on a lot of things he says. And I tend to agree with that pushback. But on that, I don't think he's too far off. I do think Ohtani, if he was just a pitcher, could be DeGrom. If he's just a hitter, he looks a lot like his teammate Mike Trout, too. So the fact that he's both is insane. Not full volume of the pitching, but full enough with a full volume hitter. Like, that's just truly unreal. In any league where he's all one player, you get everything. If he's not the 1-1, you have messed up. It's not an opinion. It is just unquestionably the 1-1. But in the leagues where you have to pick every week, I think you could still take him 1-1. I don't think he's the undisputed must go there, but I do believe that Ohtani has that sort of cachet that you can go ahead and do that. When he first broke out, it was like, okay, the hitting was what we were knowing him for. The pitching was still a question, right? Those first 2 years, the pitching really was up in the air and to the point where he was just hitting for a while. Now he's doing both back-to-back seasons brilliantly. If you put him in as your hitter, you use up your util, just be a better drafter. Like, freaking out about that is like so insane to me. Just put him in your util and you have a backup ace if you need it. If your hitting pops off and you draft a bunch of great hitting, go ahead and slot him into the pitching spot. I love Ohtani. I would take him as high as 1. I'm certainly not letting him get past the middle of a first round. It is interesting that sometimes he dips as low as like 10 or 11 in a draft, though, and that's crazy to me.
One thing I want to actually go on this for just 1 second, because I think that analogy is really interesting. So Ohtani being Jacob DeGrom, Ohtani last season, 166 innings, just about 12K per nine, little over 2 walk per nine with a 2.33 ERA and 15 wins. Jacob DeGrom, who everybody, Paul, says could be the number one, will be the number one if he just pitches 140 innings. His projections on the bat are 11 wins, a 2.73 ERA, a 12.5K per nine, a little over 2 walk. Essentially, Jacob DeGrom's projections this year are what Ohtani did last year.
I mean,
so it's a fair comparison.
There you go. And, he was pretty brilliant in 2021 as well. 318 and 109 on the ERA and whip back in 2021 for Ohtani. Pretty darn good as well. He upped the ante with his pitching last year. He's just so brilliant. And yeah, there's risk because he's doing everything out there. But there's risk to everybody. If you're playing, you are at risk. Sometimes not even of anything that you're doing. Look what happened to Altuve. Look what happened to Edwin Diaz. That's freak as freak can get. But Altuve just getting hit by a pitch, broken thumb. So the idea, and I've been pushing on this all off season and for a couple years now, but the idea of safety is a myth. And stop buying into that. Stop taking lesser players because they're safe. Take the best talent. That doesn't mean there's no injury risk. I'm not sitting here telling you that Jacob DeGrom has zero risk and he should be the 1-1 automatically. But if you're taking a much lesser pitcher because they're safe versus DeGrom, but you really believe that DeGrom is the number one pitcher, I think you're doing it wrong. I think we overestimate the safety while giving too much credence to the risk factor of guys that do have some health concerns. So people have the splits like this big. I think it's closer to this. There are certain guys that carry some extra risk, like a Chris Sale, like a Jacob DeGrom, but the safe guys are just right here because they're always one pitch away.
Speaking of safe, Jesse L in the chat here says, Paul Sporer is looking like he's about to approach me at a gas station trying to sell me his 3-track rap CD.
I'm going to hand it to you, safe. And then when you take it, I'm going to charge you, obviously.
Yeah, no, the pros understand how that works. You don't sell them there. Is you say, I'm giving, and as soon as it's in the hand, you say $10.
I fell for that in New York years ago. Total noob. I mean, look at me. Of course they sought me out to give it to me. I was like, oh, cool, thanks. So I took it. I'm walking with him, bro. Hook it up. I'm like, what? You just gave this to me. I said, you can have it back. I'm good.
Have you ever had to give the CD back, by the way?
I gave it back.
I gave it back too. I get totally. It's
I will say, like, these days I'd probably just pay. Like if I hadn't been sucking about that before, these days I'd probably just be too uncomfortable and I'd just buy it. But back in the day, I was like, you can have it back then. I gotta go.
Yeah. Well, we are going to take questions. I see a couple good ones here in the chat. We'll try to get them to Paul in this half hour before we move to our next segment. But right now, again, if you've got a question, drop it in the chat, because if you comment here, you could win an upgrade to FantasyPros Premium, which not only helps you get all the bells and whistles of the Draft Wizard, the draft assistant with sync for all your drafts, but also the Premium My Playbook features as well. The Premium upgrade going to be good for the entire year, too. It's going to take you through NFL season and MLB season. So drop a comment in the chat. Jesse L, you might be the leader right now. Just saying, that's a pretty darn good comment. So you're going to have to outpace our boy Jesse here. Let's get to the rest of the guys in the top 5, because I want to talk about these guys here. I know a lot of people this year are fading pitching at the top of drafts this year, Paul. Are you someone that is? You've got Corbin Burnes, Garrett Cole, Alcantara, we mentioned Ohtani, and Aaron Nola. Those are the top 5 consensus on FantasyPros right now. Are you somebody that will let that elite pitching go and start to hammer that next grouping a little bit harder? Or do you think one of these guys is worth going out on a limb for in certain drafts?
I'm certainly open to taking them. I'm headed out to the main event in Vegas, the NFBC main event, shortly after we talk here. So we're on, we're on our time budget. I had to get that first slot so I could be a part of this.
Right.
Thank you
Leading
for
off,
including
Paul
me.
Sporer. Yeah.
And, pitching gets pushed up in the main event. And the main reason is because it's closer to the season, there's less risk of taking a guy and having him get hurt in spring. And so people are ready to take their pitchers, and you just want to secure your pitching. It's an overall contest as well. So you're competing against everybody, not just your league, and you need premium pitching to compete. So we see the pitching push up, and the first main events happened last weekend, and we saw that push. It happens every year. So while Draft Champions and RotoWire Online Championships and other winter drafts weren't seeing as much pitching, we're now seeing that turn. And I don't know if that will start to influence home leagues or not, but I'm not averse to a Burnes, a Cole in that first round area, depending on where I'm picking. DeGrom, Verlander, Strider, Scherzer, Alcantara in the second, third round as well, depending on how deep your league is and where you're at. I'm not averse to getting that ace. I think pitching, this is a several year thing now, but pitching is finally being properly, appraised as just as good as hitting. It used to be, remember, like we're all old here. So when we first started playing fantasy, you'd never see a pitcher in the first round. Like never. Like 2000 Pedro probably wasn't even a first rounder. Like that's how much pitching wasn't in the first round. But nowadays we've realized, hey, there's no problem taking pitching in the first round. I'm not against it.
You brought up something I'm dying to know about is outside that top 5. You mentioned the name. He's number 6 on FantasyPros starting pitchers. It's Jacob DeGrom, who Joey loves. Now, you and I talked about
Hey. I do love him, just not investing in him. There's a difference. Not at that ADP. No way. And Nick Pollack yesterday on our show, we had the great pitching debate. He agrees with me. It's just too rich.
Don't appeal to authority.
I totally agree. But here's the deal. He finally got out and pitched a game, which I think was really key for a lot of people in actual, spring action, not just like on the backfields. It was magnificent. It's what I saw on the backfields. I was at the game he did on the backfields where it was just nothing but strikes, no walks. He's out there. Everybody is trying to chase the next guy. He's 6 on the list. You're in the main event, Paul. Is there a scenario where you're going to reach, and where do you think he's going to end up going, especially in a situation where you guys are playing against everybody, not just your own individual league? It's kind of a whole nother ballgame. What do you think DeGrom needs to go, and what's your investment?
DeGrom's likely to be a late first round pick. So it's a 15-team league in the main event. I think the person on that elbow there, 15, 16, has a good chance of taking him. Now, it depends on your league and who's picking there, of course, but I think that's generally where he's going to be. I pick 7th, which means DeGrom probably not going to be there for my second pick, which is pick 24. In the 10 main events that have happened, DeGrom has a 21 ADP, as low as 27 though. So there are some drafts where he would be there. Now the question is, would I take him if DeGrom made it to me in the second round? Really depends who I get in the first round. So I'm going to cop out and not try to give away too much of who I'm targeting in the first round. But there is a world where I would. I will take the gamble. Look, again, yes, he has risk. Absolutely. But he is the best pitcher inning for inning that we have in baseball. So I'm not just going to bypass him because of that concern on the health risk, because I don't believe that the pitchers around him are that much safer. I don't think Spencer Strider is super, super safe. Aaron Nola's had injuries before. Justin Verlander is a year plus removed from Tommy John. Max Scherzer's 100 years old, and he's been getting nicked up the last few years. So I'm, Shane McClanahan, brilliant spring, and I love him. I'm not anti any of these guys I'm talking about, but they all have their own warts too. The Raynaud's disease with Woodruff. What if that crops back up and he can't feel his fingers again? So who's safe? Give me the best guy. It's DeGrom.
All right, let's talk about that top 10 and who might find themselves in it next year, because as you mentioned before, Welsh, you got Strider, Verlander, Scherzer, and McClanahan rounding out that top 10. Who's outside of the top 10 right now for you, Paul, that you think is going to make that leap this year? Because there's lots of interesting names. You got guys like Manoah and Fried coming off really good seasons. Maybe there's another leap potentially for them. You've got the flamethrower of, the guys like Christian Javier, Zach Gallen coming off a good season. Maybe that team's improved. Who are some of the candidates you think that could crack the top 10 this year? Because you mentioned there's a lot of age in this top 10 as well with guys like Verlander and Scherzer.
And that's why I think there could be some turnover for sure. McClanahan just got in there, or else he'd be an easy candidate for this. I think a re-jump into the top 10 for me is somebody like Shane Bieber. I think he's being a bit slept on, not to an overwhelming degree. It's a sleeper relative to the upper end of the draft. He is 13th at SP, but he doesn't get much chatter, not positive chatter. He gets a lot of negative chatter. And I really love Bieber. I still think, the velo dipped and he still had an amazing season. The swing and miss is still there at a high level. I think he can regain a bunch of those strikeouts and continue to be an absolute stud. So I could see Bieber getting back into that top 10. I think you look at somebody like Luis Castillo, fully out of Cincinnati for the entire year in Seattle. I'm very excited about what he could do. You hinted at Christian Javier, who's kind of like a baby Strider in that he just hasn't quite done it to Strider's degree just yet, but I think he's like right there, that 2-pitch guy who's just so overwhelming that it's really hard to ignore how brilliant he is, even though he only has 2 pitches, which is normally a big scare for us in the fantasy world. Zach Gallen was a great call out, I think, that you made there too. And then one that I would say is a little bit deeper, but I definitely could see it is Manoah. I really do like what Manoah does. Like he's one of those guys that like I see reasons to be against him. And I've written those reasons out before, including last year where I said my heart versus my head. My heart loves him. My head says, be careful of this platoon split and the home run issues. And he went out and performed again. He's 17 on the board here. I think he's just got that bulldog. He's got that it factor. And I know that that's not super tangible. And we're in the stats age where you want everything mapped out statistically. Sometimes I just go with the gut and say, the dude's got it. I'm in on him. I love Alek Manoah. So I could see him bumping up there too. I really love where he's at SP 17 right now in the consensus rankings over at Fantasy Pros.
Who are those guys for you? Because I want to get that. I want to get that out of you too. Who's the guy that cracks the top 10 for you that's not currently being drafted the top 10?
Well, it's interesting. It's not Manoah. I'm worried about the low K numbers overall with Manoah, and he also had a pretty big like xFIP Sierra compared to his ERA. So I feel like that's going to balloon, and he doesn't have the he just doesn't have that extra wiggle room like a Dylan Cease. Like I actually hate Dylan Cease this year, but Dylan Cease has those big strikeout numbers, and those can kind of carry him up. But to answer your question, outside the top 10, a guy that could break in, I think Zach Gallen is someone that jumps out to me. But this is also the guy I'm going to give you, because I wanted to ask Paul this question. I'm going to say Cristian Javier. And I love the strikeout numbers. He's been efficient as a 2-pitch pitcher. Team context is huge. And Paul, I was curious, what is more likely? Cristian Javier becomes last year's Spencer Strider, or Spencer Strider becomes the number 1 overall pitcher in fantasy? Ooh. What's more likely?
That's a really good question there. It's probably that Strider becomes number 1. Because, I mean, he probably wasn't that far from it last year. I don't remember exactly where he finished with 131 innings. And interestingly enough, I was calling Javier Baby Strider. Javier had more innings, but his Strider's rates were just so far off the charts. Stupid. But yeah, like with what Strider's able to do, he doesn't even need that many more innings. I think 20, 25 more innings up to the mid 150s would give him a great shot at being the number 1 guy. And so that's to say nothing against Javier, but between those two things, I would say Strider having the better chance of becoming the number 1. As for Javier becoming, this year's Strider, where he parlays a lower than expected innings total, let's say a non-qualified innings total, which means you have to have 162 innings to qualify for the ERA title. He had 148.2 last year in 2/3 rather. And so he could do that again. Javier could be on the sub 162 train, and yet his rates and his strikeout capability could be so good that he could just do what Strider does and put up like a top 12, top 15 type season. I can totally see it again here from Javier. And if you're not quite ready to pay the premium for Strider because he is very expensive, just wait a little bit and get Javier. It's a definite nice pivot there if you really want somebody with that kind of crazy upside, but you're not quite ready to pay the toll that Strider is asking for as SP7.
Yeah. All right, let's get some questions here in the chat. Joe Spoonsky, Joey Spoons, we know Joe. Hi all, head-to-head each category. I have relief pitcher Peter Fairbanks and Josh Hader. Should I draft Painter or Andres Munoz? I'm drafting Andres Munoz everywhere. Drafted last night in my home league. This is an easy one, I think, for everybody here. And it's just
especially if it's not a keeper. But even if it is, I think I'm still taking Munoz.
Right. Even with the keeper, too. I mean, 19 years old, that's going to take a little while to ramp up there. Also, we have Anthony Falia here. Anthony, another fan of the show here. Hey, guys, do you see Trey Turner carrying this WBC heater into the MLB season? We can only hope, but that's not the nature of the beast, right? I'd be more surprised if that happened. I don't know about you, Welch. Wouldn't you be like less surprised to see him kind of start out like, I don't know, 2 for 20?
Yeah, well,
so red hot.
It's like that all-star game thing, where these guys will go in and they'll hit like 50 homers and then they'll go like, 1 for 55 in the next month or something like that. I don't know. I think
Derby ruined them.
I think he's the type of guy that could carry that in. I think here's the big question. A lot of people want to see a bigger homer totals. And Bogman and I were just talking about this, and he was projecting out as a bold prediction that Trey Turner was going to hit that 30 home run mark. I actually think that could go lower, and I think he might start running crazy to kind of make up for some of that. But I think he will relatively carry it over and just be Trey Turner. I don't think he's going to come in and hit 5 homers in the first 10 days or anything.
4 of the 5 New York Yankees starting pitchers are in the top 35 in ECR for ADP. So let's talk about this a second. Let's talk about this. We know where Garrett Cole's going. We know he's at the very top of the board. But when it comes to Nestor Cortez, Luis Severino, and now Carlos Rodon, who was dealing with his injury in the spring, Paul, in your opinion, who is the best return on investment of those other 3 guys, of Rodon, Severino, and Cortez going into 2023? Who wants who do you want on your roster, I should say?
I'm pretty keen on a Sevy rebuy. You talk about somebody who could creep back into the top 10. Actually, I don't know if he's ever been, but he had 2 brilliant seasons there where he was chasing down 200 plus innings. And I know he's had an ugly spring. I think he's given up like 15 runs. I want to say my Tigers blasted him for a bunch. I'm not that concerned about it. I see the 23 strikeouts in 15 innings. That has me more intrigued than anything else. I would need to know the makeup of those starts to know, was he working on something to where he's not concerned about it either. I don't take the ERA at face value and freak out about it. I'm always going to be looking at the strikeouts and walks in spring, and I see Sevy with 13.8 K9 and a 3.6 BB9, which isn't great, but it's also not terrifying, and I'm not that worried. I think he'll be fine. I really, really like Sevy. I think they're going to cut him loose this year. He has had the injury issues. I think it's baked enough into the price at SP34. I'm going to go with Severino.
Let me ask you, Paul, on the young pitchers that are in this area, if we're sticking into this like mid 20s to 30 area, which of the young pitchers are you buying in on for the big breakout? You've got George Kirby, who's in here. You've got Hunter Green. Hunter Green's got an ADP of 32. You've got George Kirby at 35. You've got Nick Lodolo at 38. Those are, I think, like if you're looking at the top 35, top 40, the next big run of guys. But if you're buying in on one young pitcher for your investment this year, which one are you taking?
Man, I really like those Reds guys, but that park is scary. It's why I'm going after every Reds hitter this year as a potential breakthrough player. But I'm not necessarily dying to pay full freight on Lodolo and Green. Again, both guys I like, but they're highly volatile due to that ballpark and just due to their command, particularly Green's command. I think Lodolo's is a bit sharper.
And Green has the highest ADP of all these guys, by the way. They're
Yeah.
within about 10 picks of each other, but it's a Reds sandwich. It's a Reds Mariner sandwich where two Reds are in between the Mariner.
And thus, I'm going to take the Mariner there with George Kirby. I will say I want to give a little shout to Gilbert, though. I know they get paired together as the 2 fastball command Mariners. Gilbert gets crapped on a bunch while Kirby gets a lot of the shine. I'm not out on Gilbert taking a step. I know it's not necessarily there in the numbers right now that he has a bunch of, room to grow with his stuff, but he's missing a bunch of bats in spring that has me intrigued. I would like to see if he can maybe take another step. And I wonder if maybe buying a little bit of the dip on him as people go more for Kirby and push up guys like the 2 Reds, if maybe Gilbert's an interesting pivot right now. But between those 3 that you mentioned with Green, Lodolo, and Kirby, I will take Kirby.
Adding a splitter too, by the way, this offseason. We saw the splitters in the WBC. That's a reported thing with Gilbert is he added that splitter. So I very much like that call.
We had a great debate yesterday on the show with Fast and Pollack. If you missed it, definitely go check it out. We do it every year. We do the great pitcher debate. It's a great time. They yell and scream at each other. It's good. It's fun. Jesus Luzardo was one of the guys we were yelling and screaming about. I want to get your take on Luzardo because last year, 100 innings, 120 strikeouts, 35 walks, a 3.32 ERA, a 1.04 WHIP. I know we don't love necessarily the Marlins as a team, but this is also a player that has, in the past struggled with injuries, struggled to get that big innings total. I want to get your take on Luzardo too, because it's another one of these guys that I feel like could be a league winner, but it could also be a bust. Where do you fall when it comes to Luzardo, Paul?
Yeah, I think Luzardo is remarkably volatile, and that's kind of the nature of the beast when you're taking guys like that and those 2 Reds that I mentioned. So between that, I would rather just wait for Luzardo because I think he has a similar upside in a markedly better park. So it's less about like critiquing Green and Lodolo, but more about the circumstances. If you want to take something that has that sort of volatility that could win the league for you, but also could be like a mid-season cut because things just aren't coming together with the command or injuries hit, then Luzardo is somebody that you look at there. So I would pivot toward somebody like Luzardo, given that Green and Lodolo's price tags have soared through the roof. That park is a brilliant place to pitch. He's shown the strikeout capability. I really did like him in Oakland. And then started to get cold feet after the ugly 2021. But then he became such a bargain, right? Everyone kind of quit on Luzardo. It's like, well, now I can jump back in because why not take a shot? And he showed some nice things last year. Still 100 in a third innings, though. And that's a max right now. So how many innings are we necessarily going to get? I don't know. However, we live in an era where low volume starters can make a huge impact. 125, 135 innings, you can make a substantial enough impact to be a top 50 starter easily. So I do like Luzardo. I will take the shot on him, and I'll pivot away from some of those young guys like I mentioned Green Lodolo specifically, but also like a Tyler Glass now who's already dealing with injury. Pivot away from them, take Luzardo at the cheaper price because it's similar type of big time upside.
All right, let me ask one more. This will probably be towards the end here. This 40 group is amazing. Luzardo's 46. So check out 40 through 50, essentially, on FantasyPros ADP, which everyone can go and check out. You've got Bassett, Giolito, Peralta. I'm going from 40 up. Joe Ryan, Chris Sale, Dustin May, Luzardo, Charlie Morton, Jeffrey Springs, Papa Lopez, and Tony Gonsolin. Paul Sporer. One pitcher has to break to be a top 20 out of that group. Who is the pitcher that you take to become a top 20 SP?
I'll go back to the well with my body comp, Chris Sale, man, the lanky lefty out there, getting it back. Yeah, I mean, it's maybe kind of a stock pick, but I'm interested. Had some fluke injuries, kind of being tagged as injury prone at this point. I think it is more some of the fluke variety there. What was it, falling off his bike, getting hit in the hand by that comebacker? Having a decent enough spring. Again, I'm not getting hung up on the ERA and whip. I'm looking at the strikeouts and the walks and everything. 9 strikeouts, 1 walk in 10 innings. You'd like more strikeouts, a couple more, but I'm not bugging out about that. I think Chris Sale can put up a really nice season. I don't think they're going to manage him with any kid gloves. I think Chris Sale could definitely jump back into that top 20, 25 range.
I'm setting you up to say Jeffrey Springs, by the way, or Dustin May. I really thought if I were doing betting here, it would have been Joe Ryan, Jeffrey Springs, or Dustin May as one of the guys you might have went with. But
I love how nobody says Giolito, like he hasn't already done it.
Or Giolito. Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing I don't understand. It's like this, we've got a guy who's already there. And it's funny because now Lance Lynn.
I'm in on Giolito.
After a whole 6-8 weeks of shows here of us yelling and screaming, Lance Lynn has now gone ahead of Lucas Giolito in ADP consensus. So I mean, that's just great. I'm happy for Lance Lynn. I don't know if I want to put him over Giolito, but I'm happy to see people giving respect to him. I want to take one more question. We're going to let Paul go catch his plane. This one is from our friend Bizarriza Jizza, who always watches leading off every single day. We love him. Paul's thoughts on Kodai Senga, not in the top 50, but he's a pitcher that I drafted last night in my home league draft. So, Paul, I want to get your thoughts on him, what your expectations are as far as innings and productivity when it comes to Senga this year with the Mets.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about Senga because I think he's being treated pretty fairly in the market at SP 89. You're not having to pay a premium. I think we probably see something in like the 130 type range of innings. I'm not sure that they're really going to turn him loose and push him for a full allotment of innings through 148 last year over in Japan. So again, I don't think we're going to see a huge total, but can definitely be very good. You take those Japanese numbers and you pump them up a bit for sure, right? You do not give him that full, he's a career 242, 110 whip. Last year he was 189, 104. Not bringing that over, not likely at least, especially with the first year transition for the 30-year-old. But I do think he can come over and be like a mid to upper threes guy with like a low 120s whip, plenty of strikeouts, and lots of win potential on that ball club. And again, the price is not particularly high on Senga. Both Japanese guys coming over this year, Yoshida as well for the Red Sox. I know we're not talking hitters here, but they're not facing a huge tax. I'm in on both of them to take the shot because I'm not paying a huge premium.
Great stuff, as always, from Paul Sporer. Follow him on the Twitter machine at Sporer. And, of course, check out Sleeper in the Bus podcast and all of his amazing work in the Fantasy Black Book 2023, all the pitcher profiles. Safe travels. Paul, are you going to write a new rap song for your demo
on
CD on the plane?
Yes. I'll record it on my iPhone.
Just start giving it to guys at the main event. Just like walk around and just start.
I'll be on the Vegas Strip. When they like slap.
I was going to say, you're in Vegas, man.
Oh, yeah.
When Paul Sporer next year is out there just dropping bars. Remember, this is where it all started. It all started here. Paul Sporer, good luck, safe travels, happy drafting. We've got a lot of big guests coming up too. Joining in the next few hours, we've got Saris, Craig Mish, Frank Stampfl, Chris Meany, and more. But we're gonna hit a quick break because when we come back, we've got a good friend joining us again, and that is Nick Pollack. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back right after this.
Do it.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Festival of Friendship here for Fantasy Baseball, right here on Fantasy Pros MLB. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe and click that little bell till it goes ding for notifications. Every time a piece of content drops, starting in about a week or so, we're going to be having our daily show leading off, whether or not our producer Chris likes it or not. It's happening. We'll be back again live, taking your questions, talking fantasy, talking wagering, talking DFS, just talking baseball, having a good time. We want you to be part of it. So again, subscribe to the channel, the fastest growing YouTube channel in the fantasy baseball universe. Period. End of story. They say an apple a day keeps the doctor away. I don't know what a Nick Pollack a day does, except make us really, really smart in our drafts, perhaps. So he is back again for more. Yesterday, he and Alex Fast, in case you missed it, went at it for the second time in 2 years. And Nick Pollack, as you can see very enthusiastically, was the champ again. Alex Fast quickly becoming the Buffalo Bills of the great pitcher debate. So he's got to get a W. I told him to start training right now for next year. Nick Pollack, welcome back to the show from Pitcher List. Everybody follow my Pitcher List. How are you doing, buddy? What'd you think of Ohtani last night striking out Trout? That's all we been talking about here.
What is happening? That was the best. That was the best. Oh, man. I put out a tweet that it was League of Their Own with Kit, of course. And it was just everything that you could hope for. Are you more of a
Kit or a dot? Like what are you?
I mean, I'm more of a dot, but I felt like that's what that moment was. Unfortunately, Kit got one, but that's everything that we want from the sport. And I think we really need to be talking more about those opportunities and how we can create those moments more. That was just so great.
By the way, Nick, which Japanese pitcher did you get like so stoked about? Because Roki the other day, obviously with that 92, 93 mile an hour splitter was going yesterday. We saw a couple of the big arms. Which Japanese pitcher got you most excited?
So first of all of them had a splitter.
Every single one.
Every single one did. No, honestly, the starter for Japan, his name is literally I'm an AGA is his name. And if you don't know Pitcher List, AGA stands for Ace is Gonna Ace, which is the best thing that you can get as a starting pitcher. So clearly,
I heard he took that name just for you. I heard
I'm an AGA. Like, I can't wait till he gets posted. He's gonna be great.
Welsh, I would consider you more of an all the way May if we're doing a League of Their Own references.
I mean, I gotta tell you, your
personality.
You guys are gonna hate me. I don't even know which one that is. I've seen it once.
Come on, it's Madonna. It's
I thought you know what? I knew it was gonna be Madonna. I knew it was gonna be
he's Tom Hanks in this. All right,
be an attitude.
He's like girls baseball.
Yeah, what are we crying? Yeah, no, like this isn't gonna be the best take, but like I'm not the biggest like sports movie guy. Like Major League is its own thing. Any Given Sunday was good, but outside of that, like I don't relive.
That's your range, somewhere between Any Given Sunday and Major League.
Pretty much, like between. But everyone's like you're like, oh, let's do a whole segment about A League of Their Own, and people, just freak out about every. I'm trying to even think, what's the one with the kids? What's the one with the kids that everyone
The Sandlot?
The Sandlot.
The one with the kids.
I mean, Bad News Bears, you could say too.
That is also
I'll save you here, Welsh. I think Bull Durham is overrated vastly. So
wow, we better get out of this conversation.
I've seen them all.
I've losing subscribers. This is a bad conversation. Let's talk pitching instead. Let's go. We're going to talk about some of the guys outside of the top 50 through 100. We're going to start digging deep right now. And some of those names here at the very top: Tony Gonsolin, Drew Rasmussen over on Fantasy Pros, Jordan Montgomery, Brady Singer, Grayson Rodriguez, and John Gray. Those are the guys right outside the top 50. So Gonsolin, Montgomery, Singer, Rodriguez, and Gray. Of those guys here I'm talking about, in your opinion, Nick, who has the best option to potentially leap well past where they're going right now in the 50? I know Montgomery had a really good season last year when he ended up with the Cardinals. Brady Singer was very steady, but on an unspectacular team. Rasmussen is, again, Tampa Bay Rays pitcher, so everyone's always curious about them. And then Tony Gonsolin going into this year with an injury, and obviously everything broke his way last season. And then, of course, you've got John Gray, who nothing ever breaks his way any season. Poor John Gray. I want to send him an edible arrangement. And Grayson Rodriguez, who has a ton of upside. Those are the five guys right outside the top 50. In your opinion, who's got the best chance to go well past where they're going in ADP right now?
So I do want to emphasize, in 12-teamers, this is the beginning of where you should be taking chances, doing the Miss Frizzle method. Take chances, make mistakes, get messy. Because you do want to go after the upside instead of settling for what I call a middling pitcher that is fine, but it does not win your league. And you don't really want to just be okay with a member of your pitching staff. You want to have an excellent pitching staff. So you want to take chances. And guess what? The waiver wire has a lot of options that if it doesn't work out, you can swap them. So that means for me, Jordan Montgomery is okay, but I don't think he has that top 20 upside in him. The fastballs just don't do enough, and he's not as efficient and overwhelming with his changeup and curveball. Brady Singer is still a 2-pitch pitcher. It's sinkers for called strikes, sliders for whiffs. I don't really think there's much different about him in 2022 from 2021, which means he's a bit of a cherry bomb. He's very volatile, will be super sweet, or blow up in your face. Not really for me. Tony Gonsolin allowed far too fewer hits than he should have last year. He also has a rolled ankle. I think that is a clear regression candidate with a guy throwing a splitter that should not get as many strikes as it should. John Gray has a really good slider and a fastball that even at its peak last year during his ace run still had a sub 10% swing strike rate. I think he doesn't have enough in that arsenal, which leaves Grayson Rodriguez, who is clearly the best pitcher here. The only question we have is how many innings is he going to get? But then you look back at last year and you know that guys like Spencer Strider and Christian Javier, if they're pitching high quality of innings, it doesn't matter that they go under 150 innings for the season. They're still going to make massive impacts for your fantasy leagues. And the fact that Grayson Rodriguez should be in that rotation from day one for the Orioles, sign me up inside of that park. I literally just took him about 10 minutes ago in the Pitcherless Legacy League. That is like the Championship Premier League, whatever the top one is for football. I don't know what it is. The best one across all of our staff. I just took Grayson Rodriguez ahead of those other guys. So I put my money where my mouth is, and I'm going after Grayson Rodriguez.
You got to relegate Alex Fast from that.
I should have.
You get him relegated.
He got lucky. Someone else had to leave. Otherwise, he would have been relegated. Yeah.
So number 56, I'm very happy that Joe stopped right there because number 56, I think warrants so much conversation. I got a video coming out here on Fantasy Pros in the next couple of days about the big players that experts are drafting. And he's been a big sleeper of mine. I think a lot of people, and I believe everybody is trying to get him. It is Reid Detmers, who comes in at 56 on Fantasy Pros ADP. He's upticked the slider, which is almost, it's bordering or actually pushing like a power slider. You get into that 90 mile per hour range on a slider. That's a big power slider. He's upticked that. He's upticked the velocity on the fastball. He's got a curveball. He pumps strikes. Reid Detmers is moving into a situation where he looks like he might have the highest upside of any pitcher outside the top 50. But what say you? Do you buy into the Reid Detmers hype, and are you trying to get your shares?
You know what's really funny is I just said I took Grayson Rodriguez. The previous round, I took Reid Detmers. So, I've been on the Reid Detmers train for a long time. This time last year, I was on the Reid Detmers train, and he showed up and did not have the slider we saw in the spring, and that was really unfortunate. He developed it mid-season when he went to the minors, tweaked his mechanics, got the slider, whiffs once again, had a fantastic second half. And now Reid Detmers, who was sitting around 93 last year with his fastball wasn't... You could tell that it could get whiffs up in the zone, but there was something kind of missing from it. He's now sitting 94 to 97 in spring training. Sitting that range, that means he's not going to be averaging 94. He's going to be averaging 95 and plus. I am so in on that. Fastballs upstairs with that, slider whiffs down and glove side. He has this good curveball he can get for strikes as well. Sign me up for Reid Detmers. I have him inside my top 40 for your 12-team leagues. I think everyone should be getting Reid Detmers. Not to mention, he's going to be 24 mid-season. His development is going to continue. It wasn't a plateau peak he hit last year. He is on the rise. We're going to be talking about him inside the top 30 next year for starting pitchers, and you have to get in now.
We'll follow up with that real quick. Do you think there's another pitcher outside the top 50 that has as big of upside as Reid Detmers, like that can make the move with all the stuff?
That's a great question, actually.
I honestly, I don't know if there is. I think you got someone, maybe Grayson Rodriguez, you could make that.
Here's a dumb question, probably, but I'm going to ask it anyway, because in terms of pace last year, Andrew Heaney, who's one of Welsh's guys, you could make that argument. Again, the argument then counter to that is he never pitches. He's not going to give you 180 innings necessarily, but
he's baby DeGrom for all of the reasons that you think, literally all of them, the good stuff and the injuries. That's why.
But I mean, is that another guy too? In your opinion, is Heaney somebody you're touching or intrigued by, at least at his current ADP?
I am a little bit. It's weird because we haven't really seen Heaney excel for that long. We had this moment with the Dodgers last year. He got hurt after 2 starts, and then he came back and he was pretty good after as well. The main thing for Andrew Heaney that surprised me when he was a Dodger, not just the slider being introduced, but also that he actually had command of it. And for years before, it was command as the biggest issue. It wasn't his stuff. We all knew that he had a good fastball. And when he located his curveball and his changeup, he did great things. It was just that he couldn't put them in the zone properly. And last year, he finally got that slider down and into right-handers with consistency. I don't know if that's going to stick around. There's also a concern that now he's in Texas. Sure, he still has the slider, but when there's a problem with it, he doesn't have the same people to help him as he did in LA. So I'm not against it, and I'd much rather have Andrew Heaney than say like a Miles Mikolas or Merrill Kelly or these boring Toby types. Much rather go and chase the ceiling of Andrew Heaney. But I'm much more convinced in Grayson Rodriguez and Reid Detmers performing at the level that we want them to be at.
You know, the one thing with the Rangers I'd point out, I've spent so much time over there because it's right across the street. And like, they've got Mike Maddox as a pitching coach who has been so hands-on. Greg Maddox was there for weeks working with these guys. You have Jacob DeGrom that's at the top. These guys have all been kind of locked into each other. That I actually think there is a ton of upside if we just talk about like thinking like, oh, they lost the Dodgers and lost their scouting and what they do. But there is a lot of great internal stuff. And that's also led to an uptick in Nate Eovaldi. And I'm curious, me and Eno have talked a bunch about Eovaldi. He's big on him. We've seen big velocity stuff from him as well. Injuries have been a little bit in question like all these guys. Do you prefer Heaney or Eovaldi? And do you even like both?
I do like both. When it comes to Eovaldi last year, he fell down to 93, 94 mile per hour of fastballs in the second half due to injury. And
up to 97, 99.
And now, exactly, right now. Now he's sitting 96 is my understanding, which is a big difference. And that to me is the green light for Eovaldi, who essentially at that velocity the past year and a half has been productive. It's just about health at that point, as long as the velocity is there. So that to me seems more stable at this point than Heaney. I think Heaney's ceiling is a little bit higher. But I wouldn't place Eovaldi like the other boring guys. I would say in your drafts at this point, if you're trying to chase something a little bit more electric, go for Heaney. But I would be happy grabbing Eovaldi in many leagues as well. Like if I went after Reid Detmers and Grayson Rodriguez, I would probably side with Eovaldi after that than Heaney.
We have a poll going up right now over on our YouTube channel. Best baseball movie of all time. Welsh, the one with the kids, quote unquote,
I just couldn't
winning
think of it. I'm sorry.
Right now.
The kids.
You know, the one with the dog and the kids.
You know the correct answer?
Movie? You know, the one with the kids and the dog. Beethoven?
Squints.
I don't know. What the hell are you talking about?
The correct
Sandlot
answer here
38%.
is Little Big League, by the way.
No,
yes. No,
Major League is close right now. 37%. Field of Dreams at 23. Bull Durham at 4. I will say this. Everyone always argues the best baseball movie of all time. I think we should start doing the worst baseball movies.
I already have it.
Trouble with a Curve.
Nope. It's not even that.
Isn't it Ed, the one with the monkey and the guy from Friends? Isn't that
Scout's the worst movie of all time. It was in my brain for so many years.
Fraser, right?
Brendan Fraser and
Academy Award winner Brendan Fraser.
Wait, so you've seen this, but you haven't seen League of Their Own.
But I've seen all of these movies. They just haven't imprinted in me. But The Scout was like a 15-year thing in my life where someone would ask, "What's the worst movie?" I go, "The Scout." It was the worst. I hated it so much. I hated it.
Has
so
anyone
much.
seen
Have
The
you seen The
Sandlot
Babe?
2? That's what I want to know because there's a sequel.
All right.
Has anyone seen the sequel to The Sandlot?
They
should do like a new modern one,
which is an atrocity.
What's an atrocity?
The Babe.
The Babe is pretty poor.
John Goodman.
John Goodman.
Yes,
yeah.
it is.
It's ridiculous.
Horrific.
It is. Pretty
They should.
horrific.
Judd Apatow should do a Sandlot like 2 or 3 where they're all adults and they're just dealing with.
Well,
like,
there is a
adult
2 and a
issues.
3.
Isn't
now
that
I'm
the one
looking,
with
there's, like, a bunch of
Rob
them.
Schneider and and
he's a stapler.
David
Rob Schneider.
Spade. Yeah, what is
The
that?
Stapler.
Oh no, Benchwarmers. That's the greatest baseball movie. of all
that's like
time.
Sandlot too, right?
Nick
Well, look,
Swartzen. Yeah.
Hot
that
take.
is.
I'm gonna piss a lot of people off. I think The Natural is watching paint dry. I think it's horrible and stupid, and it's funny because it's so melodramatic in every moment. Everything is in slow motion. It hurts my soul. I hate it. Maybe we should do that. Let's do a poll for the least favorite baseball. Chris, I'll let you use your discretions there.
Put The Scout on there though, because
doing
it's
a
the
fan.
worst.
Now,
The
here's
Scout
thing.
will definitely
Tyler
get there.
Malley is throwing too soft right now, so you should not be going after Tyler Malley
Yeah,
this
we'll
year.
get to that in a second. More pitching, more real stuff in a second. Before we get to the real stuff again and bring everything full circle, just a reminder out there, everybody, we've got Draft Wizard still available for you. I know a lot of you have drafts coming up this week and this weekend, the last big push. So make sure you get the Draft Wizard, download it. You can run the mock draft simulations. You can have Obviously, if you are a premium subscriber here to Fantasy Pros, fantasypros.com/premium, you can go out there and get the draft assistant. You can get the cheat sheet creator. You can get all these amazing tools that will help you basically just kick everyone's rear end in your drafts. It is amazing the technology we have. It'll tell you when to take players, when to wait an extra round. It'll tell you who is drafting behind you, in front of you. We've got amazing technology. The players that you shouldn't take a pitcher here because the person behind you right now is going to pick, they've got a ton of pitching. They're not going to go pitching. It's little things like that, the little insights, the little tools. It's like having magical little Welsh right on your shoulder saying, hey, do this, do that. It's
Don't
beautiful.
watch The Scout.
Don't watch The Scout. It's terrible. Brandon Fraser's best movie is clearly Encino Man. But seriously,
Clearly.
I think you definitely, go ahead, you download that Draft Wizard or go to fantasypros.com/draft wizard. Let's get to a pair of teammates here from St. Louis, Miles Mikolas and Jack Flaherty, going back to back, 57 and 58. How do you feel about these two guys going into 2023, Nick? Because honestly, these are two players that don't get a lot of discussion, I feel like. And I know you're kind of throwing your hands up here already, but it's just a hard pass on both of them.
Yeah, I'm out. Jack Flaherty isn't doing Jack Flaherty things. Velocity is around 93, 92 and change, and we want to see him at 94 for him to feel like he's a good, has that good fastball again. His slider just yesterday had like 2 whiffs, and that's it. And I'm not seeing an overwhelming pitcher at this moment. I'm terrified of his shoulder giving up again this season. I feel like it's just been too long since we've seen good Jack Flaherty, and I think it's just going to be painful a bit this season. I could be very much wrong there, but I feel as if there are many other guys to chase. Well, Miles Mikolas doesn't bring enough to the table. It's a sub 20% strikeout rate. His ERA and WHIP are okay. They shouldn't be terrible, but there is a floor that they actually do harm you in 12 teamers. And why are you risking that for an okay reward? There are so many other guys to chase instead. You're not going to win your league because you're the guy who got Miles Mikolas in a 12-teamer. That's just not what's going to happen.
It's a 100% fact. 60 to 75 has some really interesting names in it. Patrick Sandoval at 60 on Fantasy Pros consensus ADP, coming off of what was a really great WBC. You love everything that he did. Alex Cobb with the Giants. Obviously, great things happen. And Noah Syndergaard at 71. Interesting, even though he got banged up the other day. The velo uptick, the Dodgers can fix. I'm curious if you had to rank these guys out. Is it the order that I presented it that Fantasy Pros has it, or does anybody stand out?
No. Okay. So Noah Syndergaard, he went yesterday. He was at 93 in the first, and then after it was like 90 to 92.
He was a pitcher.
And he said, like, I'm not worried about the velocity. I'm like, why aren't you worried about the velocity? When Noah Syndergaard was sitting 97 and getting slider whiffs, he had a 23% swing strikeout rate. 23% when he was doing that. And now he doesn't have the slider whiffs, and he's way softer. And I'm so gone from Noah Syndergaard.
So you're not going to buy the Dodger thing. By the way, he did
Not
the
at
worst
all.
thing that happens in spring. In the second inning, he was getting so beat up. They took him out to bring another pitcher in to finish, and then he came back in the next inning.
Yeah.
Like, how embarrassing is that?
Yeah,
spring
that
training?
happens a decent amount in this man. I kind of love
know.
that they are able to do that because they want to get their work in and like whatever.
It's just
in the
embarrassing.
spring.
I'm embarrassed for him. There's a
Yeah.
question here, too, from Kyle
Yeah.
Stroud in the chat since we're talking about Thor. Any hope for Clevinger, Matz, or Thor, or complete pass?
So Matz, I'm actually kind of interested in because he's incredibly cheap. I mean, he's free essentially in drafts. And Matz had one bad start last year, actually was pretty good otherwise, and got hurt. When it's just health and the price of free, then yeah, all right, I'll take a chance on Matz. Maybe not the first start of the year because I believe he gets Atlanta for the first game. You don't really want to do that one. But I'm certainly focused on Steven Matz as a good option, as a streaming option early, or maybe just someone that has a good stretch of opponents that I would want to hold on to. As far as Patrick Sandoval versus Alex Cobb, I'm worried about the whip still with Patrick Sandoval. I think his fastballs are still too hittable. I think the walk rate is still a question where that could be above 9% yet again. And it's about his changeup and his slider being so overwhelming that it makes the fastball not as hittable as we've seen in the past. I don't know if I can buy into that. It makes too much of a fluctuation start to start. While Alex Cobb, what's really interesting is that he added a new slider. I wasn't really in on last year being just pure luck. I mean, I think he did a lot of things that meant that he deserved a lot of the failures that he had. However, adding a slider that he actually can throw for strikes changes his entire approach, where the splitter doesn't need to be a massive strike pitch, instead be a weapon deeper in counts. And the slider and sinker can really pair off each other to get a ton of called strikes earlier in counts. I think that can work really well for Alex Cobb. It makes him a little bit more interesting than those other two guys for me.
Let's get to some more of these questions because I got some good ones here in the chat. This is from Manchu, who may or may not be a Pokemon. In a keeper league, I have the option to keep DeGrom for a 10th round pick. Is it worth it? 10th round pick. I think that's where I'm
not
keeping
even
him.
a
Don't you
question.
think?
10th round pick. Yes.
Just want to make Manchu's, feel comfortable here.
Yes,
he wants to
Manchu.
collect them
Yes.
all. That's what he
Yes.
wants to do.
Yes.
I have a Manchu. Ahaha. Derek wants to know any thoughts on Bryce Miller and what we could expect from him this season and beyond, Nick.
Ooh, Bryce Miller is an interesting one. I will say not to be confused, of course, with Bobby Miller on the Dodgers. This is with the Mariners prospect. I think the Mariners might actually be a little aggressive with this because after Marco Gonzalez as the SP5, there really isn't much else. And if Bryce Miller has a successful first couple months of the year, we might be seeing him in the middle of the year. I am not going to speak too highly on any midseason prospect because I think there's a lot to define them from now until that moment they get called up. And you never really know with first season jitters, how it affects their command and so on. But he's definitely someone to monitor through the year, especially if there are injuries inside of the Mariners organization. Outside, for dynasty leagues, I think there is something really to like there. For 12-teamers, you can just kind of wait until something happens in Seattle.
It's baseball season when the wonky Penguin's in the chat, too. That just makes me happy that our good friend, the wonky Penguin.
Syndergaard hate. I brought up Syndergaard. Syndergaard was like the bat signal for wonky Penguin. You just bring up Syndergaard and wonky comes running. And she's like, no, Syndergaard.
Here's a question for you that Nick, I want to throw out because we are in this later stage of pitching here that we're talking about. Who is your favorite good pitcher on a bad team this year that's going late? That you're like, yeah, I don't care he pitches for the Pirates, or yeah, I don't care he pitches for XYZ team. I want that guy because I just believe in the pitcher himself.
Yeah. How bad are the Tigers?
They're pretty awful.
Okay,
Paul
Matthew
Sporer
Boyd.
just left, so you can say
I'm
it
a
now.
boy. Let's go. He's back to the same velocity he had before Tommy John. He has a slider getting whiffs. His changeup is new and improved. I think also we don't have the bouncy ball that we saw that had the super high home run rates, and that was his real detriment back in the day. I think there's a lot of opportunity for Matthew Boyd to provide a hefty amount of strikeouts at a time in drafts where it's so hard to find guys that can give you a boatload of strikeouts. He's one of my favorite ones there. You could also consider, say, Hayden Wesneski, but I don't know how bad the Cubs are going to be. Maybe the Cubs have an opportunity. I don't know.
No, the
Hayden
Cubs are gonna be
Wesneski as the number 5 with a really, really fantastic breaking ball. And actually a cutter-sinker combination that works really well to get strikes to set up that breaking ball. So those are two of my favorites.
Well, there's an old expression in my neighborhood. I think it's actually used in the film Goodfellas when you put a silk hat on a pig. That's what the Cubs are to me, where it's like they give the illusion that they went out there and spent money and they got a lot of good players, sorta, or people who have had good seasons in the past.
Were you about to lipstick a pig analogy with this one? Is
Yeah,
that what you're about to do here?
Well,
by the way,
lipstick on a pig. Also, Paul Sporer not around here because he would put chapstick on a pig.
Nick just kind of dove right into where I was going to go with in the effort to avoid Toby's at the back end of drafts. We're talking about pitchers 50 to 100. There are a couple young pitchers that show up, and I'm actually going to dig outside the top 100 for this. And you may have already given the answer. 3 young pitchers that stand out to me that are around 85 or later on ADP. You have Hayden Wesneski, who's at 90. You've got Garrett Whitlock, who looks like he's going to be right around the rotation. And Brandon Pfaadt.
Yeah.
I'm a big Brandon Pfaadt guy. I don't care about him being sent down. I actually still think he's going to come up, and I had a bold prediction. I think he's going to finish in the top 3 of Rookie of the Year still, and he's going to come up and be dominant. So Brandon Pfaadt, Wesneski, Garrett Whitlock. If you had to pick one non-Toby pitcher to invest in, is it Wesneski or is it one of the other 2?
Oh, that's so tough because those are like my 3 favorites too.
Well, that's good because those are 3 of our favorites.
Here's the thing. I would say I think it's Wesneski. And is it Wisniewski? Have I been doing this wrong this entire time?
We're going down.
We had a big Wesneski.
Yeah, that's fine. Anyway, that guy, Hayden. He has the opportunity right out of the gate and has a start the first weekend, and we can kind of see how he's doing. And I kind of like making decisions early in my year to see like, okay, cool. Do I like this guy? Do I not? And do I move on? Because April acquisitions are the most important ones of the year to really lock into something and actually have something to carry you through the season. So I love the fact that I get to know about Wesneski early in the season. Whitlock, I think there's so much to like there, and he'll be able to run with it completely with the Red Sox once he's firmly in that rotation. I will be picking him up at the end of my drafts too. And then for Font, what's really nice is that Ryan Nelson isn't as sharp as we thought he would be at this time, which does to me outline that Font is the SB6, not the 7 for the Diamondbacks. So yeah, he could be up by May 1st as well. And I think Font, if all 3 of them are starting opening day, Font is my favorite one. So
That's
it's just about timing here. And I like them all. So
That's
my
interesting.
answer.
I like Whitlock
I like
the
them
best personally because the RP SP eligibility in those leagues where you have the mandatory
Sure.
RP spots. I love that. I love pumping in that extra starter too, potentially in a week or those
Wesneski
daily
should have that
transactions.
too.
He should in some leagues. Yeah, I know on FantasyPros right now he's not showing that, but depending on your league rules, he might be. But those are some great names. Nick Pollack is a great name. If you need more help with pitching, I can't think of a better person to ask. So go over to Pitcher List, follow him on the Twitter machine at Pitcher List. And coming up next, another good friend of us joins the show from CBS, Frank Stampfl. You're not going to want to miss this. He's the best, so don't go anywhere. More fantasy baseball coming right at you right here on Fantasy
Nick.
Pros.
Bye, Nick.
Welcome back, everybody. Hour 2 has just kicked off officially of the Fantasy Baseball Festival of Friendship here on our YouTube channel, FantasyPros MLB. If you haven't already, subscribe and click that little bell till it goes ding for notifications and drop a comment below, because if you do, you might get a free premium upgrade. More on that later, but we also take your questions here and we take awesome guests here and talk about busts. Now, this guy is not a bust. He's not a sleeper either. He's a breakout from many years ago. He's my good pal from CBS now. I get to say that all the time. He sounds so important. He's my boy, Frank Stampfl. Frankie Stamps, welcome to the show. You got your Shohei Ohtani shirt on, so you're living the dream right now.
Let's go. Yeah, awesome WBC final last night. Obviously was pulling for Team USA, but man, the drama, the 9th inning, Shohei going up against Mike Trout. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. So awesome game last night. Happy to be here, fellas. 2 of my favorites, Joey P and the Welsh. Let's go.
Frankie.
There you go.
Look good to see you, Frankie.
Hey, Frank, have you ever seen the movie The Scout? We were talking about baseball movies in the last hour. Have you seen this turd?
If Adam Sandler is not in it, I haven't seen it.
Yeah,
Frank,
true.
yeah.
I do know that about you.
Something happened with Frankie. We didn't realize it, and it's not like the bad takes. It's just Frank hasn't seen them. I don't understand it.
It's like Bogman with music. If you ask him about music, he has no idea.
What's your favorite baseball movie, Frank?
So I saw this in the YouTube chat, and it's probably Major League, but to be honest, like, there's a ton of great baseball movies that I haven't seen, and I would be embarrassed to say, so let's stop talking about this.
Yeah, okay, so there you go. Frank's with me and Frank.
I like that we can embarrass you right at the top of the segment. That's
why
the
not?
best. All right, let's get to some of these busts here. I know Chris is working on our frames here, although I kind of, there it is. Now it's back.
I was going to say I was
naked
floating
for
there
a second
for a
there.
minute.
Yeah, it was kind of like, oh my God, can they see me? I don't want to be seen. All right, so let's start here with a guy who's getting drafted very high in drafts. He's coming off a Rookie of the Year campaign. And a fantastic season. I think he was one of these players that was flying under the radar, just burst onto the scene. Some people are waiting for the other shoe to drop, and it just never did. It's Michael Harris of the Atlanta Braves. Let's go through the 114-game season for him in 2022. 75 runs scored, 64 ribbies, 19 bombs, 20 steals. He had 297. Everything came up Millhouse for Michael Harris last year. Now, Frank, that's a Simpsons reference. I don't know if you watch television. You said you don't watch movies. But let's talk about him here, because 2020 is very valuable, especially in those roto leagues. Right now, he is going as the 26th hitter off the board, the 38th player overall. As far as you're concerned, that's a little too high. Why is that?
Yeah, this is a tough one for me, as it is with many of the busts. I don't think some of these players are going to completely bottom out. That's not the case for Michael Harris. I just think they're just overvalued where they're being drafted right now. And the ADP for Michael Harris going in the 3rd round, he's a top 10 outfielder being drafted. He was amazing last year. But if you dig in, there were some warning signs underneath the hood. So the plate discipline is lacking, just a 5% walk rate last year, 24% strikeout rate. That's fine. I think he could live with that. 42% chase rate. So chases a lot of pitches outside the strike zone. Will pitchers exploit him more doing that this upcoming season? I think that's a possibility with Michael Harris. Struggled against left-handed pitching. 238 batting average, 649 OPS. I think he's going to be in the lineup every day because he's an amazing fielder. That might actually be a detriment at times because he's playing against lefties, and I don't think that the numbers will be great against left-handed pitching this season. And he hits a lot of ground balls. So last year, he hit 19 home runs in 114 games. He did that with a 22.9% home run to fly ball ratio. I just wonder if that takes a little bit of a step back with as many ground balls as Michael Harris hits. Is he more of a 15 home run guy? He's really athletic. I think he's going to steal bases, especially with the new rules. But I think the batting average takes a step back, maybe the power as well. I think he's going to be a really good player for real life baseball, but for fantasy in the 3rd round, I think it's just a little bit too soon with Michael Harris.
The FantasyPros projections have him at 19 homers, which is exactly what we had last year at 114 games, but obviously this is over a fuller season. 25 stolen bases, the batting average dropping down to 278. He reeks to me, Welsh, of one of these players. Like, if you are looking at last year and trying to extrapolate it and say, well, over 114 games, he did X. Why can't he do Y if I just add 40 more games? To me, that's a little bit of a danger here. The regression batting average feels a little bit right. The leveling off of the power, but maybe just a little increase in stolen bases, especially because of the rule changes. All of those feel about right to me when it comes to Michael Harris. That being said, are those projections enough to return investment on this ADP?
Yeah, I think you said it right. Like, it's dangerous to pay this year for last year's stats. And there are some warts in his game. I just don't hate him or, put him as a bust like Frank might. But even at the same point, like, hating and busting some of these guys, sometimes it's a little bit like he's just not going to return the value. You said something interesting in that, like, if you start to extrapolate and you look at 114 games, you go, well, he was 19-20. Now he's going to be 27-30. I actually think Michael Harris, similar to what the projections are pushing, even in a full season's game, is probably going to look something similar to what he did last year, maybe a little bit more RBI and runs. He does hit a lot of ground balls. I would say one of the benefits, though, is he had 88 percentile max EV. So if you're hitting the ball really hard, to also go with one of being the fastest, I believe, sprint speed was 95 percentile. So you're also one of the fastest players in baseball who's putting up big hard hit numbers. So if you're hitting the ball on the ground, there's a little bit of extra wiggle room while also stealing a bunch of bases. So I like him. I think he's one of those guys, though, I'm a little bit indifferent about, because it's like, he's just perfect. I think he's going to be a 2020 guy. I think it'll look good. I think he's a little bit volatile because of that walk rate. That walk rate doesn't give him a lot of wiggle room. But at the same time, look at how, like, picky the Braves are, and Von Grissom can't make that roster, and Michael Harris is just so locked in on the trust they have in the bat progression. You know, he was also a rookie last year. I think this is cool, but my drafting habits don't tend to really push on Michael Harris. So I don't see him as a bust. I think he'll be right about where he is. He's porridge. He's just right. He'll be just right. Not too hot, not too cold. He's just right.
He's the porridge. All right. Well, here's something I don't understand. He's going as the 37th player overall, and then Cedric Mullins is going 48th overall. Cedric Mullins has back-to-back 30 steal seasons. Cedric Mullins has already shown you a 30 home run season. I don't know if we think he's that guy necessarily. Clearly, the adjustments to the ballpark last year had an adjustment because those home runs got cut in half. But 10 picks later, at least, I'd rather have Cedric Mullins, Frank Stampfl, Mullins, or Harris. Who would you rather?
I think I would actually still rather take Michael Harris. I'm out on Cedric Mullins as well. He struggles mightily against left-handed pitching, was actually getting benched against lefties down the stretch last year. I don't know where the batting average is going to be at with Mullins. I typically just avoid that area. If I'm going to take an outfielder, it's Randy Arozarena. I think he's fine. I think he's pretty safe. Or just wait a couple of rounds and take Corbin Carroll from the
there we go.
Diamondbacks, or take Eloy Jimenez. It's a completely different skill set, but I typically skip on this range of outfield and then maybe jump back in rounds 4 or 5.
I completely agree with Arozarena. To me, he is absolute. Like, that's not even a comp to me. Arozarena should be where Harris is, and then Harris should be where Mullins is. Welsh, how do you parse those guys too in that range in terms of outfield? Because Frank kind of says, well, you could just kind of go off into a different direction, but Mullins kind of has a similar skill set, statistically speaking, to what Michael Harris is being drafted for.
Yeah, he might be a tiny bit safer. To maybe almost go back to like the Nick Pollack thing. He's not a Toby or anything like that, but what you draft Michael Harris over Mullins for is the upside. Like, we saw what Michael Harris did last year. Does he have some concerns? Chase rate a little bit, doesn't walk a little bit, but in just barely over 100 games, he practically put up a 2020 season. So the baseline of what you've got with Mullins, and that might feel better and safer to people, but that's why you would go with Michael Harris, because if things do click and he does show an improved chase rate and he does start to take a few more pitches, then all of a sudden Michael Harris is a 25-25 guy and blowing Cedric Mullins out of the water. I will say, though, Randy Arozarena does feel like he's in a completely different tier here. Like, that is such a core piece guy who is safe with, I think, bigger upside than both of those guys. He really doesn't belong in the same tier as both of them. So if we were, parsing them out, it's Randy Arozarena, and then next tier is Harrison Mullins.
All right, let's get to a pitcher here on the list of busts, and it's Dylan Cease of the White Sox. Welsh, let's start with you on this one, because this has been a guy for you've talked quite a bit, but you just recently mentioned, we were talking earlier, some pitching about, well, he does still strike out a bunch of guys. Is it just that you don't like the ADP, or is there something more in the player that has you concerned going into the season?
No, it's a lot about the player. Funny enough, in the very, very early processes of ranks, I had, put my stuff together, and I realized I was really high on Dylan Cease, and I didn't understand how I had got myself there, because I've got major concerns about the walk rate. I've got major concerns about the ERA. I think the ERA is going to fix back, and it's going to be into the high 3s. The only thing I think that is truly safe about him are these big strikeout numbers, and that's what's so fun about it. But I think he's pretty volatile. We've already seen it in spring, losing command. He can definitely lose himself. He goes on to these little streaky spots that I don't think he's going to have that window of luck like he had last year. And that's why I think the ERA is going to balloon up. The walks are amazing. Where Michael Harris is a concern that he doesn't walk. Any pitcher that has got an over 3 walk per 9, we got to pay a little bit more attention to. So there's a place for him. Points leagues with bigger strikeout numbers, like that can feel a little bit better, but even then he's still kind of a problem. He's kind of an out for me unless he were to really fall, and he doesn't because of the big strikeout numbers. So overall, I think he's in a bust, and I said this on ITL. I really think there's a chance he's the third most valuable pitcher off of this White Sox rotation in fantasy when all is said and done this year, because you and I love Giolito, and I think Lance Lynn is going to stabilize as well.
Oh, yeah. Oh, let me say Lance Lynn. Give me the big hoss. 2.20 ERA for Cease last year, a 3.50 xFIP.
Exactly.
The BABIP of 262, just putting that out there. So when it comes to this conversation here, Frank, do you agree with that sentiment that Dylan Cease, even though he's being drafted before Giolito and Lance Lynn, he's probably a lot closer to those two in terms of actual productivity than he is necessarily to some of the guys in his current draft range?
Yeah, I have him closer to like a top 20 starting pitcher. I probably still would draft him ahead of those other three, but I think there's a lot of volatility specifically between Dylan Cease and Lucas Giolito in that staff. I think Lance Lynn is kind of the stabilizer for that team, and I think he's being massively slept on this year as well. So completely agree with you guys there. Dylan Cease, the walks. I mean, Welsh, you mentioned over 3 walks per 9. It wasn't like just over 3 walks per 9. 3.8 walks per 9 last year for Dylan Cease. This is really bad control. And then in the second half, he still had a 2.27 ERA. The K per 9 dropped way down to under a strikeout per inning, 8.7 K per 9. The swinging strike rate went from 16% in the first half to 13% in the second half. So something was off there. Dylan Cease is one of the pitchers where I actually could see it kind of bottoming out here between the walks, being a fly ball pitcher, pitching in Chicago. That is the second worst ballpark in terms of home run park factor behind only Cincinnati. So
Wild.
Control problems and giving up fly balls, could give up home runs. I could just see a disaster season where it's like Robbie Ray from a couple of years ago and just everything goes wrong.
Great example. Yeah.
That's a really terrifying and great example, I would say. Of those three White Sox guys, who's your favorite? Do you have one?
I think you said Lynn, right?
I still have Cease ranked the highest. I have him around like SP 20 just because.
Yeah, but I mean, who's your favorite in terms of return on investment? I understand like Cease. I understand why you could.
I have the same
Cease
thing.
ahead.
I've got Cease like above as far as a rank goes, but like where you're really targeting, Lynn is probably your guy, the best return, right?
100%. Like
it was until Lynn went ahead of Giolito this week.
Lance Lynn is part of like my draft plan this year.
Me too.
I want to grab 2 starting pitchers, 2 top 20, top 24 guys, and then wait a little bit and get Lance Lynn in round 8 through 10, something like that. When he returned last year, he was still kind of battling the knee injury. First 7 starts back, not great. His final 14 starts, he had a 2.5 ERA, over a strikeout per inning, career high swinging strike rate last year. People see Lance Lynn like he's boring, he's a maniac on the mound, whatever, he's old. He's still really, really good. And yeah, so if no one else wants him, I'm just going to continue to draft Lance Lynn.
Dan G in the chat, best baseball character ever is his question. I would nominate Walter Matthau from Bad News Bears because he's literally drinking, driving, and coaching a baseball team. I mean, if that's not the solid, I mean, what kind of waivers do you have to sign to be a Little League coach in the 70s? I have no idea what's going on there.
But it's Ricky Vaughn. I mean, it's there's nobody else.
Is Ricky Vaughn a great character though? I mean,
yeah, it was pretty
Ricky
great.
Vaughn is
Wild
a very good character, but it's I don't know. I mean, I would think that Benny the Jet Rodriguez. I'm thinking you put, I'll tell you what, another underrated baseball movie does not get to get credit. 8 Men Out. Love 8 Men Out. Great movie. Our producer Chris is shaking his head at me. He's not super impressed.
I don't even know what that is.
I know.
I'm
talking
Frank
with these
doesn't
two
know
guys who have no idea what's. I'm leaving Frank out of this intentionally. But if you don't want to,
movie.
What, you love 8 Men Out?
No, I'm just kidding.
You're the
no
worst.
idea.
Get out. Get out of this show. Let's go to a promo instead of talking to Frank while I cool down from him tweaking me here for a second. Don't forget, everybody, it's not just about the draft. It's about managing your teams, managing your expectations, making sure you have the best tools. And My Playbook is by far the best tool. Download it right now, or you could just go right to fantasypros.com/myplaybook. But let's all be honest, we do everything on our phones nowadays anyway. So download the My Playbook app. You get your waiver assistant, the lineup assistant. Imagine this. You've got a team on Fantrax. You got a team on CBS. You got a team on ESPN. You got 2 teams over in the NFBC. Guess what? You can manage all those lineups and set them at one place right at Fantasy Pros on My Playbook. Did I just blow your mind? I think I did. Now put it back inside your brain and let's talk more baseball. But right now, My Playbook, www.fantasypros.com/myplaybook. I love the www. No, he says that anymore, right? For good reason. It
It's
sounds
not
stupid.
needed. Yeah, because we don't need
sounds
it to
dumb.
do the World Wide Web anymore.
The World Wide Web, the www. But you remember when it first happened? Welsh and I are old enough to remember when the internet first happened.
Oh, I had dial-up.
Not like Frank, who grew up with it.
You got really old there, I want to point out, though. Before the thing, you're like, oh, these kids, and they're not using their apps anymore, so go download. You got, like, super old somehow there.
Mad. What do you mean get? I mean, I am at this point. Let's talk about another guy here. I don't know if it's an older player or not. Let's see who's next. He's been around the block a little bit. Dansby Swanson. Frank, this is another guy that you've kind of put a little question mark next to. Are you just not buying the move to the Cubs? Or do you think that Dansby Swanson was a player that was really propped up by the rest of that Atlanta lineup? What are your thoughts on him and his value going into 2013? Because shortstop is loaded, so why take Dansby Swanson?
Yeah, I would say all the above when it comes to Dansby Swanson. I don't like the price tag either, 77.6. He is the 10th shortstop off the board. He's going ahead of O'Neill Cruz, Wander Franco. No way. I'd rather take the shot on the upside of those guys. Dansby Swanson, amazing last year, career year. Two things. I don't like buying off of a career year, especially when a player is going from the Atlanta Braves lineup to the Chicago Cubs lineup. I heard you talking, Joe, earlier about the Chicago Cubs and what was it, a lipstick on a pig or whatever it might be?
It was Silk Hat. You could say lipstick also, but Silk Hat is a really funny image. I don't know why. I mean, it's like it's christening or something. You know, in Brooklyn, everything's in church. You know, you bring the pig to church. Everything goes to church in Brooklyn. It's just how you grow up. But no, I agree with you. You're looking at, I mean, Wander Franco, Frank. How in the world are we in that place where Dansby Swanson's valued more than Wander Franco?
I mean, I think we just saw it last year, right? People see what Dansby Swanson, he was the 13th overall player in Roto, so he was a 5-category contributor. I just don't think he's going to come anywhere close to that. He took a step back in the second half last year. The BABIP spiked all the way up to 348. That was above his career mark. So I just think he regresses in a few spots. The counting stats come way down going from the Braves to the Cubs lineup. And just talking about Wander Franco, I kind of want to give him a pass. Last year, he had the hamate bone injury in his hand, in his wrist area. He had the quad injury. I just don't know that he was right outside of the first month of the season where Wander Franco looked like he was breaking out, batting over 300. He was hitting home runs, stealing bases. So I think both Wander and O'Neill Cruz could break out this year. Dansby Swanson, I still think he'll be fine. I just think he's a little bit overvalued based on what he did last season.
Dansby Swanson last year, 25 homers, 18 steals. The 18 steals were a career high. He also had 99 runs scored, 96 ribbies. I don't know if that's going to hold with the Chicago Cubs. Welsh, when you're looking at this this career trajectory for Dansby Swanson, certainly these last 2 years going on the upswing, but do you think the stolen bases hold? Even with the rules changes and all being potentially easier for people to steal bases, 18 was almost double his previous high.
Yeah, that's part of my thing. Everything Frank said, I agree with. I'm not a big Dansby Swanson guy. I'm a Wander over him. I think Wander is going to break out this year. And I don't trust a lot of what went on with Dansby Swanson. Think about this also. Dansby was a big need to get it done complimentary piece in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Like you had these guys. You had Ronald Acuna. He was a table setter and a placeholder. He's now got to be the guy there. And I think as you get a little bit older, the athleticism questions start to come in, 29 plus, and how much are they going to want him to be stealing bases? He's got to be a big force of driving runs in. And I don't believe it. No 2 years out. If you take away last year, no 2 years did he ever combine for more stolen bases than he had last year. Take any 2 years and it just doesn't work. Any back-to-back years. I don't believe in the stolen bases continuing. I also just don't believe overall in some of the skill set. And I just don't like the cost. Like Frank said, the cost is the biggest problem. And as you said, like shortstop is deep. I don't know. I think there's a big question marks. I think there's a lot of like false positives that are out there, like 70 beyond with shortstop that are going to make people feel way too comfortable. I'm very, very honing in if I have to take one of those guys. It's Wander Franco, it's Willy Adames, and if I have to wait a whole lot further, I'm looking at a guy like Ezequiel Tovar. I don't want to mess in that weird range of guys like Dansby Swanson or Carlos Correa or Jeremy Pena, because I think it's a lot less safe than it's being made out to be.
Frank was the guy way back in February putting Tovar on everybody's radar, I want to say. So good job, Frankie boy.
Spitting.
You're returning. Yeah, that's right. You're returning your investment, Frank. All right, let's get to Hunter Green, starting pitcher for the Reds. We talked a little about Lodolo, but let's talk about Hunter Green. Clearly, the strikeout rate, absurd, great. We love it. 164 in 125 innings last year, but he struggled with the home run ball. I think that, you know, most of the time we look at these pitchers and you say, okay, that first year, they're still learning on the job. Yeah, it's a tough ballpark. Yes, the Reds aren't a good team, but you're getting him as the 106th player overall. But you still have some red flags when it comes to Hunter Green, Frank. Why?
Yeah, I think it's the combination of the control and being a fly ball pitcher in Cincinnati. This is probably the worst combination of things that you could be as a starting pitcher. I mean, the walks per nine up over 3 last year for Hunter Green, 1.72 home runs per nine allowed. That was second behind only Josiah Gray last season, a 48.5% fly ball rate. So this is an extreme fly ball pitcher. You can live with that if, let's say, you're someone like Justin Verlander, because he doesn't walk anybody. He gives up a lot of solo home runs. Now, if you're walking players and you're giving up home runs, that's how you get these disaster outings, and you see the big ERA up over 4. Hunter Green is one of the most fun young pitchers in baseball right now. I mean, pumping 100 miles per hour. He's got the wipeout slider. But when he spirals, he really spirals, and we get these big blow-up starts. So the team context is really bad. I don't think there's going to be much run support. Wins are going to be hard to come by. You're getting strikeouts. What else are you getting? I think he's going to be a liability in ERA, in whip. Wins aren't going to be there. So I love the young pitcher. Like, from a dynasty perspective, I think Hunter Green's going to be fine. But for this season, some of the other pitchers that he's going ahead of, it's not going to be me drafting Hunter Green.
Frank,
Well,
who would you rather, well, real quick, who would you
Yeah, go
rather
ahead.
have? Dylan Cease at 40 or Hunter Green at, let's say 90. I'm going to make you pay a little bit more of a cost. Let's say 90 Hunter Green or 40. Because everything you just said about Hunter Green sure sound like what we talked about with Dylan Cease.
Yeah, I would still go with Dylan Cease just because I've seen him do it. He had the elite season last year, so I put a little bit more faith and confidence in someone who's done it before. I haven't seen it from Hunter Green, so probably not drafting either one, but it probably would be Cease for me.
Okay, I was just curious.
All right. Quick question for you, Welsh, based on the Hunter Green ADP. He's going right next to Blake Snell. Does that hurt your soul here a little bit, Welsh? I'm going to ask you. Like, you see
Oh,
those
man.
guys right there on the board together. I mean, you're Blake Snell every time, aren't you?
Oh man, I am. Yeah, I'm Blake Snell.
Oh,
I'm jumping on.
man.
I'm
geez.
drafting Blake. I have Blake Snell inside my top 100 pretty easy. I think it's a lot safer. Team context is insanely better. His second half was one of the best starting pitchers in baseball last year. Blake Snell is one of the biggest values to me. Like, I like Hunter Green. I like the big strikeouts. My concerns with Dylan Cease were there, but a lot of them were built also around the cost. Hunter Green to me is actually like Dylan Cease light. It's just even a worse team, but you have huge strikeout numbers, and him being able to be a better pitcher with that slider, throwing that slider as much as he did, keeps people off that fastball. I love, but this isn't close to me. Blake Snell is in a different tier, and he's where Frank said, like, the cool thing about Lance Lynn is you can get him so late, and he's one of those pieces. That's how I feel about Blake Snell, but at a little bit higher of a cost. Now, if you can get him around 90 or 100 as an SP3, I think Blake Snell is like league winning. Probably going to have to get him an SP2, depending the type of cost that you end up throwing out there. But let's see how your team construction is. But yeah, Snell over Hunter Green for me for sure.
You're not going to get Lance Lynn late in a draft where I'm drafting, that's for sure. Jake McCarthy, Welsh. I want to go stick in Arizona here where you are. Last year, 8 home runs, 284 batting average, looking at 23 stolen bases. So in rural leagues, a lot of people are targeting Jake McCarthy. You've got some concerns. You've got some questions. He played 99 games last year, showed you that speed, had a little bit of pop, hit for a decent batting average, but you think potentially he can all come crashing down and be a huge bust in 2023. Why?
Yeah, I'm putting bold prediction stuff together. We all open ourselves up to being like super volatile and whatnot. But just one of mine, I just haven't bought into Jake McCarthy. This really wasn't necessarily who he was. If you watched him a whole lot in the minor leagues early on, he could obviously hit the ball, but 241 in AA. 262 in AAA. The stolen bases were fine, but the contact just wasn't there to a level that I was buying in. And you can also see that by him hitting 283 this past year with a 249 XBA. His slug for 427, his expected 357. I don't think the contact skills are there. And people were buying in that he was the number 3 hitter for the Diamondbacks. I never believed it. And we haven't seen it in spring because that's Lourdes Gurriel right now. I think he could struggle to the point where also the Diamondbacks roster pushes him, that I don't think it's unheard of that we see him get optioned at some point this season, because you got Alek Thomas, who I think is a lock at this point, Corbin Carroll, Lourdes Gurriel might be a big linchpin to this offense. So that leaves, what do they do with Rojas and Longoria? If Longoria is decent at all, then I think it puts them in a situation where they got to think, are we better getting McCarthy some at-bats in the minor leagues? I might be making too much about it. Dude stole 20-something bases. He was crazy last year. I just don't know if he's going to be put in the position. I think he's going to hit lower in the lineup. And I think if you have to prioritize a lefty at the top of the lineup, it's easily Corbin Carroll. It's not Jake McCarthy at this point. So I'm just not a big buyer. And I know, Frank, you agree with me on the McCarthy stuff. Yeah,
I'm not buying it either. I think a lot of what you said is factual there. He doesn't walk very much, is 6.5%, hits way too many ground balls at 49%. If I know he's going to give you speed. He's going to give you speed, but what else is he going to give you? I mean, if that batting average regresses to closer to the expected number, he's not giving you a lot of power as well. I have big concerns about Jake McCarthy as well. I don't know that the Diamondbacks owe it to him. If he gets off to a slow start, yeah, I think they kind of get some of those other names in there. Kyle Lewis is having a big spring training for the D-backs as well. So just there's a lot of names and mouths to feed in that Arizona lineup.
Who's your most drafted player, Frank, would you say, on all your teams as you're looking around? Like, who's that guy as you've like now towards the end of draft season where you say, yeah, I got a lot of shares of this player. If things don't go well, that's going to hurt me.
Yeah, Lance Lynn is definitely up there. Two other names that instantly came to mind. Zach Wheeler, it feels like he's undervalued this year. I think he's as good as some of the pitchers that are going in like the second or third round, and you could typically get him in the fourth round of, I get him in the fourth round of 15s. So you might be able to get him in like the fifth round of a 12-team league. And the other one is Sean Murphy with the Atlanta Braves. I think the change going from Oakland to Atlanta, I think he breaks out this year. I think he has a Will Smith-esque type season, hitting 260, 20 to 25 home runs, really good counting stats in an awesome Atlanta Braves lineup.
There you go. Frank Stampfl, always great to have you on the program and talk to you. Of course, Frank hosts the Fantasy Baseball Show over on CBS. You can always go check him out there. You check him out on the Twitter machine as well. Frankie, we love having you on. Thanks for coming on with us again after meeting us so many times in the offseason. We love you. Best of luck. May all of your teams stay healthy. When we come back, we're going to bring in our good pal, Chris Meany from north of the border, talk about sleepers. He's fresh off Jake Seeley's wedding, too. Maybe we'll get some dirt on that.
Ooh, might be
more
sleepy.
Right after this. Don't go anywhere. You're going to get the wedding. Welcome back, everybody. The Festival of Friendship continues right here on Fantasy Pros MLB. Joining us now north of the border, our good friend from Canada, where the better versions of Americans live. It is Chris Meany from FDN. Meany, it's great to see you. I saw you were seeing the sights, taking it all in, the nation's capital. You were down for our good friend Jake Seeley's wedding, and you told me last night when we were in a draft together for my home league that it was a dry wedding. So I want to know how much did you dance at the dry wedding? Because usually it takes a little bit of to start actually
dry. I mean, you know what? That's the most Sealy thing ever, though. So okay,
right? A dry. I mean, actually, a cash bar would have been the most Sealy thing ever.
Right.
That's the.
Yeah, that's true. But a cash bar for like Coca-Cola and bottled water, though. That would be the
listen. It was a great time. It was pure Sealy. You're spot on. Not just a dry wedding, but some Chick-fil-A, some candy, some DuckTales music, walking down the aisle with the DuckTales music.
Did he walk down the aisle to the DuckTales
way
theme?
He did that. Was that real?
He did. It was real, and he wanted me to give a woohoo at a certain time. And of course, Joe, you know I messed that up, and Sealy's never going to let that go. So he's going to be all over me for that. But no, it was a good time. Old buddy Nando Defino was there and slid me a flask. So I may have snuck in a drink or two, but don't tell Sealy. No, it was a really good time, and happy to be here with you guys, man.
Yeah, the Italians are like, we're not having the dry wedding. Any Italian, Nando Defino, Joe Pisapia, it doesn't matter. They're like, dry wedding? I don't think so.
It's the only wedding.
This is why I flew to Washington before, right? St. Patty's Day in Washington. I prepared myself for a really good night there in Washington. Saw a Capitals game in Ovechkin, and had some fun the next day. That must
have been fun for you. Well, Chris Meany is here to talk about some sleepers with us, and we're going to dive into those names here. Let's start with a guy who may break camp with the New York Yankees. Anthony Volpe, a player of really significance in Dynasty, a player of significance potentially in 2023 as well. There's been a lot of speculation on how things are going to work out with that Yankee infield. I keep telling everybody, I want Oswald Peraza, I want Volpe, I want Torres, I want Donaldson gone. That's the guy that's the odd man out as far as I'm concerned. Figure it out, put Torres at third. I don't know, just make it happen. But let's talk about Volpe, because I know there's a lot of speculation about him and what his worth is going to be. In your opinion, in 2023, is this an investment you're ready to make in redraft leagues? Do you think he plays enough and contributes enough to be somebody that people should really have on their radar?
Yeah, I do. I mean, most projections over at Fangraphs have him for sub 400 plate appearances, and I think he can certainly surpass that. This is a guy that over the last couple of weeks, we've certainly seen his rise in terms of ADP over at NFBC just over the last 2 weeks, still outside the top 250, 282 here. And, you know, he's having a really good camp. And this is a guy that I think could make the squad. And if not, I believe we'll see him pretty early. You know, he's got a ton of power, a ton of speed, 21 homers, 50 stolen bases across AA and AAA in 2022, back-to-back 20-30 seasons in the minors over the past couple of years. 4 doubles, 2 homers, 5 stolen bases. They're putting him in a good spot to succeed here throughout spring training, hitting the 5 spot just the other day. So I do believe that there's an outside chance that he'll make it. And, you know, it's not the end of the world that if he isn't on the opening day roster, you're not going to win your fantasy baseball championship in April. To have a guy with that kind of power and that speed in that lineup, I think is very beneficial. So it's a pick that's not costing you a whole lot. You know, if you drafted a month ago, it definitely didn't. There's a slight rise, but I still think it's worth it.
You know, Welsh, I always compare him to Pedroia. Like, that's the guy. If Pedroia worked out, he would be Anthony Volpe. Watched him play a fair amount last year personally up front, right in front of my face. And the kid's he's just a baseball player at the end of the day. And even Eric Cross, I remember 2 years ago, we were talking about Anthony Volpe, and, you know, he's the biggest Red Sox guy there is. And he's like, it really grinds my gears that I have to tell you how great of a baseball player Anthony Volpe is. And we're getting closer, it feels like. How close do you think we are to seeing Anthony Volpe up? And do you see him as a potential sleeper in 2023?
Yeah, I think there is a real legit shot. I mean, you got to remember, we are like a week or so away from this all starting up. Like, camps are going to break. This is going to be done. And we haven't seen the big major. He's been optioned. And the thing that works against him is, if I remember this correctly, he's not on the 40-man where Oswald Peraza is. And that is the major factor that works against him. But there's also something with Yankee fans and management about building the excitement and not messing around. And obviously they have incentivized baseball in general for this, and he would be the big guy. I mean, this would give them that incentivization for it. And I think he's a big power speed combo player. If he doesn't make the roster, I think he's up soon, kind of like what we talked about with Brandon Pfaadt, but I've had a bold prediction. I think he breaks camp. I think he's the guy. We all look and we're like, all right, Jordan Walker was the early one where we're like, he doesn't have a gig, but this will be the Julio Rodriguez. I think at the end of the day, Volpe is going to be the one that's going to end up making the roster or right there close, and he's going to put up big stats. Maybe it's better likened to like Michael Harris. I think he's got a legit shot at that AL Rookie of the Year award, by the way, is going to be a tight race. Gunnar Henderson. I think Yoshida is super sneaky and a great bet, and Volpe in there. I'm definitely with it. And I think this is a great back end of the draft pick, even in 12-man fun leagues and stuff like that. If he breaks camp, you win. If he doesn't, you can move on if you want and then just kind of watch him on the wire. So I think it's actually like one of the most important back end, maybe last picks or, wherever it's relative to his draft range, getting him at the back end of your draft guys right now.
Interesting on Volpe for Rookie of the Year, too. I've already put money in on Gunnar Henderson. I think I got it at 3-1. I'm not sure what it is now, but later on, we're going to talk about some of those futures with Craig Mish when he comes on the program. But that's definitely one of those guys that if he does get red hot, he's got all that skill set. Like I said, good defensive player. He's a hustle player.
He's
New York
is going
to love this guy. And he is a Yankee, really and the public figure piece of that pie is a big deal. It's a media award. We'll do another player, and then we'll get to a promo because I see our producer Chris is eating his lunch. I don't know what he's got there. Chris, what are you eating today? What do you got out there? I can't tell. It's like lo mein
potato salad.
Oh, a little sausage and peppers. That's what it is there. Look at it.
Coming in hot.
Nice.
Well, look at that. There you go. And I see no bread, so it's not like in a sandwich or anything. He's watching his carbs. He's cutting the carbs. A little lower carb situation here. Just the sausage and peppers going straight through. Oh, you're gluten free? I did not know that. See, there you go. Next time, it's funny because all I've done is every time I'm with Chris, we drink. Very little eating going on. It's just mostly drinking. So that's why maybe I've never noticed that. So let's get to another young player here. Miguel Vargas, because Meany, this is a player too, extraordinary upside. Well, I'm concerned about the Dodgers. I keep going on and on. That's a team like every single Sunday on the TV show. People give me crap about it because I keep going on and on about, it's Clayton Kershaw for 122 innings. And then what, after Urias, I don't know what this rotation is. Gavin Lux got hurt. I don't love the second half of this batting order. But then there's Vargas, who is an intriguing young talent and versatile. Do you see this player being somebody in 2023 too, another one of these younger players that could actually step up and become a huge return on investment?
Yeah, I do. I don't have too many shares of him, a couple spots, but there is not as much speed. Although he did have 16 stolen bases in 2022, but I think there is maybe a clearer path for playing time, even though we're talking about Volpe. By the way, like 10-1 still over at Caesars to win
good number,
AL Rookie of the Year and 7-1 in most spots. But here is, an opportunity for, I think, maybe 500 plate appearances here with the Dodgers. A little bit of speed, as I mentioned, but a guy that probably could give you, if he can get to 500 plate appearances, maybe he does flirt with 20 home runs and maybe 10 stolen bases, good contact rate throughout the minors, only one season over 20%, a strikeout rate, very small sample size, of course, with the Dodgers last year, just the 50 plate appearances. But this is a guy that can give you good, ratios across the board in terms of like an on-base percentage, maybe double-digit walk rate potentially, if he can have a sub 20K or strikeout percentage rather, a guy in what could be a really good lineup. But I'm not super optimistic, but the pedigree is certainly there.
Well, they might have no choice because
exactly
Chris Taylor looks absolutely dreadful in the spring. Yeah. My concerns about Max Muncy. We've talked about this ad nauseum, Welsh. They might have their hand forced at some point. I have shares of JD Martinez. I took him last night in the draft we were in. I like the bounce back potential there. But I just think that there's a path here where he would play. That's the big question. Welsh, last year, 17 homers in 113 games at AAA for him, 82 RBI, scored 100 runs. But most importantly, the slash, 304, 404, 511. That's an elite slash, that 3-4-5 slash. You don't see that a lot with players, let alone young players. 915 OPS. That is elite stuff. Does Vargas have a chance to translate those skills to the big league level this season?
Yeah, I think so. That's why I've been beating the drum about him as much as I possibly can. Even this spring, early on, he had the hand thing where it's all famous now. He couldn't swing, yet he was still getting walks. Everybody knew he couldn't swing at a pitch, and he still got a couple walks in. Just hit his first homer the other day. Here's one thing you love. Batting average struggled in spring because of this injury, 233, still had over 400 OBP. And that's been a big thing of why I've been pointing at him. This guy doesn't strike out. He finds ways to get on base. He can steal some. I don't think long-term in like a dynasty, this is a guy that's going to maintain stolen bases, but I think he's young enough. And I think there's a manufacturedness that the Dodgers are going to have to do enough that I think he can hit double digits. I really believe he is a 2010 potential guy. And the thing we keep forgetting about, he's going to be their second baseman. He doesn't have the qualification yet, but he will get second base qualification. And how disastrous does it continue to get? Altuve, gone. Polanco might start the season on the IL.
Right.
There's so many big questions. This is a guy that has an ADP outside the top 180 that could go 20-10 at second base. It's being a little like Pollyanna about it because this is a rookie. But as far as rookies go, his skill set is a floor. And that's why I really like Miguel Vargas. He's kind of one of those guys I want on every one of my teams. And I think we could look back, again, I'm a prospect guy and I am being very like, oh, all the prospects are going to be great. But there's a handful of these just really good guys that are coming at not crazy cost. Corbin Carroll, I love. Cost. Gunnar Henderson, cost. Jordan Walker hasn't even been given the job. He costs. Guess who doesn't? Miguel Vargas.
Walker went for, I think, $20 last night.
He's going in the top 100 now. $20 in your is wow.
Well, there's a little compression. It's a 15-team, 8-person keeper.
Yeah.
So there's like escalating salaries, and he was out there, so people wanted to have him. But I wasn't going to 20 for Walker as much as I like Walker.
Rich.
Just too rich for my blood. But what not rich for anybody's blood is free stuff. And at Fantasy Pros MLB, we're giving away free stuff. That's right. We're giving away free premium. Look at it. Boom. There it is. You want to upgrade to premium? Well, drop a little comment right here, a question in the chat. Chris Meany, the Welsh, and I will answer it for you. And just like that, you are entered to win a free year of the Fantasy Pros Premium. With that, you get all the incredible draft tools. You get access to our Discord at fantasypros.com/chat, where you can get amazing access to all the analysts that we get all sorts of events going on all the time with those folks over on Discord. In fact, some of them are going to be here drafting with us later in the 4 o'clock hour. So the premium upgrade, you get the best tools for your draft, the best tools to manage your season. And if you don't want to wait and take that chance that you're that one lucky person, go to fantasypros.com/premium and just upgrade today. And that 1-year upgrade, remember, will take you through MLB season and NFL season if you do it right now. So go be smart. Go do it. Upgrade. And again, make sure you subscribe to Fantasy Pros MLB, the fastest growing fantasy baseball YouTube channel on the planet. Chris keeps shaking his head every time I say that, but it's true because no one else.
He's gonna have to make a banner like warning. These are not actual facts that Joe Pisapia is saying.
They're not disproven yet. They're not disproven yet.
Let's talk about it. Let's make it true, Joe. Let's just everybody make sure that Joe doesn't get in trouble. Make it true by subscribing.
Well, look, we're closing in on 11,000 already. It was just like a week ago we hit 10,000. So
Joe, let's start giving stuff away from your house. So what do you got behind you? Let's give something away of yours.
What do I got here? How about a Mike Piazza bobblehead?
One of those fun.
There you go.
I don't need Mike Piazza anymore.
Let's get your fantasy black book that's right above you. I have a copy here. Why don't you autograph it and send it to somebody?
We can do that.
There
we'll
you
give
go.
Mike Piazza
now
bobblehead. We'll give this away. Mike Piazza doesn't need. He's handsome. He's rich. He doesn't need to live here. He can live in someone else's house. Come on. He's made of money. He's managing the Italy team. I mean, what does he need? He doesn't need us. Here we go. Here's a fun question here from Uncle Ted Talks. What's your favorite hitting stat? Me, without question, is slugging. When you're evaluating talent, Welsh, what's that one for you that you go to? You're like, that tells me what this hitter really is.
Ooh, that's a good question.
It's a fun question.
Yeah, mine tend to be like combos. I think slugging is probably near the top. I think that's going to tell you a lot about the player. I'm not going to lie, though, that I don't go and I have to piece together a multitude of things. I'm going to take a look at WOBA. I really care about strikeout percentage. BABIP is another thing, like what they maintain. But yeah, I think if I had to single like one hitting stat, it would probably be slugging. I think that's good. I'm
an OPS guy. How about you, Meany? What do you like?
Yeah, OPS is a good one. I think what Welsh was saying, like, contact rate, strikeout rate. When I'm a big prop player, so I'm taking a look at guys that make contacts. Splits, WOBA, who hits lefties, who hits righties. WOBA's a big one. ISO, of course, when it comes to power. guys for extra base hits, 1.5, or, having some home run props. But I'd say slugging, and if I'm ranking 3, slugging would probably be in the top 3. But Woba, I think, is something that I really, really look at.
Yeah, it might be
We've got-
Woba, ISO, and slugging are like my
Yeah.
3 I probably pay attention to.
Yeah,
There's another young player we're going to talk about in a second here as a sleeper, but Samantha Sheldon has a question. Do you think Edouard Julien will make the Twins MLB roster this year? Is it worth picking him up in Dynasty, Welsh?
Ooh, I mean, you guys know I love Edouard Julien. He was phenomenal out here in the AFL. I fell in love with this guy. My statement in November was, I looked at him and I immediately saw this is a 10-year vet in major leagues. Now, is that going to be like this awesome guy? I don't know if he's going to be a superstar, but I think this is a guy that'll be in the major leagues for a long time. He actually has a really good ability to walk. He'll keep the bat on, but then he can get hyper aggressive. He is solely playing second base. And that's what makes him interesting. If Jorge Polanco misses time, I do think that they might open it up. They might move Nick Gordon back down there, but Edouard Julien is someone that's going to be up this year. So if the question, what was the question? It was just about like wanting them in Dynasty.
Could he make the
Making the
team and
squad,
what's
I
his
think.
value in Dynasty? Well, here's a question. Like, is this going to be one of these guys where you look at it and you say, okay, I need an Altuve replacement. Could Julien be a guy that costs you very little to find out? Could he be that stopgap guy, at least in April?
Okay, so I don't think so. I wouldn't say no, but like the same reasons where Altuve gets hurt and everyone's like, hey, Hensley, 6'6". Like, I'm not looking to replace Altuve with the guy who's replacing Altuve. I'm going somewhere else. I've cited like Brendan Donovan as someone I would really be looking at. I wouldn't put it past. The only thing is like, I don't think Edouard Julien would hit super high in the lineup right now, but he is a power speed combo guy. He definitely can barrel up the ball, and that is what he's built around. It's just going to be like in the majors, is he going to get very Kevin Biggio and just keep and be very passive, or is he going to get hyper aggressive? And that's what he's learning. I remember
Kevin Biggio. That was fun.
That's what he's learning. But he's a dynasty pickup guy, and I think he could break camp and then go and get him. And then if it works out, you're going to reap the benefits. I love Edouard Julien, and dynasty wise, like if it's dynasty, I imagine your minors are like 10 plus. He's like a must. He's a top 55, 60 overall prospect.
Here's a fun one from Coconut Head, which is a fun name too. I love the names. I always love the names. Can't get enough of them. Meany, where would you take Harper in a 5-person keeper league? Now, this is interesting. If this was a startup, I would probably be relatively aggressive. I would think probably it's like a 3rd round pick, right?
Yeah, and then he's ahead of schedule. He's ahead of schedule too. Like
he's superhuman.
He is superhuman. And it depends on your setting too. I think maybe even a little bit more aggressive if you're in a league that counts on base percentage. I have him in a keeper league, and I did keep him where you can only keep 3 guys, and he's somebody that's super beneficial in that format. You love the lineup that he's in as well. Trey Turner, man, he was fantastic in the World Baseball Classic, and top that order. So I'd say, geez, in a 5-keeper league, if you're just assuming you're starting from scratch here, yeah, I'd say you really start thinking about him outside the 3rd round, 4th round. Be a little bit aggressive if you do like Bryce.
I gotta be honest. The more I'm thinking about it, I think going 2nd or 3rd round. Like, I think it's more that 2nd, 3rd turn for me, because I want that player, especially if there's no salary attached. There's just a snake trap we're talking about with rounds. I mean, the later you get him, if it's a round attachment, that's different. Then you kind of walk that, you maybe try to squeeze it to the 3rd round, but Welsh, what do you think? This is a fascinating question.
Yeah, I did a startup Otno draft. I always screwed up. It's a dynasty format that's on Fangraphs. I did a Podcasters League one, and I actually got Harper, and it was an auction. I got him at $26, and it ended up kind of being those things we all looked at and we're like, in a dynasty format, that's actually probably one of the best deals you can get him at, but everyone's kind of fearful to take him. And I love him even more in any type of dynasty snake format. I think that 3rd round is great if you can get him somewhere in there with no round attachment. Something I've been sitting on, I'm curious. Let's assume this timeline does move up a little bit. It actually moves up, because they're not putting him on the 60-day, which means there's a possibility he breaks this May 29th come up date. Who would you rather invest in, Meany, right now in just a normal redraft? Jose Altuve or Bryce Harper? Because Jose Altuve, we know, is not coming back until best May 15th, but probably June 1st if we really want to not be crazy about it. And Bryce Harper looks like he's beating that. So who would you rather take right now, Harper or Altuve in a redraft?
It's Harper. I understand how weak the second base position is, and it's nice to obviously have Altuve for the second half push to win a championship, but hand injuries scare me. There could be some sort of setback. There could be some power issues for him. I mean, he's getting a little bit older. I know he's still a fantastic player, and up at the top, he's been the top second baseman off the board, before the injury. But it is Harper, and especially Harper if you're playing in a high stakes league where you got to roster 5 outfielders. I don't think there's really a question for me there. It's Bryce.
Let's get to another one of the sleepers here. Tristian Casas is another guy I know that's on your list. Meany, first baseman for the Boston Red Sox last year in the minor leagues, 72 games for him, 11 homers, 38 ribbies, hit 273 with an 863 OPS. There's a lot of reason to like the potential of Tristian Casas, and certainly opportunity is going to present itself for that Red Sox team that's definitely retooling. Is that the nice way to say it? I'm going to try to be a little bit more PC. Retooling. So your thoughts on Casas this year? This is another player, another young player, but is he somebody we should be in on right now in redraft?
Yeah, I think so. I know the Red Sox lineup isn't going to be as good. They lost some guys, as you mentioned, retooling. Even Masataka Yoshida is a guy that I really like, and great skills. I thought he was really good in the World Baseball Classic as well. But Tristian Casas does have my attention. He's a guy that's going outside the top 200 and just under 100 plate appearances last year. So I think we have to take what he did with a grain of salt, right? But he still chipped in with 5 homers, a stolen base, a sub 200 average. He's a much better hitter than that. I think he can get into the 240, 250 range. I think he can lead off for the Red Sox. It looks like they have their lineup set. If Turner's their 3 hitter and you got Devers in the 2 spot and Yoshida in that cleanup spot, there's really a lot of value here for a guy like Casas. Good ballpark. The lineup's still going to be decent. A walk rate that was really solid, and that's why I think he could lead off for Boston the entire year. Good discipline, good power. Yeah, I'm a fan of his, and I think there's going to be in a dynasty league, I'm going to be super aggressive. But in a redraft league, I think he's somebody that can really do a lot for your squad.
Welsh, give me your dynasty and redraft take on Casas too, because I'm curious to see how that differs.
Yeah, so I'm down with Casas in redraft right now. I've always loved, he is monster power in person. Also a little bit more of a feel hitter. I interviewed him and chatted with him, and very smart guy, understanding, has a ritual, understands his entire process. He'll get into, the 2-strike choking up on the bat. Like, he's just a very smart hitter that I think he gets like weird comps with Bobby Dahlback, but he's just much more athletic. And I think the batting average is going to get there. Him leading off is fascinating to me because he's a solid OBP guy. The runs could go through the roof. I mean, Masataka Yoshida is going to be hitting cleanup for this team, which is wild. You have Devers hitting in front of him. You might see run totals push 90 or something for Tristian Casas if he were to play a whole season. Plus, he is a 20-plus home run threat. Easy. If the batting average stinks, it's a little bit in question. But as far as redraft goes, I believe his ADP is around 208, I think, on it's right around between 200 and 210 on FantasyPros ADP, if you guys check that out. From a dynasty perspective and a prospect perspective, because he still does qualify, I've actually got him as a top 25 prospect still. And some could argue, oh, he's getting time now, blah, blah, blah. There's still some warts. There's still some questions there. Is the batting average ever going to fix? If the batting average does, then he's going to blow past any prospect projections or anything like that. So, dynasty, I think he pushes like that 150, 180 overall range. And he's, a few spots lower in redraft, but he's definitely a target. And OBP leagues, he should be even a little bit more.
Yeah. Welsh, I'm so proud of you. You made the big box. Look at you.
I got it. Yay, I got
Moving
on
the
big box.
So
now we got to get Joe into the big boxes.
No. My bald head's too much. It takes up the entire box.
I think we definitely need it now.
Well, maybe. We'll see what happens there. Let's talk about a couple pitchers here, too, because I know 2 pitchers on Meany's list happen to be 2 guys that we talk about all the time lately. It's Jeffrey Springs, who I think Welsh might be common law wed to already after the end of this offseason shows, and then Reid Detmers, who was somebody that we've talked about with every pitching guru in the industry, and we all seem to be on the same page, basically, that Detmers is a guy that we like. Now, you're an Angels guy, so you watch a lot more Angels baseball than most. Talk to me about Detmers and Springs, and why are you in on both of those guys? Yes, unfortunately. Last night, by the way, were you just holding your breath like completely? Like, is that like the worst? I'm
still not over it.
You're like, okay, I don't want Ohtani to blow his elbow out while throwing a pitch to Mike Trout, because if it hits him on the wrist, then my whole season's over in one pitch. Is that what happened for you?
Especially when you said it in the chat in our draft last night. You talked about him hitting Trout on the wrist and then blowing out the elbow on the same pitch. And it just broke my heart to even
I'm the worst. Why are you friends with me still after all these years? That's the real question.
I couldn't sit down last night. It was just so fantastic to watch. It's something that that I wanted to see when both of those players, decided to go play in the World Baseball Classic, and it was a storybook ending. It was just a win for all baseball fans, and I really feel bad for my guy Trout. I was hoping that he could take him deep or get on base and extend the game. But anyways, 3 actually Angel pitchers. I think Tyler Anderson is gonna he was really good last season, and I think he's going to come down a little bit, but his ADP, I mean, he's going pretty late. So is Patrick Sandoval. But Reid Detmers was a guy that, last year he had some really nice moments, and then he was sent down. And when he came up, post All-Star break, you started to see some changes. And really in the second half, I mean, he had a K per 9 that was at 10, a 26% strikeout rate, a 13.1 swinging strike percentage. The O contact rate was 57.5%, which is solid, a 73% contact rate. I mean, a massive difference between first half and second half. And then hearing a lot of offseason talk with him, some different workouts, talked about getting stronger and more explosive. And I think that's what we're seeing firsthand here in spring. I mean, you can take some velocity metrics that are high, with Alek Manoah dropping down and, Detmers, rising a little bit, but there's significant movement, like of a 95 to 97 fastball. It was 93 last year. His slider as well, 87. It's up to 88, 89 or 91. So a strong spring here through 13 innings, 17 strikeouts and 4 walks. And for Jeffrey Springs, and I think Welsh can talk to this as well, is there were some grip changes last year with him, and we saw some movement on the fastball and the change, velocity uptick on some pitches as well. 0 starts in 2021, 25 starts last year. Most projections have him for about 130 innings. I think he can creep up to 160, 170, a 5.9% barrel rate, which is solid for him, and a 13.5 swinging strike percentage, also solid. A decent command, probably somebody that's going to be sub 2.4 walks per 9 and, flirting with 10K per 9. He was a guy last year in the strikeout market. You were getting plus money on 3.5 strikeouts. I don't think you're going to get that this season, but he does have some nice stuff, and I think they stretched him out a little bit.
All right, Meany, we stretched you out to a little bit longer because you're just that good. So here's a question before I let you go. Your Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, 82.5, over or under?
Ooh. I would say that nobody should put their hard-earned bucks on the over on that, given what we've seen from them over the past couple of years and the injury history. But I think that they're an 84-win team, slightly above 500. But the bet inside that division is Seattle at 87.5. They're a 90-win team last year. Love the staff, love the bullpen. That's the bet inside that division. But man,
Chris Meany, always a pleasure.
Ohtani's going to be gone.
It's so great to have you on the show, as always. I'm so glad you survived the dry wedding of Jake Seeley. So I hope that you enjoyed that, enjoyed your time there, and enjoyed your time with us. Stick around, everybody, because we come back. We're going to have insider from MLB and Sports Grid, Craig Mish, joining us to talk little futures in MLB. Don't go anywhere. Stick with us. Who knows what might happen? What breaking news? We'll be right back right after this. Welcome back, everybody. The Festival of Friendship continues here on Fantasy Pros MLB channel. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe and click that little bell till it goes ding for the notifications. You know, every time a piece of content drops here, we've got the short form videos, we got all the podcasts, and most importantly, we've got leading off every single day starting very soon, your daily dose of fantasy baseball, of wagering baseball, of DFS baseball. We do it all. And speaking of doing it all, this man wears many hats, and he's been my friend for many, many years and my colleague for equally as many, and still, I like to call him my friend as well. So despite all those years and all those hours spent with each other, still, here we are, still talking. You know him, of course, from Sports Grid. You've known him from his years on SiriusXM Radio as well, but he's the host of the news show over on Sports Grid, where I'm at as well, and he is the godfather of fantasy sports today. He's the one, the only MLB insider, Craig Mish. Mish, it's great to have you here on the program, and I know you dressed for the occasion. You always class up the joint wherever you are, and I got to ask you this question at the top. All you MLB insiders, you know, Rosenthal, Heyman, Mish, all those guys, do you guys have like a Friars Club thing where you have a restaurant you go to or Blazers with a little emblem on it? Like this, are you wearing it right now?
It's like the Saturday Night Live Five Timers Club. I don't know
Yes.
if you've seen those episodes. Yeah. No, we don't have that. I mean, it's. I'll tell you, it's funny that you bring that up. It is a super competitive job, as you would imagine.
Mm-hmm.
Like in the NFL, it's obvious that everyone is competing, but it's like Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport. In Major League Baseball, it's like everyone wants to report on their local team, and then some people want to do it more on the national side too. But it's really competitive. I feel like I have good relationships, I would say, with most of them. But once you sort of jump on someone else's turf, Joe, the dynamic changes quite a bit, man. So
I was about to say, we're about to get some dirt. Let's get some dirt. Who sucks the most? Who's the worst? I actually just saw Passan at camp, by the way. Passan's hair is gorgeous and beautiful, by the way. I saw him at Rangers camp. But yeah, let's talk about who sucks the most, Joe. Let's get into this.
Well, I know. Well, Craig's actually told me there's one guy, and I will not say who it is. I will not disclose. But basically, you know, he likes to say things.
And again, I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus individually, but what I would say is that it's very hard to like say nothing about a team and then all of a sudden pretend like you know everything about a team. Like it's just the credibility factor there for me.
That's your moment of zen. Everybody
isn't quite there, but primarily, again, I'm doing most of the Marlins stuff. I would say that in the past year, it's not that I cut back from doing more of the national stuff. Like it's funny because I'm still like getting the same information that I got before. But it's like before I hit the send tweet, I'm like, do I really want to do this? Like, I don't know, you know. So I kind of just like sort of did all Marlins this offseason. But inevitably, I think that what you're talking about in the insider role is something that I think I can grow with for sure. And unless these guys that all do it now who do a great job. But guys, if they do this forever until they're like 100, then yeah, then I'll just keep doing it.
Craig, let me ask you, what is that feeling too of breaking like the big national news? Do you still get that high? Is there that big like if you go viral, like Joe's had a viral tweet, I've had like one or two, like you get there's that like little small, you know, like high that you get off it. But what's it like to break that big piece of national news and see your name everywhere? You got to feel a little bit of joy out of that.
It's definitely very nerve-wracking because it's like you have to be sure that you're right on the stuff, you know? Like for me, I just take it so seriously. I used to, in the past, not really care and just sort of be like, I'll just do this haphazard. I believe this is going to happen. I think that I've talked to somebody that is going to, but now I'm like all facts and I try to just keep it that way. But I mean, the notoriety is cool, but it's the lead up because a lot of times, Welsh, what happens is, and I'm sure this happens for everybody, is that I know about this usually for a long time before I end up saying something. So it's like I'm sitting on it. Can I do it? Can I do it? Can I say it? Can I do it? And then you hit the button to send it out and you just kind of know what's going to happen from there. So
how many times did you also get hit on the inverse where you had this, you were waiting, you really want to check it, and then you just get smashed by someone else and you're like,
all the time. But again, you know, for me, the one thing that I have to maintain for sure is relationships. Mm-hmm. And I can't speak for everybody else. Maybe I would say, you know, probably some of the other guys that do it don't really care if they upset someone because they want to be first, they want to break it. I'm just not that guy. Like I want to make sure that I'm not going to get a text, hey, why'd you say that or why'd you do that? And I didn't get any of that this offseason. So I feel like
well done.
I was headed in the right direction. I love the relationships that I have. And on top of it, I can come on my own show on Fantasy Sports Today or Sports Grid, or come on with you guys, and I can text somebody. Like, if you have a question for me, like who may be the closer here, I can just shoot a text. Hey, who is your closer?
Well, that's really why we have you
Who
here.
is the
So
Marlins
let's-
closer, actually?
Yeah, who is the
let's get
Marlins
that. Who is
closer?
it? Floro or is it Matt Barnes?
I can't
Is it Matt
tell you.
Barnes?
No,
Yeah.
but you know, so that's part of it as well. And that's the dynamic that doesn't really change. You know, for me, the one thing I'm very careful with is the betting aspect of it, because again, I don't want to get wrapped up in that. But from the fantasy aspect of it, like, who do you think is going to have a good season? Who's a sleeper on your team?
Well, let's talk about that, Mish, because
yeah.
you cover the Marlins. You're right there. And this is an organization that's made some changes. Luis Ariz has arrived. You've got them bringing in Gene Segura, Yoel Gurriel. They've added some more veteran pieces here to this lineup that last couple of years, let's be honest, it's lacked for a little bit of major league talent. And then, of course, you have Jazz Chisholm in there, who is a budding young superstar. In your opinion, all these moves that they've done here, is this enough for them to at least sort of start to uptick around what was last year a pretty good pitching staff?
Yeah, that's a great question, Joe. And this is the hardest thing to answer for me thus far in the offseason and in spring training, because I am somebody that believes in spring training. I am somebody that believes if you play fantasy baseball that you should make the trip, because you're going to at least have awareness of when players are coming into games and what positions they're playing and sort of what the managers think about them. Results may not end up mattering, but you're going to fly back or go back wherever you are and say, yeah, I saw Hunter Brown pitch for Houston. I saw Christian Javier in the past. Like, you're going to have, recognition of these players. And Joe, I don't know if I can take anything away from the spring, because if I did, the Marlins are last in every single offensive category, and it is not close. Last in OPS, last in average, last in home runs. Like, I mean, does that mean anything? I'm not really sure. I hope.
Well, does it mean
not.
anything, Craig, for the situation of Jazz Chisholm being a player that is highly ranked in a position that is kind of sparse right now, and just lost another great player with Altuve? A lot of people are putting their eggs into the Jazz Chisholm basket, but we all know about the offensive ecosystem. Sometimes it's one thing to play on the Braves. It's another thing to have to play with the Miami Marlins offense. So is that going to potentially hurt his stock in 2023?
Yeah, no, I don't think so, because he's still going to bat near or at the top of the lineup there. And the whole question for him, Joe, will be health. And they're asking him to play center field this season. He looked okay, but look, there's been some errors. I was at a game where a ball was hit right to him, and he was just standing there and the thing went right over his head. I like the player. I think he is absolutely worth his draft position. But the comparison right now that people are making, and I do think it is a fair one, although a little bit earlier on in his career, is Byron Buxton. It's just Byron Buxton. You just have to know that there's a pretty good chance that Byron Buxton's not going to change who he is. He's going to play with his hair on fire, and he's going to miss 30, 40 games and doesn't care. Like, he is just going to play as hard as he possibly can. And I love Buxton. I took him in my draft this year, and I'll continue to take him because I'm going to wait for that 1 year that he does play 150. I hope that's not Jazz, but that's what's happened, Joe, the last couple of years. He's missed a lot of games. So 140 games of Jazz, probably a top 20 player in fantasy baseball. 90 games of Jazz, not close.
Mish, I'm curious. There's two guys that really intrigue me about this team. There's actually one that Joe and I were talking about asking, but I have to ask this one. I don't know what to make of Luis Ariz, especially from a fantasy perspective, because he's such an incredible, awesome contact hitter, but he always lacks counting stats. We did see some homers pop out in the WBC. Do you think, just quickly on him, do you think we could see a different offensive take from Luis Ariz and he could take a next step, or are we going to get a lot more of the same?
I think it is more of the same because, again, you're counting on Welsh guys behind him driving him home, and that's been an unproven commodity for the Marlins. I think he led off today. Maybe if he ends up leading off, then you have Jazz right behind him. But if you look at that lineup, and assuming Gene Segura is who he is, and Garrett Cooper is who he is, I mean, those guys are okay. But my gosh, behind that, Luis Ariz could find himself on first base with 2 outs and a batter coming up that just hits a ground ball and ends the inning. So I don't think his runs are going up. I could definitely see him with the same batting average and certainly on base percentage. Maybe he just decides, hey, look, I want to try and hit more home runs. We saw that in the WBC. It came out of nowhere. I don't think he ever had 2 home runs in a major league game. He hit 2 in that game against the United States. But if in a league with OBP and a league with average, he's who you're getting, but you're not getting steals. I don't think you're getting runs, and certainly batting at the top of the lineup, you're not getting RBI.
We had Nick Pollack on earlier in the show talking about Jesus Luzardo, and you're getting a lot better visual than a lot of other people are. When we're looking at Luzardo, the 100 innings he pitched last year were very good, but the problem is the number. Problem is, it's 100 innings. So at the end of the day, it's a little bit of a leap of faith you have to put with Jesus Luzardo. Has he garnered enough favor, it seems like, in this organization that they have the faith that he is going to start to push to that 150, 160 inning plateau? Or are we just spinning our wheels here every year, hoping that Luzardo has the breakout? Because we've been waiting since the Oakland A's days for the Luzardo breakout.
Yeah, look, his 100 innings are probably going to be better than 90% of the pitchers in Major League Baseball of 100 innings. But, Joe, there's been no indication that he's going to be able to go above that. Last year, they thought that he'd miss a start or two, and he ended up missing almost 3 months. So maybe you just certainly have to bake in the injury factor there to his stats this year. I'm not really sure. I know the Marlins did not make him available at all in trades this offseason, and certainly they traded Starling Marte for him. And you know how that went. He went to Oakland and ended up signing with the Mets. So I think injuries with the Marlins staff are a story. It's just a matter of, are those guys going to be able to, as you said, make those 20 starts? Edward Cabrera, another player who's looked great in limited time, but hasn't been able to make that many starts over the course of the season. So I think Luzardo has tremendous upside, but again, how could I predict, Joe, that he could throw 150 innings? It's almost impossible.
No, it absolutely is. All right, let's get to the player awards, which are a little less impossible. We're part of the Sports Grid network there. We talk about wagering all day long. At the top of the National League board, it's very tricky because you have a lot of guys who are on the same teams. And I always feel like that is something we've talked about in the past when we've hosted together. Sometimes they cancel each other out. You've got Soto at the top at 550, which is interesting to me. Mookie Betts at plus 950, then Ronald Acuna, Fernando Tatis. Then you've got Trey Turner, Nolan Arenado, of course, Goldschmidt coming off of it last year. Manny Machado is going to be in this mix. National League MVP to me is one of those that I'm just waiting on, because last year you saw Manny Machado go out front, but it just felt like it wasn't something that was going to see its way all the way through the season. Is that your approach to National League MVP too, or do you think that it's actually somebody now, one or two players, or maybe even somebody like a Pete Alonso, who's kind of more on an island as opposed to part of these little super teams that are starting to develop in the National League? How do you approach National League MVP?
Yeah, you know me, Joe. I don't like to be a prisoner of the moment. That's the one.
No, that is very true.
I don't like to get caught up in it. But if there is a player who's looked better than anybody else on the biggest stage against the best pitching in the world in the last month, it is Trey Turner. And Trey Turner looks like he was worth every bit of that $300+ million that he got with the Philadelphia Phillies. And you're kidding me, in a lineup that eventually will have Bryce Harper, and Rhys Hoskins has had a great spring, and JT Realmuto's had a great spring, and also great World Baseball, and they have Kyle Schwarber too. I don't think there's any question that Philadelphia's offense is as good or better than any team in the National League. And so with Turner going there this year, and his ability to steal as many bases as he does too, which obviously will get a little bit of a tick up, I think that would be, at least for now, the one that I would be looking at to win the National League MVP.
And Welsh, that's a fascinating narrative too when you think about it, because you're talking about Bryce Harper not being there and carrying the load while Bryce Harper is out. You could really start to craft that, because it's a media award at the end of the day. Just like Verlander 25-1 at Cy Young, we were on that last year and just pounding the table for the narrative of that and the fact that it was very possible, and then it ended up hitting at the end of the day. Is Turner a fascinating spot in your mind as well? Because certainly from the number standpoint, it's a really good return on investment at plus 1,100.
Yeah, I think so, because like Juan Soto right at the top is already dealing with this oblique injury, and he's the his favorite. I'm looking over on DraftKings right now at 5.5 to 1. He's the favorite. Mookie, but we've talked about the Dodgers stuff. You think the Dodgers are going to kind of taper back a little bit. That I think he provides the best odds and really, really kind of jumps out to me. On the AL side, though, what I can't get over, Craig, is there anybody but Ohtani and Judge that you would be willing to put your money on? And if so, obviously, who is it? Because I can't parse what you do, Ohtani versus Judge in the AL, if you're going to take it. But is there anybody else like a Mike Trout after striking out on Ohtani that you would go with?
I mean, first of all, if I was a voter, Ohtani would be the MVP every year, and that includes last year too. I mean, it's the most ridiculous
Craig,
thing.
to that point, before we get into that, is this a very dangerous year for Ohtani for this award? Because if the Angels bottom out, he could be on his way somewhere else. And if he's on his way to the National League, all of a sudden that becomes a very different dynamic.
That's true. And maybe that's something that is something to take advantage of this year and bank on that, maybe him getting traded. I cannot imagine the Angels trading him, and I cannot imagine them not trading him, which sounds like the dumbest thing that you could ever say, because it's like if the Angels have any thought of him coming back, there's no way they can trade him. But if I am Perry Manasian, the GM of the Angels, I am 100% trading this guy at the trade deadline. Are you kidding me? The Angels have been horrible for years and years. They have to cash in on this. I don't think he goes back to the Angels. And so, Joe, I think that's a fair point. If he ends up going to an NL team, he's not going to win the MVP. The only player that I would take a shot with, because, again, you said it's a media award, which is really true, and who has been really right on the outside of that award, maybe it's like this year, we got to make sure we get it to this guy. That would be Jose Ramirez on Cleveland. Like, if he puts together another great season, maybe at some point the voters say, come on, like, how many times can this guy finish second, third, fourth? And at Cleveland obviously would have to have a good year, too.
Ramirez is one of the most underrated players. He just does not get enough respect. It's unbelievable. That's a great one.
I've
already put money.
You were going to say Trout, by the way. I thought he was going to say Trout. When you talk about a media award with it, so that's interesting.
But that problem with Trout is, again, same team as Ohtani, and Ohtani's pitching. Like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but like I guess the logic would be is if Ohtani, this actually might completely nix Mike Trout as an option whatsoever. Is if Ohtani is traded, that team is stinking. Mike Trout still doesn't win it. If that team is winning and going to get to the playoffs, Ohtani is clearly the favorite. Mike Trout is probably the most non-votable, non-bettable player out of all of this.
That's lighting your money on fire.
The Angels are not winning. They never have.
No, thank you, Craig Mish. Thank you. I've actually already put money on Julio Rodriguez because I see a world where Ohtani does get traded and the Mariners are this darling team, and you already see Julio on all the commercials, and I think we're just scratching the surface. Last year in the All-Star game, he was the story. Around that home run derby and everything. I think he's got all of the makings of that next big time superstar already. And you're seeing him all over in every MLB commercial. Julio and the Mariners are a good story, especially if they somehow,
I think that's a
God forbid, should overtake the Houston Astros, because the Houston Astros are dealing with some issues right now. What if Alvarez's hand isn't right? What if Altuve struggles to come back? What does that pitching look like without Verlander, Mish?
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, you don't even have to go that far. Put Altuve in the lineup, put Alvarez in the lineup, and put Seattle right next to Houston, and you tell me, is there that big a difference between these two teams? I don't think so. So I think that you could be onto something there. And look, Seattle, to me, their rotation is probably better than Houston's, honestly, going into the season when you look at it. So no reason why that can't happen.
I would say rotation to Seattle, but lineup, I still say Houston Astros. But
probably
again,
so, but not that far off. Not that.
But you got to stay healthy, right? The age potentially makes a problem there. All right, let's talk about Cy Young a little bit here. Let's talk about some of the pitchers because obviously, the favorites in the National League are kind of the usual suspects. You got your Scherzers, your Verlanders, your Corbin Burns, your Alcantaras. In your opinion, is it going to be one of those usual suspects, or do you see someone emerging from the National League that maybe we're not thinking about?
Yeah, I mean, again, a runner-up last year or a guy who came close would be Julio Urias. I think that's a good choice there. If we're building a media story here, he's going to start opening day, not Clayton Kershaw. And he was fantastic last year. And I know that a lot of the fans in LA thought he should have won the Cy Young. I don't think he should have. I think Sandy should have, and he was unanimous. But I think Urias would be the one that I would tap into. And then the other would be Zach Gallen. And Gallen was the best pitcher in baseball over the last month and a half. And 30 starts at Gallen is going to be just as good or better than anyone else. And he's just not really on the national map, I don't think, yet.
Welsh, I love the Gallen call by Mish, but also I want to throw Spencer Strider into that mix too, because what if Strider does do what he did last year over a full 180 something innings? Can Strider get in that conversation? Because right now he is sitting at 10-1 for this award.
How many innings did he throw last year?
130. How about 131 innings, and he struck out 200 batters in 130 innings.
What I would say, Joe, is I don't see a world where he throws 180 innings, in my opinion. But it's not
that was the 50 jump, which typically organizations they theoretically like to throw out there.
150 maybe for him. I remember a bullpen guy for a lot of time too. It's not to say that he couldn't strike out 300 in 150 innings.
He's like a true DeGrom. Two-pitch pitcher, which I think makes it tough. I think it's really tough to dive in and be like, this guy could be the best pitcher in baseball as a pure two-pitch pitcher. But I think the numbers are video game like, and if there is a repeat and he does get to 160, he's gonna strike out 230, 240 batters, so he's up against it. The thing is going to be, it's like Sandy is going to probably lead the league in innings pitched again. Corbin Burns is a big strikeout guy, and now you have Verlander there. So I think Strider's a good bet. I really kind of think this is like the Wild West, actually, of just so many different options. I might actually go Verlander if we're being honest.
Yeah, Burns
the AL
traded too.
Yeah, and the AL, though, jumps out to me that DeGrom is the leader over on DraftKings right now. There's one guy that stands out to me, though, is a bet I want to do. I think this guy could lead the league in ERA, and it's Shane McClanahan at 12-1 right now, and he's pretty far down that list. Obviously, Garrett Cole is there, and I think there's a ton of volatility between guys like Manoah, Bieber, and Cease. What say you in the AL Cy Young race, Mish, and do you like that Shane McClanahan one at all?
I actually really like Jeffrey Springs too. I would not sleep on him.
That's Welsh's guy.
That's my guy. Love Jeffrey Springs.
Yeah, I really think Jeffrey Springs could be in line for a really big year too. I really don't have a strong opinion, to be honest, in the American League, because again, so many pitchers with that are entering a season that are among the favorites that have really just have not had multiple years of putting those kind of seasons together. So for me, it would be get a dart throw, find a 30-40-1, something like that.
It's interesting because Zach Gallen is a phenomenal number here, plus 1,600. And wouldn't you know it, Shane McClanahan also plus 1,600, by the way. Springs, I don't even know if we could find him on this. I'm sure potentially. He might not even be on.
He's not even on DraftKings.
I'm scrolling on FanDuel.
I don't know that he'll get the innings for it, but...
Oh, no, here he is on FanDuel. There you go. Found it.
50?
Plus 20,000.
Just 20-1, that's it?
20-1. That's it.
Wow, it just tells you how good he is. I do like a rookie of the year. I do have a rookie of the year.
Well, let's go. Before we let you go here, it was a National League or American League. Who you got? You on the Corbin Carroll run with us?
No, James Outman on the Dodgers.
Ah, okay.
Wow, there's a deep pull. If he makes a roster, I guess I get it.
Yeah, and how about if not? Outman. And he comes up in a month. I really think this guy has a chance, man. This guy, James Outman on LA, the Dodgers are not the Dodgers that we've known in the past. Chris Taylor's coming off a tough year. Gavin Lux is out. I mean, they're going to need some production from. I mean, JT is now gone from that team. I understand JD Martinez is there too. Yeah, outside of Mookie Betts, is there a star there or not? It's been a while since Jock Peterson and some others. I don't know that Outman even makes the team opening day, but I would say this, guys, don't forget, very important with Rookie of the Year. We have a week to go. You can make money on this. You can find a way to do it. Teams get an extra high pick, like they did for Julio Rodriguez, for having the guys up at the beginning of the season. So we have to eliminate this thought process in the past to say, oh, service time and all that. BS. You know how important that first round pick is, or a comp pick is?
Yeah.
And let's not discount that. So for me, he's been the most impressive guy that I've seen. And also, I don't know if this kid's going to make the team, but this kid McLean on the Reds have like all these really scrappy guys that are just playing hard, man. And I think fantasy-wise, Will Myers, a lot of those guys on the Reds are going to surprise a lot. I think Will Myers is probably the Brandon Drury of last year.
That's it's funny because we've talked a little bit about Will Myers on the show here and there about can you get him into a good ballpark? Can you get him a situation where he's not fighting for any playing time? Well, the Reds have a lot of. I mean, we were just
not
talking.
They're not going to be good. They're going to be terrible, but
they're going to be terrible. But again, for a fantasy perspective, they're cheap. So, Welsh, who was the prospect we were just talking about the other day? He just got sent down 2 days ago. Christian
Encarnacion.
Christian Encarnacion strong.
Yeah, and Ellie De La Cruz. Look, the Reds have some kids that are going to play hard, and at the end of the season, they're going to lose. They're going to lose so many games though this year. But anyway, that's at least some of the things that I've seen in the spring.
Craig Mish, so before I let you go here, I just got it's Ohtani's the theme of the show today because last night was just spectacular.
Yep. I was there.
If indeed, I know, was it electric? First of all, before I even asked the question,
Saturday was better than last night.
Venezuela, the Saturday game was really something.
It was insane.
The Venezuela side to me that was one of the great baseball games I've seen.
I mean, you could say the Mexico-Japan game was just as good, if not better. A lot of people are saying that. I was not at that game. The Venezuela-USA game was one of the best baseball games I've ever been to, for sure.
Wow. Well, on that note, too, in the WBC world, when we're talking about Ohtani, you said it, and I agree with you that the Angels are a team that is probably going to have a difficult situation here going forward. If indeed they have that impossible task of trying to trade Shohei Ohtani and sell that to their fan base, you're getting a hitter, you're getting a pitcher, you're going to have to give up a whole lot to get him. Who is in the best position to make that move and also tempt him with a situation where they can win and maybe they can even re-sign him without him going to free agency? And why is it my New York Mets?
Yeah, I mean, Ohtani does feel like a guy that's going to end up with the Dodgers or the Mariners or one of these teams. I mean, it just seems like those guys end up playing on the West Coast. But I think the one team that we should not rule out, because we know they have the money, we know they tried to spend the money a couple of different times, and that's the San Francisco Giants. I got Ohtani ending up with the Giants because they tried on Judge, they tried on Correa, they came up short. They got these little fillers with Conforto and some other guys. What
You think they can outsell
Ohtani in San Francisco? This is the most perfect fit of all time. He's a Giant.
Can you outspend Uncle Stevie though? And the Mets have a lot of prospects. Certainly, Mauricio.
Mets can beat them on the prospects without question.
What is the contract? 10 years, $500 million, right?
It's a $500 million contract. Yeah, it's absolutely $500 million.
Yeah. Giants.
And you know what? If you're the Mets, it fills the two biggest holes you have, right? Another starting pitcher and also another left-handed bat in the middle of the order, which they need desperately. So.
Giants, but do not rule out the Savannah Bananas. No, I'm just kidding.
No, Savannah Bananas are always on the radar. Craig Mish, always the best. Go follow him on the Twitter machine at Craig Mish. Go check him out every single day over on Sports Grid. He's also going to be hosting apparently Fantasy Sports Day on Saturdays.
In the morning. You ruined it. We didn't even tell anybody yet.
Well, that's all right. Well, I host on Sunday, so he's the opening act, and then eventually they let me come.
He's a liar. He's a liar. Too. But good flag football coach, but a liar.
Good flag football coach. That's my moniker. Mish, always great stuff. Everybody go follow him on Twitter and go check out his work on Sports Grid. It's phenomenal. We come back. Another phenomenal guest from The Athletic joins us. Eno Sarris. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the Fantasy Baseball Festival of Friendship. Joining us now here on Fantasy Pros MLB is from The Athletic, the one, the only Eno Saris. And apparently last night, and maybe for the last week or so, there's been a troll living inside of Eno's house. I just found out. Eno's trying to enjoy baseball games, and there's a little short person in his house that's not letting him do that. So, Eno, I want to hear this story.
Well, I've got a really energetic young 8-year-old who wants to be different than the rest of the family. And so when we went cleat shopping, he bought white cleats. He's got beautiful white cleats.
Nice.
His brother bought the Mike Trouts. And so my 8-year-old said, Mike Trout ain't nothing. And started running around being like, he's got nothing. He's got nothing. And so he's been rooting against America throughout all the WBC. I rooted for Cuba. And in that last AB was dancing around saying, Mike Trout, Mike Trout, Mike Trout. And I guess he got the last laugh, man.
In the 60s, that might have got him sent to jail if he was rooting for Cuba.
Yeah, that's true. I was like, at least an inquiry in front of
It's one of my
government
favorite
panel.
stories because I've been on Rates and Barrels a bit, and me and Eno have been doing episodes. When Eno told me that, I was just so ecstatic to hear that story. And so it's on the backstage before he came on. One of the first things I said was like, "How happy was your son? How happy was your son last night?"
He was
after that?
laughing up a storm, and my older son was angry and.
Well, I guess
pouting.
here's the question. After he was throwing in everyone's face, is he now like, grounded for the rest of like early bedtime? You're just like, go upstairs, go to sleep after the Mike Trout strikeout.
I gotta save my bullets, man. He's got other problems. The discipline is for the other stuff.
You come for the baseball, folks. You stay for the parenting advice. This is why you subscribe to
this was
Fantasy
not
Pros
what I was going to
MLB.
waste a bullet on.
Oh my goodness. Eno's going to talk about some breakouts here with us. Before we get to that, just a little bit of housekeeping too. Don't forget, the Draft Wizard app is still available to help you with all of your drafts. Get ready for your drafts, run the simulations, run the mock drafts, go do a draft in the mock draft lobby, send a link to your friends, your enemies, your colleagues, and do some mock drafting. Or you can also make sure you upgrade to Fantasy Pros Premium, fantasypros.com/premium, or you can drop a comment below because we're giving away a premium 1-year subscription away. And when you download that app, you get the draft assistant tools and some incredible stuff as well. We got the cheat sheet creator. We've got all the insights, all the draft tools to help you dominate all your leagues. So make sure if you haven't already, go to fantasypros.com/draftwizard or just download the app because that's what the kids do anyway. Just go download the app. All right, let's download some players here. They're going to break out in 2023. I want to talk about Clarke Schmidt here at the top here for the New York Yankees. He went for a decent price last night, a little surprising almost. In a draft, I was in the salary cap. So, let's talk about Clarke Schmidt here. This has been a Yankee prospect we've heard a lot about over the last few years. Starting to see a little bit more of him. 4 of the 5 Yankee starters are going in the top 35 starting pitchers overall. So why should people be in on Clarke Schmidt in 23?
There's what he's already done, which I think has shown, a 4-pitch mix that can get lefties and righties out. He's got a great knuckle curve that he's brought with him since college, but the Yankees taught him a sweeper. So he's got that sweeper. He's got that curve. He's got a good sinker. His four-seam fastball is not that good. And so this spring, it's also about what he's going to do, which is he's added a cutter this spring. And I think that is the new trend in pitch design and pitching across the league is either a gyro slider, a tight, powerful, smaller slider, or a cutter, and then the big sweeper. Because the sweeper has big platoon splits, and so if you throw it to an opposite-handed hitter, they usually lay off it. So that's why you have the gyro slider or the tight cutter. And so that's what Clarke Schmidt is doing. He's got the cutter for the lefties. He's got the sweeper for the righties. He's got the curve for both of them. And he's got hard pitches and soft pitches. I think he's pretty much got everything he needs to succeed. And now he has opportunity, which I think is maybe the biggest thing of all.
You and I talked about it. Where did you end up having him ranked? And do you have any Stuff Plus numbers you could throw at us? Because I remember when you presented it to me, I think he was in the 50s. Like, people really need to pay attention. Maybe I'm jumping a little bit, but what was the rank on Schmidt and some of the Stuff Plus numbers that people should check out that you've got over at The Athletic and some on Fangraphs as well?
Yeah, he kept moving up because when I first had him ranked, I first had him ranked among the 6 starters, that I liked. And that was in the sort of 80s and 100s where I've got guys that I like, but don't really have the opportunity yet. He's moved past that into the 5th starters I really like, around Hunter Brown, for example, in the late 50s. And just to show you why I like those guys, we have projections based on Stuff Plus. Clarke Schmidt and Hunter Brown both showed really good Stuff Plus last year. The movement, the action on their pitches was exceptional last year. And by projections, we've got a 3.6 ERA for Clarke Schmidt and a 3.3 ERA for Hunter Brown, both of them with large strikeout rates, 26, 27%. So I'm moving them ahead of guys that I've liked before, like Nick Lodolo, who I liked a lot, but he's in a tough park. I'm moving him ahead of guys like Trevor Rogers, who, is in a great park, and my numbers like him, but I like these guys better.
Wow, so you moved Schmidt above Lodolo?
I did. I moved Schmidt above Lodolo, and I've got him now in the late 50s.
Wow, okay. So I want to move off of pitching for one second because I know we'll come back to it. My favorite player, and Joe, every time it's one of those things where it's like everyone take a drink when I say his name, has been Lars Nootbar this year. All the different articles that I've put on Fantasy Pros and some of the solo videos, I'm actually trying to not put Lars Nootbar into them so I can just talk about different players. He is one of my big breakouts. We're talking breakouts. You interviewed him. It's a great interview you guys can check out. In it talked about how last year he was really working on expanding and being able to access max EVs. And this year he's taken that work with Driveline and turned it into barreling and making great contact with that stuff. I love him. I know you love him. You had a great interview, and I know he's on your breakout range. So talk to us about Lars Nootbar and really just give me validation on Lars Nootbar is really all I'm asking.
Well, catnip to me when I talk to players is, like Clarke Schmidt, a knowledge of the metrics, a knowledge of the advanced tech, and a real desire to learn and improve. And I've seen that with Lars Nootbar, just like I saw with Clarke Schmidt. And it was really fun. I actually got to train alongside him. I took my shirt off and put the little balls on for the mocap in the motion capture lab next to him. Took BP with him. And he is the world's friendliest man. He is also super interested in learning about hitting. So yeah, he went in there with a weighted bat program to access that top end power. And he already had great bat to ball and great sense of the strike zone. And so he added that top end power. Now this year he's just trying to refine it and pull more fly balls, which pulled fly balls are the best batted ball in the business. But last year, he already showed something that I think is pretty cool. He was in the top quartile when it comes to contact rate and barrel rate. And here are the other names. There's not that many of them. There's only about 8 of them, but they're all pretty good. Yordan Alvarez, Juan Soto, Carlos Correa, Seiya Suzuki, Freddie Freeman, Will Smith, Lars Nootbar, Taylor Ward. And then a couple of guys that give you a little bit of pause. Matt Carpenter was on there, Daniel Vogelbach, Brandon Drury, but none of those guys is bad, And Nootbar should join them in terms of he was the lowest home run output on this group, and so everybody else in this group averaged 25 to 30 homers. And that's where Nootbar is going to be this year.
Where do you have him ranked? Where, as far as when we're talking about breakouts, I mean, you just blew my mind with Clarke Schmidt. Where do you have Lars ranked among outfielders?
I took him as my 3rd outfielder in TGFBI. I think he can be that good.
Wow. All right, let's move on to the pitchers back again. I want to ask you about Drew Rasmussen because I'm sick and tired of hearing about Jeffrey Springs all the time from Welsh. So let's talk about Rasmussen here because this is a pitcher. Last year, 146 innings. 11-7 record. He had 125 strikeouts in those 146 innings. So the strikeout rate a little bit lower than some of those quote unquote elite potential starters. 2.84 ERA though, 1.04 WHIP. So obviously the pitching skill is there with Rasmussen, even if he's not necessarily putting guys away. Sometimes that could be slightly overrated. But you are very high on Rasmussen. What do you see in him this year, that makes you think he could take that step forward from what he did in 2022?
I was just in fabulous Florida, along with Red Tide, by the way, and Red Tide.
Yeah. You didn't bring
Ugh.
that over with you, right?
Oh my God.
You left that in Florida?
No,
Okay. Good.
that was, and I was in one of the worst hotel rooms of all time. Any Rates and Barrel listeners knows what I'm talking about there. But anyway, let's not talk about terrible hotel rooms. Let's talk about Drew Rasmussen. I talked to him about the same sort of thing that Clarke Schmidt was talking about. He was talking about, I'm throwing a gyro slider that we're calling a cutter because there's no button on the pitch comm for gyro slider or sweeper. So we call the gyro slider the cutter and we call the sweeper the slider. He's throwing both of those. He was doing that last year, but I think he's going to refine it this year. My evidence is I've got a Springs Training Stuff Plus list. And you might have seen Stuff Plus on Fangraphs recently, and you'll see it updated there all year. They do not have the spring training numbers up there, partially because the machines aren't in every park. So it's not a complete data set. And so I can't say that these are necessarily the best Stuff Plus of all of spring training. A lot of Arizona parks don't have the machines in them. But among the parks that do have machines, Spencer Strider's number 1, duh. Garrett Cole's number 2, duh. Kevin Gossman, number 3. Jesus Luzardo, number 4. Shane McClanahan, number 5. Drew Rasmussen, number 6. Grayson Rodriguez, number 7. We got a couple more later if we get to them. So Drew Rasmussen right there with Shane McClanahan when it comes to Stuff Plus this spring. It's in a decent sample, 150 pitches, gives you a good sense when it comes to Stuff Plus. It's a really good number in small samples. Our projection have him for a 3.3 ERA. Innings is the question. But one thing that I noticed was he had 11 wins last year, and there was a lot of belly aching about how he's going to be used. He only had 80 pitches. The Rays weren't going to use him where he could have wins. And maybe it's true in quality start leagues, but in wins leagues, 11 is not that bad. You know what I mean? Like you got a lot of value out of Drew Rasmussen last year.
Well, especially for an offense that didn't have Wander Franco for a good chunk of the season, and
that's part of it.
Brennan
too.
Lau a good chunk of the season. I mean, let's think about that. I mean, do you think that those two bats alone are something that you can look at and say, hey, that 11 could very easily turn into 12 or 13 at least this year with a little bit more help from the offense?
Yeah, no, I had that. I thought about it. It's a great point, though, because I do think that offense is going to be better. I think Wander has the potential to take a huge step forward this year. Yep. And if he does, I think that changes the concept of that team offensively. But then I just talked to Drew also about what's it like pitching? I told him my finding that, Cameron Grove actually found this thing that a pitcher's command starts falling off after 80 pitches. You look at the Rays, they average 80 pitches for their starters. So it's like, whoa, okay. And I asked Drew about that, and he's like, yeah, it just makes me feel like I have to be super efficient because I know I have a hard cap. I want to get 5-6 innings out of my 80 pitches. And so I have to be super efficient, and I have to game plan every player, and I have to know what I'm going to do. And I have to have 3 breaking balls and 2 fastballs and do what I can to get every guy out. And so he just convinced me that he can be as efficient this year, and maybe they'll let him go, a few more pitches, a few more innings this year as he's built up. He's more built up than he's been.
What was that rank that you put on Rasmussen as well when we're talking about how he's going to break out? Did you have a pretty aggressive Rasmussen rank?
I've got him 30.
That's a pretty aggressive Rasmussen rank. This is going to be a baseball-y rates and barely type of question, but you've mentioned this multiple times, and if people don't pay attention to it, it might be a little foreign to them. There is no bigger thing that is, no pun intended, sweeping baseball right now than the slider change into sweepers and gyros, like you've mentioned. We just are coming off of the WBC where we were inundated with splitter city. It was all splitters. I'm curious if you think that what is the next big movement in baseball? Because we are in the midst of it. Could it be an uptick in splitter usage coming off of the success of WBC? Or do you think the main big change over the next couple of years is going to be integrating sliders into sweeper/gyros? Does that make sense how I'm asking that?
Yeah, no, totally. What's funny, I think, about baseball is there's always the teams that are really far ahead and the teams that are catching up. And so it's hard to say what the whole thing is doing, because there's, like the Astros and the Dodgers are out in front. So the Dodgers for 2 or 3 years now have been throwing sweepers. Basically, ever since Barton Smith came out and told us what seam shifted wake was, the Dodgers started working on it and started implementing it. And so you've got Trinan added a sweeper. Julio Urias' new breaking ball is a sweeper. They've got tons of sweepers over there in LA. You start looking at the Yankees. Well, they got sweepers. Hayden Wesneski, who went to the Cubs, he comes with a sweeper. Lots of Yankees pitchers. Clarke Schmidt throws a sweeper. I think Davey Garcia throws a sweeper. Clay Holmes throws a sweeper. So there's all these sweepers, and we're starting to get to a maturity spot with sweepers. Now we got Brad Keller's adding a sweeper, and Jameson Taillon's adding a sweeper, and
legit everybody's doing it.
Everyone's doing it. So we're in
cool
the
kids.
we're doing it. We're in the everyone's got a trapper keeper. We're there right now. Everyone's got the trapper keeper, and now it's about the guys who take the trapper keeper and put stickers on it, or do they do this to it, or they rough it up, or they keep it shiny, whatever it is. So that's, I think, the gyro slider thing is, how do we take this trend and then make the most of it? So now the better teams are adding a hard slider along with that, and they're finding that pitchers can throw both without mixing them together. But if we're talking long term, what's next, what's beyond what's happening right now, I think it has to do with changeups and cutters. And the reason I say this is my Stuff Plus model is very similar to ones I've seen inside the industry, and my Stuff Plus model has the hardest time with cutters and with changeups. And if you have something that's hard to quantify, then you're going, that's an opportunity. There's something there, right? And if a team can figure out how to quantify something, or if they can just say, hey, let's lean into changeups that do well but don't do well by Stuff Plus, right? If there's just a team who says, hey, these types of changeups do well, I don't know why Stuff Plus doesn't capture it, but let's teach these changeups. Splitters could be part of that. People talk about not being able to command splitters and that there might be an injury risk. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's not. Maybe a team decides they don't care. Maybe a team decides they've figured out what makes a splitter good. So I think splitters, changeups, and cutters, those are the things then that's what we've seen less of over time. We've seen fewer changeups every year. And I think we might start to see the sort of resurgence of the changeup.
Fascinating.
What are we going to see from Kyle Bradish this year? Because I had a great conversation. Some might call it an argument yesterday with Alex Fast and Nick Pollack over at Pitcher List. We had our annual pitcher debate show, and Bradish was one that they were debating and going back and forth. Last year, you did see some flashes of brilliance. 2 of those 3 flashes came against the Houston Astros. I might add, too, a pretty darn good lineup last time I checked. But there was inconsistencies there as well from Bradish. What do you see in him in 2023 that fantasy owners should be noticing?
There was a bit of a pitch mix change in the second half last year for Kyle Bradish, and he started to go away from his four seam, and the four seam is his worst pitch. And so I think I've had this discussion with Nick and Alex before, and if I can guess, there was some discussion about how he's a bad fastball guy, or he's just
it may have came up. I'm not going to say who. I'm not going to name names.
He's just a one breaking ball guy or whatever it is. My model says he's got 2 good breaking balls, and that the sinker that he was going to is a good pitch. So I'm going to believe that the sinker works for him. I think he gets blown up sometimes when he goes to the four seam too much. I do agree it's not a good four seam. And what we've seen this spring is really good slider, really good curveball, pretty good sinker, and his most often thrown pitch is the four seam. I think that has something to do with his poor spring numbers. But when he gets in there in the regular season, I expect the same thing to happen that happened last year, which is fewer four seamers, more sinkers, more breaking balls. And so I told you that my spring list that I would continue it a little bit. So after Grayson Rodriguez comes Sandy Alcantara, Hunter Green, Brady Singer, who my model did not like last year, and then Kyle Bradish and Edward Cabrera. So those last 3, Singer, Bradish, and Cabrera, are already just super interesting to me because of what they're doing in spring in terms of movement and velo, and not so much their results. So I was surprised. I will admit, I was surprised when I looked up Kyle Bradish's spring training numbers, because I'm so into my own model that sometimes I don't see the results.
You get
So
kind of blinded. You get
yeah, I
kind
was
of
like,
blinded by it.
oh, Bradish was doing great. His stuff plus
Yeah.
is great. And then I
You
saw his
mentioned
spring numbers and said, what? Okay.
you mentioned the last guy, and let's end on that one. Is when we're talking about all these breakout guys, Edward Cabrera, who's got just an absurd, ridiculous changeup. We're just talking about, hey, the next bastion would be teams really working through changeups. Marlins actually might be a really interesting team with it because they developed them so well with Sandy, and Cabrera's got this insane power changeup that doesn't feel like it, but he's one of those breakout guys for you. So let's hear it. What do we got on Edward Cabrera, and how high can he go?
This is actually a really good sort of bookend to that conversation I was having about the future, because my model loves his slider, loves his four seam, loves his sinker, loves his curveball, and thinks his changeup is below average. And that just can't be, because the results on the changeup are great. When you watch the changeup, you're like, what is that?
Yeah, it's crazy.
And so I doubt the results of my model in these cases. And if for anybody that's using this, you can go to Fangraphs, you can sort by the pitch types. If you sort by four seamers, you'll be like, yep, those are the best four seamers. You might be surprised by some guys like Paul Sewald that have funky release points. That's part of it, but you'll mostly see Garrett Cole and company, Then if you go by sliders and curveballs, you'll mostly see the guys. You might be surprised by who has the best changeups in baseball. I believe it was Ross Stripling last year among starters. And so, I think that the changeup is the hardest thing to do, partially because I don't have arm speed data. I don't have arm wrist angles like teams do. These are things that teams have that I don't have. And so I think part of making a changeup good is selling it. And that's hard to put in the numbers.
The numbers have become such a big part of baseball over the last decade and a half. And people like you have been at the forefront of that. At this point, in your analysis and you're looking through players and stuff, what is your balance between the numbers and the eye test and all those intangible things, but also the data? How do you weigh both of those things at this point in time in your career?
I start with the data. It's better for me than the eye test. For example, when I watch, when I scout, I have tremendous respect for Chris and for other people that can glean stuff from their eyes. But when I scout, I can't see fastball shape that well. The difference between watching a guy and saying, "Oh, that's like a straight dead zone or a poo-poo fastball," or that's the
technical
ride.
term. I just want to be clear, right? It's the poo-poo fastball, everybody. It's the technical
or
terms here.
that has ride or jump or that has sometimes two plane movement you can see, side to side movement you can see, but like upwards and ride, I just think it's really hard to see with your eyeballs. You can see it maybe in the way hitters react or if they pop the ball up, but it's really hard to see just in the pitch. So I trust the numbers first. But one thing that I like to do is allow for some variance around the numbers. I know there's some people who plug numbers into the auction calculator at Fangraphs and just come out with one number and say, that's it. That's my number. Or they do their own work and they come out with a number and they say, that's my auction number, not going over it. And I think just a knowledge of auction dynamics, a knowledge of the error bars around our projections makes me feel like, hey, my numbers say Lars Nootbar is projected for $14. I'm going to go to 16 or 17 to get him. Because not only do I think he has upside beyond the projected numbers, I know there's error in those numbers, and I have a really good feel for this player.
We got a question here from the chat that's really good too. What's the most important stat for you when you're analyzing a pitcher? Is there one that really sticks out? You're like, this is, or maybe one or two?
So, I hate my own stat. Stuff Plus is more predictive than FIP. Stuff Plus is the most predictive number out of Stuff Plus, Location Plus. Stuff Plus is better than Velo alone because Velo alone doesn't capture if it has the poo-poo fastball, Stuff Plus captures things like, Paul Sewald's release point is weird, but it, comes up. So Stuff Plus. But if you want to go beyond that, I would say like Velo is very important. And then just pitch mix. When I see a guy has changed his pitch mix, and he's throwing a pitch 5-10 percentage points more often than he did last year, I always take notice. Because
that's why I love McClanahan. With that huge changeup mix. That was something that was big for me. I totally agree.
Yeah. So when somebody changes their pitch mix and their outputs change, then I really pay attention.
And Eno Saris always brings the stuff plus. That's why we have him on the show every single time. Eno, thanks for the half hour. We really appreciate you sitting down. I feel like we're all smarter for it, and that's good because typically Welsh and I are pretty dumb. So we have a lot of fun.
Anytime I get to be with Eno, I feel smarter. So I need a lot of
we're just like by osmosis. It's much better.
Yeah.
But in all seriousness, thanks so much. Enjoy the season. I'd like to hear more about this crazy hotel room in the Red Tide in Florida. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to
Go
some of these shows
piecemeal
like
your
this.
blanket together, Eno.
Yeah, seriously. So
God.
everybody, make sure you follow him on the Twitter machine at Eno Saris. And I didn't tell you, Welsh. I guilted him into following me on Twitter. I didn't tell you this a couple weeks ago.
I just got my
after we did a
follow
show
from
together.
Eno like later. I was doing
Don't tell him. Don't tell him.
I'm doing rates and barrels with Eno, and I got a follow a week ago, but I don't think he's
Oh wow! Now I
Yeah.
feel much better.
I
I
just
mean, I've known
assumed
Eno
I
for
was
like a
following
decade. He
him,
never
dude.
followed me,
I
but
just assumed- I think I must have unfollowed you by
Sure.
accident or something.
Sure.
I was
Totally
like,
was.
holy
I'm
crap!
like,
I don't follow him.
I have Eno's phone number, and we text and stuff, and then I got this notification, ding, and I'm like, oh, Eno finally followed me.
I
made
almost
it.
Listen,
did
Welsh,
it
we're
so that you wouldn't
friends.
know that I hadn't been following it.
Yeah, that's the problem. We're friends. We might do a show together. You might have my personal number. You might come over for Christmas, but I'm not following you. On Twitter.
You're
That's
right.
where I draw
I
the
love
line.
it.
All right,
love
we're
it.
going to hit a quick break. We come back. It's mock draft season, baby. We're going to do one more giant mock draft with our Discord members at fantasypros.com/chat. And Mayo and the Worm are going to join
Let's
us.
go.
Stick around. More coming at you right here on Fantasy Pros MLB. Welcome back, everybody, to Fantasy Pros MLB. It is time for us to have a little fun, and that means bringing Mayo and the Worm. Yeah, that's right. Everybody loves Mayo and the Worm. It's everybody's favorite duo. Welsh loves them so much that he had to actually take a breath, and now he's back again joining the show. But Mike Mayer, Ryan Wormley, two of our good pals, our colleagues over at Fantasy Pros. You know them from all the work they do there on the site. As far as hosting shows, you know Ryan, and as far as arguing with me, you know Mike Mayer. He always gives me crap on a daily basis on leading off, which I encourage everybody to subscribe to our channel to watch. A lot of daily fantasy baseball shows out there. We're one of the few, and we're the best one. Just saying. So make sure you subscribe to Fantasy Pros MLB and click that little bell to let goes ding for notifications. And if you missed any part of this, it's okay. You can go back and watch it all when it's done. We had an amazing guest list today. Paul Sporer, Nick Pollack, Chris Meany, Frank Stampfl, Eno Saris, Craig Mish. Oh my goodness. What an incredible group. Am I missing somebody? Did I forget somebody? I feel like
there's somebody that's forgotten. Yeah, but I don't think so.
And Welsh was here too.
That's all right. Occasionally when I'm not clicking buttons and leaving rooms.
Yeah, what's going on with that? You done clicking buttons?
I literally clicked over to one thing and somehow I turned into Twitter and I had to come back. But I love seeing these beautiful faces here. This Mike Mayer, aka Ryan Mountcastle. Lots of Mountcastle stuff going to be up on the updates for leading off this year. And I just personally love Ryan Wormley. So I'm the Worm, the Welsh. It's a match made in heaven.
Mayo, the Worm, and the Welsh. My goodness. Can't get better than this. All right, so we have a mock draft we're going to do here. It is a 12-team Roto mock draft. I'm going to start it right now. I have the one pick. We have corner infielders. We have 3 outfielders. We have 2 utilities. We're not doing bench today because Mike Mayer has more important things to do. You are drafting. Oh, I love this. You guys went 5, 6, 7. Mike Mayer is in the 5 spot. The Worm is at 106, and the Welsh. Worm and the Welsh could also work too. Just want to say
Worm and the Welsh is pretty good. If we're talking like all the names here, Worm and the Welsh is pretty good.
We've said this before. Worm goes with anything. There's no name that Worm doesn't pair well with.
That's true.
But like Worm and the Joe, Worm
and
Joe and the
Worm.
Joe and the Worm. Okay,
Joey P and the Worm. Yeah.
Joey P.
They usually have to end with the Worm.
I'm about to say that it sounds like a band. Yeah, Joey P and the Worms.
Everything and the Worm. I'm sure it was one of the bands that competed in Scott Pilgrim. Which is a great movie, by the way. Before we go after this, too, I just want to, again, thank everybody for watching and going through everything here. It has been a phenomenal day here of talking baseball. I'm going to go ahead and just pause this real quick because the draft is being a little wonky on me. I don't know if it automatically picked for me or not. Did it? I hope not.
It looked good.
Talking
good still.
All right, so here we go. I'm going to declare that Shohei Ohtani because last night was just the greatest thing ever. And I'm going to declare him to be one player here. And I'm going to take Shohei Ohtani with my number 1 pick. I'm going to go ahead and do that because I can, because I'm running the show and I'm running the draft. So I'm just going to do it. But I do believe this. I mean, if you are in a league where he is one player, it doesn't matter what it is. There's nobody like Shohei Ohtani. There's nobody's going to give you this amount of productivity. Yes, it comes with risk because he is a pitcher. Something happens to the arm. You're missing the bat. You're missing the pitcher. You're missing your number 1 overall pick. But I'm going to go ahead and start with Shohei Ohtani. Let's see who's joining us today. It's got Floringes Sox. Floringes Sox. Is that how you say it?
Mm-hmm.
Floringes Sox. They go ahead and take Aaron Judge, Mr. Buster, friend of the show. Dridrak is joining us. Of course, we have Mayer, Worm, Welsh, then Juggernaut at 108. That one fool at 109. Of course, our good friend Wonky Penguin at 110, who will probably win the draft as always. Then we've got Jay Gucci, Jay Gucci 24, and the Chalmers back, the Chalmer, who had a pretty good draft last time. So back for more. Ronald Acuna goes 3 overall. So Mike Mayer, you're sitting here in the 5 spot. Are you going to go ahead and hope that Julio falls to you like a smart person would?
I am, yeah. And I actually picked, first off, I would say I picked my spot before the other 2 jabronis went right after me. So I asked you where I should pick. You said just try to space it out. So I did, and then they went right after me. And so I picked 5 intentionally because I have kind of a clear top 5.
Mm-hmm. And so Jose Ramirez just went. So Julio is yours for the taking. Yep. Julio at 105. Worm at 106. What do you got?
Yeah, I'm very happy to get Trey Turner here. I without question, not even need to think about it. Turner's my pick here.
There you go. Turner's an easy one. Welsh 107. What do you got?
Man, this is kind of a consensus Kyle Tucker. That's what the experts say. There is just something about Mookie for me this year in the second base qualifications that I want to get in on. But I am going to go Kyle Tucker here. Really tempted to go Mookie Betts, but 7 is a decent spot. I don't think I've drafted 7 in any of the mock drafts we've done. So Kyle Tucker fall into me. And the Juan Soto injury, I want to point out, change this a little bit. That oblique injury has me concerned. MRI, we still haven't got the results, and obliques don't heal quickly. So this could be an IL stint. Otherwise, I think Juan Soto would have been the consensus pick here, but just while we're doing it, I am not touching it.
And Ryan, about a month ago, the first round seemed like a embarrassment of riches. Then we have the Alvarez hand issue, the side issue for Soto. Things get a little bit more complicated in the first round.
Yeah, for sure. And I will point out also, like, Mayer gave me a hard time for picking right behind him. I picked 12th the last time we did this at the turn. So I wanted to be more in the middle and kind of experience something else. And with all the injuries in the first round, kind of getting maybe less deep than we thought it was going into draft season, it's nicer to be towards the middle now.
And to be fair, I think there were 3 open spots when I picked, so I just picked the best one that I could find. So just to point out, I think that was about what was left.
Ever the opportunist, the
That's
Welsh.
right.
All right, we have Mookie Betts going after Kyle Tucker to the Welsh, then Juan Soto, Bobby Witt Jr. from the Wonky Penguin
I am
at
shocked.
110.
I am shocked that Kelly went with Bobby Witt.
Why?
That does
Why are you
not seem
shocked?
that does not seem like a Kelly Kirby pick in my. Maybe
No.
I'm completely off on it. It seems like something Kelly would rip us about going at 10.
Well, we'll see what she does on the turn on the way back. Alvarez at 111, Vladdy at 112, which I just took Vlad on a turn on a league the other day too. It felt good. Felt real good. I think I started with Vlad and Austin Riley or something in that league. I mean, that works for me. Third base, another tough one too. So as we get to the second round here, Chalmers got back-to-back picks. So Vlad is the first one. The second one, Machado. Not a bad start there. Get those corners done. Move on. I actually like that strategy quite a bit at the turn this year. Take care of first and third, then you're good. Just outfield and pitching, and then you figure it out. Rafael Devers at 202. Wonky Penguin up for 203. Mayor, you got a guess there? You work all day with Kelly. What do you think she's going to do here?
I don't have a guess. She's pretty smart. So I do agree that Bobby Witt was kind of a surprising pick.
Well, maybe she's changing it up.
I think I know what she's going to do, because this is exactly what I've talked about with Bobby Witt. Freddie Freeman is ridiculously solid pick. That would be the most sense on the planet to pair with.
There it is.
That's,
there it is.
Exactly. Yeah.
And it's not because you said it. It might be in spite of
clearly
the fact
not.
that you said it.
Yeah.
I believe that's the exact pair I started with the last mock draft we did, was Witt and Freeman.
Yeah, I love that pair. I love that pair. If you're going to commit on Bobby Witt where there's a little bit of risk, Freddie Freeman is like the ultimate floor with great upside. That's an insane start for Kelly. It's stupid. We shouldn't allow this.
204, that one fool is up next with 5 seconds on the clock, and the pick is Corbin Burns. So the first pitcher off the board is Corbin Burns. Juggernaut up at 205. Pitching, generally speaking, Worm, just get your thoughts on this. Are you somebody that targets the pitching early, or you wait for that more 4th and 5th round grouping?
I adore the pitching depth in that sort of like 3rd to 7th-ish rounds this year. So, I mean, if a value falls, I'm always going to be open to it. But by and large, I am targeting hitters early because I just think there's so many possible really good pitchers you can get later.
All right, we're going to go up to the part where we're all picking, which is all that we all care about. Pete Alonso goes at 205. The Welsh is up here with 13 seconds on the clock at 206.
Oh man, I'm dealing with position eligibility versus what I want to do. I can't pass up Trout. I'm not gonna pass up Trout here. I'm really upset because I wanted to do something completely different, but I just cannot pass up Trout. The only reason I'm pondering is because we're only doing 3 outfielders on this one. If this is a 5 outfielder, this is like I don't even worry about it. But the positions are a little bit more squished, and I didn't think Trout was going to be there. So this altered my plan a little bit. So I got 2 outfielders to start and a 3 outfielder, which is not ideal, but I won't be thinking about it for quite some time.
Not too much hesitation at 207. Paul Goldschmidt to Ryan. Ryan, talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, first base, again, there's stars at the top, maybe not as much depth as previous years. I just want to get one of those guys that I really trust, going to contribute in a lot of categories. I love pairing him with Trey Turner.
Okay, Austin
Mike, that's
Riley.
Where I was going to go. That's what I wanted to do here, Mike. That's a great pick.
208, Mike Mayer, Austin Riley. Nice value here.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing there is third base. Like, you guys have talked about it all day. Like, the drop-off at third base is unlike any other this year. Like, there are other, like, thinner positions, but third base is, like, there's a cliff. And if you don't get one early, yeah.
it's a scary, scary place where people should never roam, should never go. Is it Drylac? Am I seeing that correctly? Am I reading it
That's
correctly?
another Pokemon. That sounds like another
It's
one
another
of those
Pokemon. We had Muchen earlier. Now we have Dryjack. Let's call him Pikachu. And not even
Pokemon. Catch 'em
you gotta
all.
catch them all. You have to. Mr. Buster is up next at the 210 pick here as I continue to think, do I take Nolan Arenado here at third base because it's so bad? I know one guy I'm definitely hoping to take, but I'm not going to say it out loud because I got 2 more picks. And I can say it now because he went.
Yep.
It's Fernando Tatis Jr.
We
So
all knew
obviously
that.
Welsh knew that I'm going to do that every single time you give me the chance. Second base also not a great position either. Garrett Cole goes off the board. So the draft wizard is telling me to take Sandy Alcantara, which I actually kind of like that, to tell you the truth. That's a pretty easy selection there for me. So I'm going to go ahead and take that because I've already got a hitter and a pitcher. Now I got another pitcher. So now I got to look for another hitter. Lindor, an interesting piece here. Spencer Strider. Those are all the guys out there. But I kind of think I am going to take that leap into third base because it is just bad. And I'm going to go ahead and take Nolan Arenado off the board. So Arenado goes to me. I'm going to have to make up some stolen bases here soon, but we'll figure that out. Florange socks. What color socks are you wearing right now, Mayor? Just out of curiosity, because you just had another kid, and typically speaking, you have no idea what you're doing or how you're getting dressed in the morning.
That was going to be my answer. I have no idea what color socks. Probably some
Hey,
kind of
you have no
like
idea.
black with color in them. I'm not sure.
Are they even matching? Probably not.
I actually never match socks on purpose.
Oh, you're one of these people. Why is that? My oldest daughter does that, and I don't understand why.
I feel like you might be like Eno's kid. Did you root for Japan last night too?
That story was amazing, by the way. Eno's
Yeah.
kid trolling him for the last 2 weeks. He rooted for Cuba over the United States. But Mayor, why the 2 color socks?
Well, they're like, I just have like a whole drawer of like somewhat similar socks, and I don't like bother like pairing them. So whatever I grab, I grab. So if they match that day, that's great. But if they don't, who cares?
Ryan, I would feel off all day. Like that would bother me. Maybe it's the Libra in me where I like harmony and balance, but I can't have 2 different socks. Like they have to be the same sock, the same thing. I would think about it all day. It would drive me crazy.
Unless I'm leaving the house, I very rarely am wearing socks. I prefer the like too long
Same.
sweatpants that you
This.
kind of cover up the feet with. So I'm just really not a socks guy in general. When I do wear them, they tend to match.
All right. Well, we'll get you your Snuggie later. After Nolan Arenado goes Francisco Lindor, then Justin Verlander to Mr. Buster. Pikachu took Simeon. Then Mike Mayer took Michael Harris, who is dubbed a potential bust. So you don't think so, Mayer? Why are you so confident taking Michael Harris?
I mean, the potential is there, but the upside is also there. And I also find myself this year, like, I'm trying to get like a lot of those like 5 category like contributors early, especially like guys that steal bases, even if they only steal like, 5 to 10 bases, getting some of those early, because who knows what's going to kind of happen with stolen bases this year. A guy who normally steals like 10 bases might steal like 15 or 20 this year just because of all the rule changes. So I'm trying to get guys who run early this year.
Speaking of that, Jazz Chisholm to you, Worm, at 306. That kind of fits the bill, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And also, I feel a degree of safety starting off with Turner and Goldschmidt. So I like going for the high upside guy with the 3rd round pick, and also second base eligibility. Clearly, he's going to have outfield eligibility this year. So I like sort of the extra positional flexibility there.
I probably would have done the same thing because I had a very I have the Tucker Trout balance that Jazz Chisholm was 1000% on my peripheral here, because also power speed combo, you can take on the risk, but just sniped right in front of me. And I went Spencer Strider, Joe, thinking that this league wouldn't touch Jacob DeGrom, and there might even be the slightest chance he would come back. It didn't happen, but I get a little bit more floor. I'm going with my pitcher here because I've got 2 outfielders. We only have 2 SP spots, 2 RP spots, and then 4 starting pitcher spots, if everybody wonders, but there's still some really good SPs out there. So 3rd round seems to very much be like where I start to dip my toes into the starting pitchers. I don't do it in the first 2 rounds, but there's just great guys. There's a couple guys I really love, DeGrom, Strider, and another player that hopefully doesn't get picked.
You got to know every time we draft for the Peanuts and the Cracker Jacks, it's always going to be a tough draft. Every single time. These folks are prepared. Matt Olson goes next at 309. Then Aaron Nola at 310. Randy Rosarena at 312 as we look for the 4 turn. Worm, you were our first guest for our first mock, and this is our last mock after all. So how do you feel from one to the other? Do you feel more confident? I remember you coming off, you're like, hey, I barely looked at things. I don't know where I am. Randy Arozarena what? And now, how do you feel?
Oh, maybe not quite that bad, but yeah, as I said back then, drafting in January, you're kind of throwing stuff at the wall to see what sticks. You're kind of still feeling things out, not only feeling out your own personal strategies and evaluations of players, but feeling out what typical draft rooms are going to be doing. You obviously have much more of a sense of that by the time we get to mid to late March, season less than a week away, or I guess just over a week away at this point. So I definitely feel a little bit better. Also watched a lot of these guys in the World Baseball Classic. You know, we've done some drafts, our Fantasy Pros salary cap draft. You and I went head to head on that, Joe. So definitely feeling a lot stronger than I did in January.
There you go. All right, let's continue to look at the names coming off the board here. Shane Bieber and Scherzer, so back-to-back pitchers at the turn there for Chums. Ozzy Albies, who I desperately was hoping, but I knew would not make it back to me at 402. Then, of course, the wonky penguin does the smart thing and takes Shane McClanahan at 403. Yep, of course. 404, Corey Seager. 405, Kyle Schwarber. You know, I hope Wonky goes out there, and I hope she's in like a million NFBC leagues this year. I really do. Yeah. Welsh, you took Brandon Woodruff. Let's talk about it.
I mean, it was just the backup of backup plans. I wanted Shane McClanahan like nothing else. And then my backup was Corey Seager. I was going to 100% jump on getting Corey Seager right now. I love his offensive ability. First time under 300 BABIP, and it was 242, no shift. Offensive numbers through the roof. I wanted him really, really bad. So I kind of came back to it and wanted to get, my original plan was getting 2 aces. I just like Shane McClanahan. I think he can be the number 1 pitcher this year, but going with Strider and Woodruff, I actually probably provided myself with a little bit more safety. And this happens sometimes. And like, I saved myself because like I want to take Jacob DeGrom, and then all would have gone crazy had I not taken Spencer Strider. Spencer Strider safer than DeGrom. Woodruff probably even safer than Shane McClanahan at the end of the day. So I'm fine, but I'm not super happy. And me and Kelly are gonna have to have
like
a conversation
Ross
a little
from
bit later.
Friends fine. You're not really fine. You're making fajitas fine, right? I think that's kind of
about right. The Pokemon's up right now, though.
Pokemon is up. But after Brendan Woodruff, Zach Wheeler to Ryan Warmley, this was, I believe, Frank Stampfl said one of his most drafted players. So you drafted Zach Wheeler. How does that make you feel?
I feel great, really reliable. He's my first pitcher off the board. Obviously, I didn't go in that 3rd round starting pitcher run, but he's a guy I'm really happy to get in the 4th. And I think he could easily win more than the 12 games he got last year, just considering the Phillies lineup, even with Harper, out to start the year.
Okay. After that, we've got Cedric Mullins going to Mike Mayer, certainly stolen bases there. We talked about the power drop off cut in half because obviously ballpark, also second full season. What do you expect, Mayer, for the 3rd year of Cedric Mullins?
Well, I'm going to hope the Orioles don't continue to move like all of their fences back every year going forward. So that would be great, even though it doesn't really affect him as much. But my main concern heading into last year was that the year before was a fluke. And even though the power came down, he proved that it wasn't. And so now I'm comfortable just, I've just filled out my outfield with guys that are going to run and also provide some power.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and probably reach for a player here, I imagine, pretty soon, just because I can. So I'm going to go ahead and reach for Corbin Carroll because I need stolen bases.
Yeah, the minute you open your mouth, I knew that's
you know
where
what?
you were going.
It did not give me the reach alert. How about that?
You love the reach alert. You're always looking for that.
I love a good reach alert. Sometimes you got to pay double to get the reach alert. It's crazy. Looking around too, I mean, I could always go with bullpen guys. I'm going to do something I never do, Welsh. When have I ever done this? But you know what? It's a 12-team league. It's the 4th round. And take Real Muto. How about them apples?
Wow.
Top player. I got the guns. 2 tickets to the gun show, baby. Let's go. I even thought about taking 2 closers, and then I sobered up and decided that was a stupid thing to do. All right, let's continue on. So after we go through the players we just recently picked, we had Cedric Mullins to Mayer, then Luis Robert, who I would have taken at 409, George Springer 410, Dylan Cease at 411, then I took Corbin Carroll, and JT Real Muto. Julio Urias goes to Florence Soxes. Mr. Buster, friend of the show, at 503 is up next. So, Mayor, what are you hoping makes it back to you here in the 5th round?
So you want the exact name? You want me to tell you who I'm looking to draft?
Well, Christian Javier just went, so you could tell me whoever that might be. I mean,
just queued him
I'm
up.
sure they're
Good
watching.
Lord.
I don't know if we're on a 10-second delay, how that works.
So I don't have a pitcher yet, which is, not ideal. But, like...
I don't know about that. I've done a lot of these drafts, and this is where you start hammering the pitching. You got Gossman, you've got Alek Manoah, Yu Darvish, Zach Gallen's, a lot of good pitchers out there.
So I'm going to go in another direction, even though this might not be the best format to do it. I mean, I'm going to take a pitcher, but I'm going to take Clase.
Yes, son of
some of those saves.
Gun.
All right. So Alek Manoah, by the way, was not available when it came down to you. He went right before at 504, 505 Clase. Worm 506. What do you got for us?
Yeah, right around ADP here on Bregman. I just want to get one of those high-end third basemen. I didn't get one early. My infield is now completely set already, which is great. I can really hone in on just outfield and pitcher. But I want to get Bregman. I would have been happy if I got Gunnar a little bit later. But really, those were the last two third basemen I was excited about. So I just wanted to get one of them.
Okay, so there you have it. Continuing on here with the picks, that means the Welsh is up next. No hesitation from the Welsh. I could have told you what this pick was going to be. It's Josh Hader. You love your closers, Welsh. Why?
Well, it's not
Why do
that I
you
love my
the
closers.
Yeah,
It's I don't love
You
the
do.
closing market. I don't.
You do.
Believe me.
Of course.
If I could play in all
You
save
love
and hold leagues, great. Let's devalue all of them and do that. But we're not, and we've got less lockdown closers than it feels like even last year. And I'd rather be in the market. That's why, Mayer taking Class A is just such a good pick. Like, he doesn't go that late usually, and you're getting the top closer off the market. I would have loved him, but Hader is in that group as well. I just don't like, you can swim in the pool, but I don't want to swim in the pool. I don't want to swim with the Pete Fairbanks and the Jose Leclercs. If I have a choice, I want to at least have a top guy, and you got to pay for it. The NFBC drafts kind of teach you some of these things. You're going to have to pay for steals. You're going to have to pay for saves. Maybe you don't have to do it in some of your own home leagues, but I'm going to do it here, and I'm going to try to win this projection game.
Does your wife make you drive her to the save and hold every weekend too? You gotta
Always
go
have
shopping
to
with
drive.
the kids at the save and hold.
Always.
Same thing.
I don't know what the
Mayor's-
save and hold is, but always drive.
Mayor always has the save and hold. He's there all the time now. He's buying diapers at the save and hold. He's got 2 kids now. The whole thing is just crazy. It's just madness. The picks continue to fly off the board here. After Josh Hader, we have Kevin Gossman going at 508, Jordan Romano at 509. Here's your closer run: Devin Williams at 510, Luis Castillo at 511, Zach Gallen at 12. What a pitching staff there being built there by Choms. I just want to point this out. Scherzer, Bieber, Gallen. Mayor, what do you think about that trio?
I wish I had any pitchers instead of the 0 starters.
That's
that
why I
have.
asked you. What do you think about that? Well, you could have taken Zach Gallen. I was kind of willing you to after Manoah was off the board, but you didn't want to do that. So what's the plan for pitching when it comes back? Like, who's the guy you're like, okay, I got a group here, because now you've got to establish somebody who could be an ace for you or potentially for your rotation. Not a whole lot of those guys left. There's a few names. It's taking a shot on a guy like Carlos Rodon. Are you willing to do that?
No, I have a pretty firm no Yankees rule, so I'm not
that's
gonna
very
do
wise.
Rodon.
That's
No,
great.
just kidding. I do have like one home league where I like jokingly rarely have Yankees. But no, I mean the injury risk there. I don't want to like anchor my staff to a guy like Rodon, especially like like first year at the Yankee Stadium. I'm not sure I'm like thrilled about that. So I'll probably dip further into this like larger tier that we have here.
All right, we'll see how he dips, because not only is Zach Gallen gone, but also Yu Darvish gone. So Choms is just taking all the pitchers now. He's just like, here you go. I got my 4 pitchers. That's it. Max Fried goes and Framber Valdez.
Monkey took who I was going to take.
Well, Framber Valdez is a nice pitcher there, so it's a nice selection. Adolis Garcia, Worm. What do you think about Garcia this year? Obviously, a player of power and speed potentially. The speed was a little surprising, I think, for some of us last year, but the rules make it easier to steal bases in 2023. Do you think that number holds, grows, or shrinks?
I would guess, I don't know for sure, obviously, I would guess it definitely grows, but that would be my answer for pretty much anybody, just given the rules
Yeah.
like you alluded to. And, he's not somebody that I'm targeting in a lot of places, but I think there's definitely a case to be made, especially like you said, if you think those numbers even go higher, those are really nice counting stats that aren't always easy to find.
Yeah, absolutely. Continuing on to Eloy Jimenez. What I was hoping, again, would make it to me. He did not. 605. Gunnar Henderson to the Welsh, 606. Let's go. Third
Man.
base is rough. You got
If
the last
if I
one.
hadn't already taken Bregman, I would have been furious.
I know,
right
but
there.
Yeah.
Worm tried in that last draft I did with Worm. He tried to get all the Orioles. It was wouldn't you have like 4 Orioles on that team, something like that.
I got sniped a couple of times, I think, on like Adley and Gunner. I ended up with a couple guys late, like the Santander's of the world, but not the Stars.
Worm, this is what I was going to do. I was sitting long and hard to get maybe the top 2 closers and have like probably the 2 best closers that you can have in this group. I was going to take Ryan Presley.
Yeah.
But I still like a few guys, and I decided to pivot off of it, and that's why I went with Gunnar Henderson, because third base is such trash. But I love your Presley pick, because I was like 2 seconds away from just clicking his name and not thinking about anybody else.
I almost never invest heavily in closers, but I like to get at least one, like you were talking about in the last round. Like I don't want to have to be playing in those waters for both of those guys.
Exactly.
Understandably so. All right, Ryan Presley gone. Dalton Varsho to Mayor. Mayor, you're deciding that you just hate all pitching, right? So you're going 0 SP. Is that the
maybe I just maybe I've just been playing in too many 2-catcher leagues lately, this early in the draft season. So I saw Varsho there and I was like, you know what? Who cares? Who needs pitchers? Let's just fill this out.
Who cares? I'll just go get it later. Iglesias and Will Smith go off the board next. At 6:09, excuse me, right after Varsho was Rodon, then Will Smith, then Iglesias. Now it's to me. I'm going to go ahead and just pound on the outfield a little bit here. Let's go take Teoscar Hernandez.
Love it.
And then we're going to go ahead and take Starling Marte also. So I'm just going to go continue to just that's it. I'm done. I'm done with the outfield. I got Corbin Carroll. I've got Teoscar Hernandez. I got who else I just take? Starling Marte. So there you go. Taking the advantages there where I can get them. I'm drowning the pool at the same time. Top players on the board. O'Neal Cruz at 7:02 goes to Florence Sox. Mr. Buster at 7:03 is next. Mike Mayer is up in 2 picks. So Mayer, is this the breaking point where you finally take a starting pitcher? And what's it going to be like for you when Carlos Carrasco is your ace?
Carlos Carrasco will not be my ace because I would just quit and leave the
There's
draft.
one ace on the board. Joe Musgrove to me is still an ace. Like if you pull off Joe Musgrove here, then you're the Mac Daddy, as the kids said in the 90s, I believe.
I got to be honest. The pick is not going to be Joe Musgrove.
Oh, it's not going to be Joe Musgrove. Welsh, who's your fallback ace, Welsh? Who do you have?
I mean, of aces that are still available, I mean, I kind of wanted you to shut the hell up about Musgrove a little bit, like shut your mouth. But like at 76, it's a little tough because he is going to miss a start or two. But I think we are missing a lot of aces. But Mayer, you ended it with Tristan McKenzie, who, that is a little bit higher, and I think a lot of people are down. But you are not, my friend.
Yeah, why?
Desperation.
Why?
Desperation would be the first one.
This is always my favorite part of this Fantasy Fest because it's been like 4+ hours now. And Chris, who our esteemed producer, has done a phenomenal job of running this show. He knows once I cross over the 4th hour, the filter is just completely gone. And that's it. I start to get really salty and goofy. And
this is the Y range.
This is where we're at. Robbie Ray went right before you. Would you have taken Ray over McKenzie or no, Mayor?
I would have taken Ray, yeah.
Okay, so Ray would have been the pick. Brian Reynolds goes to Worm. Welsh, Musgrove is still on the board. You pulling the trigger, buddy?
Oh, man. No.
Oh, man.
I got to get this guy. I want my stolen
2
bases.
seconds.
I got him. I love Andres Jimenez so
Me
much.
too.
And I hate not getting him. I think his stolen base totals are going to go up. The Bat X actually gave him one of the biggest boosts of any player. He's up to like 35. Or I think, no, maybe it's 28. It was like from 21 to like 28 stolen bases on the year. I love Andres Jimenez. I get to slot him in at second base here, and I just needed to lock that up.
That's who I wanted, but I just needed a pitcher so bad.
Yeah.
I almost thought about taking him, but then I was like, I'm going to take all the outfielders and just be.
And then Tommy Edman, Joe Musgrove and Tommy Edman, which were the other two guys on the list, just right after him. Bang,
I
bang.
thought about Jimenez and Edman and just finishing off the middle infield as opposed to finishing off the outfield, but I have more concerns with the outfield than anything else. Brian Reynolds, by the way, was the outfielder that the Worm took here. Ryan, 27 home runs last year for Brian Reynolds, a 262 batting average. Good chance he gets dealt somewhere else. If he does, is that a big piece of the puzzle of why people should be looking at Brian Reynolds this year? Because he could end up on a contending team in the second half that could really help his stats down the stretch or playoff run stats.
I think for sure. I mean, we know that he's a good player. I didn't have any outfielders yet, so I, really felt like I.
How could you? I took them all.
Somebody, yeah, exactly. But then also, of course, the ceiling just goes up even higher if he gets traded to a guy where he can get even more counting stats. So I think that's definitely part of the equation. Maybe he's not a guy I'm going to reach on, but when I have a strong infield, I've already gotten a starter and reliever. I'm happy to get him as one of my outfield pieces.
Okay, let's recap the draft here. After Jimenez to Welsh at 7:07, then we had at 7:08 Joe Musgrove to Juggernaut. That one fool. Then at 7:09 took Tommy Edman. Willie Adames at 7:10. Ryan Helsley at 7:11. Adley Rutschman at 7:12. Somebody check on Worm. You okay, Ryan?
It was a lock. I was going to take him with my next pick, so it was smart that they took him there.
You got to take him early there. All right, Rhys Hoskins goes next. Then Sal Perez. Little mini catcher run here. Tim Anderson to Wonky Penguin out of my queue and onto her team. A great value at 8:04 for Jose Abreu to that one fool.
Yep.
First base is rough. That's a good value if he bounces back into that 30 home run range. Juggernaut selects Byron Buxton right from underneath the Welsh. That one's got to hurt.
I wasn't going to take him.
Even though he's a full-time DH now, and
I love
probably
it.
get hurt.
I love it. I'm all about Buxton. I probably would have tried to get him last round. It's always hard to tell. Like you guys all hate him, so it's like maybe I can.
I actually had him at the top of my queue for this next pick. Once Adley went, Buxton was going to be my pick
because he's a DH, right, Ryan? I mean, at this point, that's what I wanted. You're going to DH him? It takes
Yeah.
a fair amount of that risk away.
I think it takes a ton of the risk away. But the shortstop market is getting really bad. I wanted Wander. I wanted O'Neal Cruz. They went before. Xander Bogaerts really fell. I know the numbers kind of tapered down, but guess what? He's just going to be hitting between monsters all across the board. Run total should look good. I think the homers will kick back up. To get him at 90, Xander Bogaerts is like a great deal at this point, but I was honed into Jose Abreu right there. So that was a little snipe for me.
Okay, Byron Buxton, then Xander Bogaerts for Welsh. Batista goes to the Worm, and Mayer takes
wrestler?
Nathan Lowe, Felix Batista. So let's talk about Batista going to you, Ryan, and at 8:07, your thoughts.
Yeah, well, after Adley went, I had to get an Oriole. And also, I'm not really worried about the injury. The way he's talking, they seem pretty unconcerned about it. He was really, really good last year. I think the Orioles are primed to win more games this year than they did last year. He is the primary closer. Assuming health, he's not going to be supplanted from that role. So I think he has a lot of opportunity for save this year. He's going to strike out guys. I love him as a second closer.
Okay, let's talk about Lowe, Mike Mayer. Your thoughts, 8:08. Can you repeat the 27 home run breakout season?
Probably not, but first base
I love Mike Mayer. It's never a positive. It's just always like, no. It's like the Debbie Downer effect.
It is a
well, it's like looking at projections. You have to be conservative. So I look at like the conservative side of projections and just kind of, try to build my team around that way. But like Welsh was saying, I wanted actually Tim Anderson, but he didn't make it. And then, shortstop's getting pretty ugly.
He didn't make it, or he just didn't get to you? Like, I don't want to not make it. That sounds really...
He's no longer with us.
Oh, jeez. That was morose. All right, we have Carlos Correa going, then Camilo Doval at 8:10, Vinny Pasquantino at 8:11. I need more pitchers, so I'm just going to start taking pitchers I like. Let's start with Lance Lynn, and then let's take Lucas Giolito. I don't care about the reach alerts. I really don't care. So there you go. So Alcantara, Ohtani, Lynn, and Giolito. That's the pitching staff for Joey P right now. Florence Sox, 9:02 is up next. Welsh, if I told you could have Ohtani, the pitcher / hitter, Alcantara, and then the two guys from the White Sox, you going to war with that pitching staff?
Going to go to war with that staff. I'm not sure I wouldn't want to go on both of them, but the problem is I like both of them. I like both. You don't want to go with both buybacks, but I like Giolito, I like Lynn, and they're your 3-4. You mitigated
Is Lynn
a lot of the risk.
14 starts last year. The last 14 starts at 2.5 ERA.
Yeah, I think he's still a buyback. I mean, he's a buyback because he's not going in the 50s or 60s. His ADP is in like the 111s and whatnot. So the only thing I would point out to like what you're building is as long as this is a daily league. If this is a daily moves league, I like what you've done. If you're in a weekly moves league, you're a little bit dangerous with Ohtani because you're going to have to weekly pick, is he a hitter or a pitcher? So that's why he's not like the consensus number one in some aspects
we'll
of that.
Pretend that it's a daily transaction.
Yeah, I figured we were pretending it was.
Whatever's better for me, that's what I want to pretend.
I figured that's
I think I've established that. Logan Webb goes to Florence Sox. Then Christian Walker to Mr. Busser at 9:03. Dryjuk takes Kelly Jansen at 9:04. Then Dansby Swanson at 9:05. Mike Mayer continuing to thumb his nose at pitching. Let's talk about Dansby Swanson. Your thoughts?
Same thing I've been talking about the whole time. Speed, power combo, and wanted a shortstop last time around. Shortstop's getting pretty thin. I still really need a second baseman. That position is even uglier. Potentially even uglier than my pitching staff is going to be. So I still, instead of trying to reach a little bit further down to a pitcher I don't like as much, I wanted to grab Swanson while he was there.
Is the draft wizard starting to send you like rude messages about pitching yet? Like, hey, Mike, you might want to.
We should put that in there. Be like, hey, buddy, you okay?
Hey, buddy, you okay? Yeah. Everything
you
all right?
Good? You good?
The hey, buddy message would be nice.
Hey, buddy, you up? Like a little piece of
I think
just jumps up.
Ryan,
like, hey.
You have a good voice for the you did radio for a long time. Could you do the hey, buddy check-in voice for us real quick?
Hey, buddy, you all right there?
Yeah, that's really good. See, I knew it. That's all. Directing is 90% casting at the end of the day. That's good. All right, so Worm, you took Christian Yelich. So what sort of insurance policy are you taking out with that?
A very expensive one, I'm sure. I like Yelich this year. The rules help him not only in that I think he could run more this year, even as he's getting older, but also like our big complaint with him is that he hits the ball on the ground so much. But with the shift rules, like maybe a few more of those become base hits. So he's not a guy that I'm like actively going out of my way to target. But again, I really need outfield help here at this point in the draft, and I think there is some upside there with the rules changes.
All right, Welsh, to no surprise, you took Blake Snell. Oh man. I love the Welsh. I'm so happy. That's what Blake Snell said.
Yeah, I'm sure he loves it. Every time I do it around Sporer's like, I'm gonna tell him because they're buddies, they're Twitch buddies, and I'm like, go
They're
ahead,
pals.
let's
They
get the thing.
they share mustache wax together. The two.
Yeah,
of
I
them.
can't help it. He talks like that, and I have to like impersonate it every single time. But I also think he's a phenomenal pitcher. We talked about it earlier in this show that, incredible second half. Getting him as my SP3, this is kind of what I wanted. This is exactly what I want, and I got him outside the top 100, so it's a pretty good spot. I'm happy about it.
Juggernaut takes a leap of faith at 908 with Glasnow, then George Kirby at 909. Stephen Kwan to the wonky Penguin. She doesn't care all the bad news that the Welsh says about Stephen Kwan. She ain't hearing it. Jose Altuve at 911. So that's the big question, Welsh. When to Altuve? Is this the right time at 911? Feels like it.
I think this is the range that I've targeted. 100 to 115 is the range. The key, and it's not going to help projections, but like, who cares? Who is this? Jay Gucci is going to need to make sure that they get another second baseman to back up. And like, I personally like Ketel Marte. I think getting Ketel Marte later and slotting him back in, this is the range though. And they jumped right on it. So yeah, I'm good with it. I'm game.
Worm, what do you think about Altuve's value? Is this about the range where you're going to miss 2 months, about 9th round, 10th round, about where you're ready to take him?
Yeah, I actually was considering him with the pick, and with the idea being that I could move Jazz to outfield.
Right.
I obviously didn't.
Yeah,
didn't
you
end
were
up
in a
doing
good
that,
position
but
to actually
yeah.
pull that off.
I was between Yelich, and I just went with him because, like I said, the rules changes. I was between Yelich, Snell, and Altuve. So those guys all went right after. But I think it's a really fair round for him, just knowing what you're going to get once he's back healthy.
Chalmers continues to just obliterate pitching. Gilbert and Severino next. Andrew Vaughn, then Santander. Chris Bryant at 10:04, then Taylor Ward at 10:05, right before the Welsh.
Well, Chris Bryant was the one. I was 1,000% taking Chris Bryant, so that one kind of stung.
He's the enigma. Nobody knows what to make of him.
That's what I was going to do. I'm going to go with big power to make up for some of the speed. I'm going to go with Giancarlo Stanton, surprisingly,
Nice.
just to fill this out. Because if you guys pay attention, like, I got Bogarts for batting average, but power might be sus. Andres Jimenez, maybe same thing. Gunnar, maybe. Getting Stanton to go with Trout and Tucker is just going to fill back out my power. But I really wanted Chris Bryant there.
Does Bogman still take Giancarlo Stanton?
No, I don't think he does. I think he's over the Giancarlo Stanton stuff. But
this is the years there where it was like
a little dicey with him. Yeah.
All right, look, flamethrower Hunter Green goes to Ryan Warmley in the next pick at 10:07. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, a big time upside play. Obviously, I know quite a few people who are talking about him as, a potential like nice dark horse bet for NL Cy Young. Puts it all together, takes that next step in his development. I have Zach Wheeler as my only other pitcher right now. There's a degree of safety there that I really like, so I'm willing to take sort of the big swing on my second pitcher. And I didn't really love some of the guys that were ranked ahead of him, so I'm happy to do a little bit of a reach on him there.
Mayor, speaking of reaches, Nestor Cortez at 10:08. How do you feel about that? Over Clayton Kershaw. You took Nestor Cortez over Clayton Kershaw. Let's
How
dive
many starts
into
are you going to get out of Clayton Kershaw this season?
7 or 8.
Yeah.
And get the Dodgers have a 96.5 win total. Explain that to me, folks. Somebody explain that to me. Mayor, so why Cortez over Kershaw? Just starts, that's it?
Yeah, pretty much. I need someone I can rely on. I think the Yankees are going to win a lot of games. Like you said, who kind of knows what's going to happen with the Dodgers? Who knows what's going to happen with Kershaw? There's a potential he just like shuts it down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not at a point in my pitching staff to really kind of gamble on someone like Kershaw.
Understandably so. I'm going to take a gamble here on Ahmed Rosario and Brandon Lau. I know it's giving me reach alerts. I really don't care because I need middle infield. So I've solidified that. I actually feel pretty good about it. I'll tell you the truth. After you took your dude, I mean, if Gleyber Torres had made it to me, I would have taken him. After Kershaw, Gleyber Torres went. Then Wilson Contreras. I took Rosario at the 10-12 end. At 11:01, I took Brandon Lau. Then Clay Holmes at 11:02. Matt Chapman at 11:03. Pokemon's up next at 11:04. Let's see who they select. Mike Mayer. Going to keep pounding on the pitching here.
I might, yeah, but I might get one of your patented reach alerts with the guy that I'm thinking about taking.
Well, Joe Ryan's on the board. I like him as a starting pitcher there. Reid Detmers is interesting. Lodolo, Freddie Peralta, Old Man Charlie Morton. No, it is the Welsh special.
Come on,
it's Jeffrey Springs.
He's such a. Do we have a bleep button? In here?
We
He's
don't.
Such a,
We don't.
100% your personality to do this.
And
to
the
me.
worm took Joe Ryan right after, so I would have
Yeah.
taken Ryan still too. What would you have taken Springs as even into you, Ryan, or no?
No, I was eyeing Ryan for those last few picks, and I was a little annoyed that you said him. Not that you would be able to influence Mayor.
I love
take
that
it
like
from me.
everyone's annoyed that I'm doing my job discussing the like
We
literally
are.
that's
Well,
what my
it's
job
also
is.
Also, if
tough
you can
that
guarantee
I'm
I'm not going to take someone, have Joe tell me to take that person.
Yeah, exactly. Troll Joe.
Truer
how
words
could I
have
not
never
like
been
Joe
said.
Ryan though? He shares both of our names, Joe. I mean, he's a no-brainer.
He is our child of love, and forever shall he remain. Welsh, you took Chris Sale. So talk about buybacks. Your thoughts on Chris Sale 2023 with a Boston Red Sox team that's going to make Mike Mayer cry a lot this year.
Yeah, I mean, I just think I've got some good safety. I've got my one closer with big strikeout numbers. I got Strider, Woodruff, and Snell. I can take a little shot. We talked about it. I think we talked about this earlier too. Like, who's a pitcher that had who the hell were we talking with? Is it Pollack? That was like, who's a pitcher that
I
has
don't
that
know. We
upside to
talked
get
to a
back
lot
into
of
the
people
top
today.
20? Chris
Yeah.
Sale's one of those guys with the big strikeout numbers. He just got to stay healthy. So I wanted Springs. That would have been one of the guys. There was someone else in there that I was taking a look at. I don't even think I was necessarily sold on what I was doing here, but Springs going just stinks. But Chris Sale was kind of the next off the board because I want to have 4 strong SPs, and I think Sale at 4 kind of works for that.
Max Muncy goes at 11:08, then Nick Lodolo 11:09. Now Wonky Penguin took McCarthy at 11:10, and Jake McCarthy is somebody I had to take because I was short on outfield last night in a real draft. And now that she took him, I feel better about taking because you were negative Nancy about Jake McCarthy.
I mean, it'll help the projections. It'll help Wonky win. It's not going to help her win a real league. It's going to help her win the projections. Jake,
Damn,
no.
girl. Shots
No
fired.
Jake McCarthy for me.
Jordan Walker, 11:11. Welsh, is this the right time for Jordan Walker? I'll ask you that.
Yeah. Again, if you're getting into your risk reward territory, Jordan Walker, if they announce tomorrow that he's got the gig inside the top 100, easy. This is a value. If you paid 130 and you have to eat it for a couple of weeks, it's not great, but I'm with this. I'm definitely with this range.
You're down. You're cool. You're hip.
I'm cool.
Okay.
I'm hip with it.
All right. Ian Happ at 11:12, then Josh Bell at 12:01. Charlie Morton at 12:02. Lars Nootbar. Oh, now it's personal. See, you said what you said, and then she Nootbarred you.
I know. She did.
She taught you a lesson.
There's great outfielders. I've been staring at Lars Nootbar for a little bit, but there's a couple really good values out there. What can I do? What can I do when the Fantasy Pros cruise here? Mayer and Wonky just both breaking my heart. I just have to pivot, and that's what we'll do.
Getting it from both ends there. Juggernaut is on deck, Welsh. So 12:06. What do you have your eye on here? What do you hope it makes it to you?
Nothing concrete that I want to be careful about what I say to you guys because you guys are rats. A whole bunch of rats that I want to be careful about here. I see a couple good value. I'm going to jump on this. This is one that like in the 130 area, I think this is just a solid buy. I'm going to go with Nick Castellanos on the buyback. I don't have a bunch of shares, but 137 seems like a crazy good deal. 3 outfielders. We want to optimize it with a util. This is kind of a no-brainer.
Love that pick there. Excellent pick. He was my next guy.
Top of my queue as well.
Yeah.
It's great minds think alike.
See, I'm getting sniped on both sides from Mayer and Welsh. It's a terrible place to be picking. I'm going to go with Freddie Peralta. Obviously, yet another guy with health scares on my team, but just obviously super talented when he's on the mound. So again, kind of go for the upside play there.
All right, Mike Mayer on the clock. After Nootbar, I should say, David Bednar and then Anthony Rendon. Rendon's having a really good spring, Welsh. Should anyone care?
Not to take him inside the top 150. We shouldn't, but yeah, he's had a nice spring. I mean, listen, at the end of the day, on this team, if this team is going to win, he's going to be a catalyst to it. He's always been a high batting average guy. You're going to be hitting in some capacity around guys like Taylor Ward and Ohtani and Trout. If all things worked out, it's great. It's just, you want to get your guys, but you could have gotten Anthony Rendon like 50 picks later. I think that's pretty safe to say. So I just don't like where it was gone, but the bounce back for sure. I wouldn't count him out.
All right. Let's see. Jordan Montgomery is I should get to Ryan's pick. Freddie Peralta at 12:07, then Jordan Montgomery. Ryan, let's talk about Freddie Peralta. That's a great selection there, in my opinion.
Yeah. Like I said, I mean, just like I have this team full of injured guys, but I if he stays healthy, ton of upside. I think at this point in the draft, when you're middle of round 12, pick 130 something, whatever I was, that's the type of upside play that I love. That could, if he stays healthy, turn out to be a league winner.
Then Jordan Montgomery to Mike Mayer. Nice solid starting pitcher there. Mayer, your thoughts?
My thoughts was Ryan was talking about us sniping him, and then he took Freddie Peralta, so I had to scramble to pick a different pitcher.
Yoshida goes next, then Pablo Lopez, then Bryce Harper before me, and then I took Yohan Duran and Andres Munoz. Those are my two relievers. So yeah, I'm good. I'm fine. That's my plan, and I'm sticking to it. I'll take one of them. If I get both of them, it's the perfect time, because if they both close, I've got two what would you say, Welsh, if they both close for 75% of the year, where do they finish at RP?
I think they're both top 10. I mean, that's like, I wanted Munoz coming back, so you 100% sniped me there. 100% wanted him. I think Munoz is a top 5 closer if he has a job all year. And I think Duran is in that same general vicinity. So I think it's great. It's just speculate. It's not going to, like, projections aren't going to jump through the roof for you or anything like that. But I love the picks, and I wanted Munoz bad.
I know the projections are not going to like this team. I love this team that I'm drafting here. I will go fight with this team on the battlefield that is fantasy baseball. Rowdy Tellez at 1302, Tyler O'Neill at 1303, then Rizzo going, followed by Mike Mayer selecting Nico Horner. So little Nico Horner sat in a corner and went over to Mike Mayer's team. Let's hear your thoughts on Nico.
So the real reason here is because he's going to be my second baseman, because he's going to get second base eligibility, and second base is really kind of thin. So he's been kind of my cheat code at, if I don't get a second baseman or earlier in a draft, I've been kind of grabbing him here just to try to fill that position.
Fair enough. All right. Next is Hunter Renfroe to Ryan Warmley. Outfield is tough to find. You found one. How do you feel about it?
I really needed power, and he's got a lot of it, and that it's basically as simple as that. I do think it's a fairly decent value at this point in the draft, and you can get him here in most leagues. There's some upside there, but it's purely a power play.
Purely the power play. Welsh, CJ Cron, injured, can't hit outside Colorado. Why?
A big power. He hits in Colorado, and my first baseman were gone. Rowdy Tellez is who I wanted. That did not work out for me, so I'm just playing a big power projection side for a team that's going to manufacture runs. I want to point out also that earlier at the back end of the 12th round, I was 100% sitting on taking Bryce Harper. I was going to take Bryce Harper, fill that out just because of the shorter, overall starting roster size and 12-man. So I thought that was a great pick. And I've just kind of had to pivot all the way through. But I wanted Rowdy Tellez, and he went, 5 or 6 picks before. So a little bit bummed about that.
Ryan, it sounds to me like somebody's got a case of the I wouldas. What do you think about that?
Not to just agree with Welsh, but Harper was somebody that I was thinking about too in that range. And again, in a league like this, as long as you can make it to the point that he returns, you're adding a stud partway through the season. I kind of love that strategy if you trust yourself to kind of find the depth to get you through until then.
Welsh, fun question from Sean here. What do you guys think of getting Munoz and Sewald? I'm just going for Munoz. If Sewald falls in my lap late as insurance, I'm fine. I'll take him too. But what do you think about this?
I don't like. Here's one I like better.
I'm not trying to do it, I guess.
I like taking Duran and Jorge Lopez because it's cheaper. Like Sewald and Munoz are just more expensive. Or, if I were to take Scott Barlow, I would have to get a Aroldis Chapman later. Like I'd make those. I don't like making, that's very like, remember our old RB strategies where we're handcuffing. I don't like to handcuff anything. So I would not be handcuffing 2 closers inside the top 150.
I can make so many jokes here, but I'm not going to. But just know that the jokes are here.
The Jay Gucci guy is just such a problem. It's
Speaking
so
of
annoying.
Our peanuts and Cracker Jacks, let's continue on here. We had the draft flying right now. Seiya Suzuki, then Jeremy Pena at 1309. Willem Contreras at 1310, one of my favorites, the Wonky Penguin. Reid Detmers to the Gooch at 1311. Then 1312 turn. You have Jeff McNeil and Jonathan India. So lots of second basemen there for Choms. Ryan Mountcastle at 1402. Jesus Luzardo, who I was contemplating as well when I just took my last pick. Wonky Penguin at 1403. Alejandro Kirk, 1404. Robertson at 1405. And Alexis Diaz, to the Welsh. You got a closer. How do you feel?
Well, I was 100% taking Ryan Mountcastle. You're like, oh, why'd you take CJ Cron? Because I thought Wormley was away from me and I could get Mountcastle coming back and I could pair
so
those
you got
two.
greedy and you got caught with your hand in the cookie jar.
I guess. I mean, maybe Cron would have kept falling, but my backup plan was Alexis Diaz. I wanted to get, I want decent closers, and I think he's a lockdown closer. I also think he is 100% an opportunist to be traded, and if he gets traded somewhere, he will continue closing. This wouldn't be like, Melanson getting traded and being a 7th inning or not on the roster type of guy. Diaz will close somewhere, but yeah, Mountcastle was the pick back there.
Worm takes Chris Bassett. Solid starting pitcher, Bassett, right, Ryan?
Yeah, well, the three guys I had at the top of my queue were Mountcastle, Luzardo, and Diaz. So that half round really hurt me. I kind of panicked, but it's not really a panic to end up with Bassett because he is a good pitcher. I think there's a lot of opportunities for wins coming over to the Jays. And I will say the whole reason that I picking right before Mayer was so I could eventually snipe him on Mountcastle, and it didn't happen. So that's very disappointing to me.
I'm sad for everyone that didn't happen. I'm also sad for Mike Mayer, who drafted Dustin May, because you want to talk about. So your argument with Kershaw is the starts, and then you took Dustin May. Explain yourself.
Well, it's several rounds later, and also, Ryan didn't snipe me on Ryan Mountcastle, but I had just talked myself into taking Chris Bassett when, the queue turned over, and I had to take Dustin May.
My team name is going to be Reach Alert in this draft, and I don't care. I just took Ezekiel Tovar at 1412 and then 1501 Jose Miranda. So I've got my middle infield and corner infield solidified. In between those picks, Sean Murphy at 1409, 1410, Rasmussen at Ty France. Then my two picks, Peter Fairbanks, Mr. Buster on the clock. So Mayor, what are you going for next? All joking aside, when you're looking at the pitching staff, are you still hitting the pitching or are you still looking just for best player on the board?
I've probably gotten a little bit too heavy to overcompensate with pitching now, so I need to get back to filling out my lineup. Especially, I still don't have a real starting second baseman. I like to start the season, so I'm going to take Estrada here, get the eligibility that he provides, plus he's going to bat at the top of that lineup, and at least have him as an option kind of all over the board, especially if it's a daily league.
Garcia, Bohm, Estrada, Worm, you're up next.
Yeah, I'll go Melendez here. Like I said, I definitely need power. I didn't have a catcher yet. I like that he plays other positions. If I'm not getting Adley, Melendez is a guy I'm targeting late in a lot of my drafts.
Yeah, that was a good snipe right in front of me. I mean, that he was just he shouldn't have been falling where he was. That was pretty stupid, if we're being honest. And that's such a good, ridiculous value. I'm going to pivot off. I'm going to go with another starting pitcher. We talked about upside before. I'm going to go Grayson Rodriguez, and hopefully Ryan's upset now. And then we can
I thought I could wait another round on him. I don't know that he's going to get the innings I want, but when he pitches, he's so fun to watch. He's so good. I think that's a great pick this late.
The quality over the quantity. Juggernaut is 1508 right now on the clock. So let's take a look at the rosters and see how they're shaping up here, kind of going through. Let's talk about Ryan's roster. Melendez, Goldschmidt, Chisholm. Then you've got Trey Turner. So a lot of stolen base potential between those two guys. Alex Bregman, Brian Reynolds, Yelich, Renfroe, then Zach Wheeler, Hunter Green, Presley, Batista, Peralta, Joe Ryan, and Bassett. How do you feel? What does this feel like grade-wise that the Draft Wizards go
well, it feels like an A++, if that's even an option. But more realistically, it's a team where I like a lot of the players. I'm not sure if I love how they all fit together. It's more of I'm drafting players I like, and less here's how I'm sort of filling out the different categories you need to fill out. But I really like all those players, and I don't feel like I've had any major reaches, unlike you, Joe.
Oh, I don't care. I love the play. I'll take Tovar every day of the week. You let me. Welsh, you've got CJ Cron, Jimenez, Bogarts, Gunnar Henderson, Kyle Tucker, Mike Trout, Castellanos, Stanton, Spencer Strider, Woodruff, Hader, Diaz, Snell, Sale, Grayson Rodriguez. How do you feel?
I love my pitching staff. I probably need to get an innings eater to complement maybe a few guys that are questionable in there. My hitting is pretty good. Categorically, it doesn't love what I'm doing right now with stolen bases, and runs are a little bit low, but I think I'm near the highest on like RBI and home run totals. Stanton helped that. I think there's a pretty good balance here. There's a couple things I would have rather, gone a different way, but I got some of my guys like Andres Jimenez. I did want Castellanos in here. So I don't know. This is probably like a B+ team at best. I don't know how well I'm going to project.
Mike Mayer, Dalton Varsho, Nathaniel Lowe, Estrada, Swanson, Riley, Horner, Julio Rodriguez, Michael Harris, Cedric Mullins, Tristan McKenzie, Nestor Cortez, Clase, Springs, May, and Montgomery. Your feelings and thoughts.
I don't think I hit enough power like earlier on. And I think one of the mistakes I made early was I filled up. I really liked the 3 outfielders, but I kind of took 3 pretty similar players when I could have probably pivoted to either a better pitcher or filling out my middle infield before it kind of evaporated.
Gotcha. All right. Remember, if you're watching the show, listening to the show here, go over to the YouTube channel, leave a comment below, even if you're watching it back, because somebody's going to want a premium upgrade to FantasyPros for 1 year. Just one. That's it. You get one free year. So make sure you drop a comment below. Make sure you subscribe to FantasyPros MLB. Let's run through some more of the picks. So after Rodriguez went to Welsh at 1507, then Jorge Polanco, Whit Merrifield, Ketel Marte, some really interesting pieces here. Alex Verdugo, 1511, then JD Martinez. Oh, mad. Chalmers again.
Yeah,
Joey Meneses, Cronenworth, Seawald, Singer at 1604, then 1605. Stevenson, Brandon Nimmo to the Welsh out of my queue. Nice work, Welsh. I had him all ready to go.
Needed average, needed runs. That helps. He's falling just due to the kind of wonkiness of the injuries and stuff like that. And it's an okay pick. I have enough power that I think I could balance it. And I'm going to try to pull a couple rabbits out of my hat here in the next couple rounds if I can.
I look forward to seeing that. That looks fun. After Nimmo goes Eugenio Suarez to the Worm.
Yeah, another strict power play, and I'm starting to feel much better about my power than I did before the last couple of rounds, but that's another one where I just want power, not easy to find late, so I wanted to get him.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and take Andrew Heaney and see if that works, which it probably won't, but whatever. That's the world we live in. Looking at my roster right now in terms of needs, I still need a corner guy. I forgot I didn't have a first baseman, so that's where that ended up. Naylor's around, Vargas is around. I think we'll just go ahead and take Naylor. That's an Ariel Cohen favorite one. So those shout out to my boy Ariel. And look, a little bit of 20 pop there. Looking at my squad right here, JT Realmuto, Jose Miranda, Brandon Lau, Rosario, Arenado, Naylor, Tovar, then Teoscar, Starling Marte, Corbin Carroll, Shohei Ohtani, Contra, Lance Lynn, Duran, Munoz, Giolito, Heaney. I like this T. Welsh. It's definitely a little boomer bust, but you know what? I'm feeling good about it. What do you think about this roster here?
Yeah, like you said, it's not going to be great on the projection side, but I think you're getting your guys you're pulling up here. This is definitely a Pisa Pia-like team.
Yeah, it feels very Pisa Pia.
It does.
It's a little loud, a little obnoxious, but
Peasy.
oddly charismatic at times. All right, let's go to the next pick here. Josh Young, nice pick there for Florence Sox. Then Mr. Buster takes Javier Baez at 1703. I have 0 Javier Baez interest or shares, Welsh. How do you feel about Baez this year?
0 interest or shares also. Want to be, but not going to do it. No,
I just can't do it. Riley Green goes next at 1704, so it's time for Tigers, apparently, as we kind of wrap things up here. Sandoval next for Mike Maris. We're closing things out there, so rounding out the pitching, we've got 3 picks left each, I believe now.
Ryan, you're just
and Cabrian Hayes goes to Ryan Warmley. Cabrian Hayes has not been able to get out of his own way, basically. So let's talk about this, because at what point, Worm, do you go, maybe it's just never going to happen for this guy?
Not at this point yet. I would say,
okay.
yeah. Obviously, I'm a huge believer in the Pirates because I got Hayes and Reynolds earlier. But I mean, again, he's a really talented guy. You're right, he hasn't been able to get out of his own way. But again, picking this late, I'm really happy to just take a swing on a guy that I think is a good player and can figure it out in a more meaningful way than he has to date.
Okay, meaningful. Colton Wong, one of Welsh's favorites here, especially if he ends up into the top of the order, 1707. That could be a huge bargain, especially in the stolen base totals.
Yeah, I mean, I was 100% taking Cabrian Hayes. It's one of the few players I had in my queue.
That surprises
trying to get a
me.
few more
Why?
stolen base. Well, because stolen base, corner infield, stolen base. I wanted to pick up some more stolen bases. I think he's one of the better values that was left on the board. We're also not taking bench players, so we as mock drafters have to optimize our starting lineup, which is going to maybe change a few things that we do when we're not drafting bench. And he was just the perfect starting optimization for stolen bases on a corner infield. I love Wong. Wong would have been one of the picks coming up here soon, but that was Ryan again, just such a dirtbag.
I love Wong, a story about a man and his Wong. Continuing on, Tony Gonsolin at 1708, then Alex Cobb at 1709, Cabrera at 1710, Miguel Vargas at 1711, followed by Jock Peterson at the turn at 1712, Alex Lang at 1801, Jack Flaherty at 1802. That's another guy, got 0 shares of Welsh. Do you think there's any world where Flaherty can really turn things around?
I never say never. I'm not that type of person, but no. No, I don't. Like, it's not going to be what I'm going to bet on. I'm not going to bet that at all. But, hey, stranger things have happened.
All right, Scott Barlow goes next to the Wonky Penguin, followed by That One Fool at 1804. We'll see what they have up their sleeve as we continue on with this draft, closing things out here pretty soon. We've got a few picks left on the board as we're wrapping up. Hunter Brown to the Juggernaut. After that, the Welsh at 1806. What do you got?
Ooh, well, I got not many picks here left. I got to see where my queue is. I got that sneaky guy, and I need a corner, a catcher, and a pitcher here. So that sounds like a setup to a joke, by the way. We'll lock our pitcher, and we're going to get John Gray. We're going to lock down John Gray as my final starting pitcher, and then hopefully nobody touches the last two guys I want to take, or I'm going to flip a table at the 4.5 hour mark of this show.
Well, we shall see. After you go ahead and took Jonathan Gray, the worm is on the clock here. Let's see if he touches one of Welsh's things.
Well, I really thought I was going to be able to wait another round on Edward Cabrera, and then Kelly took him. So
that seems to be the theme of your draft. I thought I could wait another round.
That was extremely disappointing. Yeah. I don't feel good about Abrams, but more speed. I think he'll get plenty of playing time in a bad lineup, and I'm really getting a lock on the speed with him and Turner and Chisholm and Hayes. So
there you go, all the speed. Yeah. That's what Worm likes. He loves the speed. Can't get enough of it.
Need for it.
Yeah,
I was gonna do the same joke. There you go.
Well, it's fine. There we go. And then Sonny Gray goes to Mike Mayer because he likes pitchers that were good a couple times years ago. Right,
also,
Mike?
his disposition, a little Sonny Gray. It's a good Mike Mayer.
Yeah. That's actually that does fit. Let's see what Pokemon does next year. Pokemon's got Oscar Gonzalez, then Buster's up, then me. Got to figure it out. The question is, how many Texas Rangers pitchers am I allowed to take and still compete in this league? That is the question, because I could just empty the tank here and go with Clarke and Evaldi. Well, why not, right? I mean, we're having fun.
We're only going into hour 5. That's all.
Did he go ahead? Oh, Evaldi went right underneath me there. Oh, that's
Mr. Buster's watching, being rude.
Haniger goes next. Oh, geez. I went full Norm Macdonald on that one.
Yeah, you did. I was about to say.
oh boy, I can't believe it.
O.J. Simpson.
Yeah, my face is red. Let's go ahead and take Tyler Mahle and take Trey Mancini. I'm going to take my reclamation project guys here, see how that works. I'm all in on Trey Mancini, especially since first base sucks and outfield sucks. And you know what? Trey Mancini is a guy that just a couple years ago was dropping 30 bombs, and Chicago's a heck of a better place right now for him to be hitting. So I'm going to take a shot. Mondesi goes next at 1902. I thought about taking him, but you know what? I just can't do it. I just can't do it. Not ever. Mr. Buster at 1903 selects Vaughn Grissom, who is tenuous right now to make the club. 1904 is Pokemon, is Dragic up next. And then Mayer at 1905. Mayer, what do you got your eyes on?
Vaughn Grissom.
I need to fill up my last 2 utility pieces, and I'm looking for kind of like eligibility to help me across the board. And also I really need power, but there's not a whole lot of that left around.
Nope. There's not a whole lot of power, period, nowadays. It's slim pickings out there.
I also wanted Justin Turner, my last pick, and I couldn't believe that he went when he went.
Really? You wanted Justin Turner? Just curious.
I like to get him this late because he's going to bat in Fenway Park. He's going to hit third in that order, and he could be a sneaky late round 20 home run kind of guy. And he's also going to, at some point, probably get first base eligibility, so he'll be first and third.
Okay, Brandon Drury goes to Mike Mayer, guy who plays everywhere, makes a lot of sense. Then Donovan to Ryan Warmley. Ryan, what do you think about Donovan, another super utility kind of guy?
I was going to say, speaking of a guy that plays everywhere, I mean, basically gets you position eligibility everywhere in your roster except catcher, and I think there's more power potential there. He's hit pretty well this spring. I know he might not play every day. It'll kind of depend on how the roster shakes out, but he's a guy I really like to have on my team, especially if it's daily lineups.
Okay, which we already pretended it was. because it was fun. Will Myers, Welsh, 1907. There you go. So Craig Mish had some good things to say about Will Myers earlier in the show, and now you're going to put him on your roster.
Yeah, I think he's still a sneaky source of stolen bases. He's good power. Cincinnati is one of the most hitter-friendly environments out there. He should be hitting in the middle of the lineup. Why not? I was contemplating between him, and I'll just say it since we're in the last round, Josh Rojas, just because Rojas gets you a little bit of position eligibility. He's projected higher on the stolen bases. Actually, Tristian Casas, who just went, those were the 3 hitters I was contemplating to put into that corner infield spot. But I decided Will Myers just because of the home run speed potential and just, where he's hitting is really, really, really phenomenal spot in such a bad ballpark.
Elvis Andrus, then Tyler Anderson, then Tristian Casas, Evan Phillips, as we round out the last round here into Jorge Mateo. Now, the last picks. Schamer is up next here as we go through. Just from the feel of the draft, Welsh, who do you think won this draft?
Ooh, I think, what is their name? The person that's been pissing me off the whole time.
Gooch, the Gooch.
The Gooch. I think the Gooch is going to win. I think it's top 3 is going to be like Gooch, Schamer, and Kelly, and none of us will be in the top 3.
I agree with that sentiment. Ryan, do you agree?
Well, it's interesting that those were picks 10, 11, and 12. So picking at the end provided a lot of opportunity to hurt a lot of us. Yeah, I think Gochi, or however you pronounce it, was they got a lot of the players.
Yeah, we might be saying something appropriate with it. By the way, I'm taking the greatest pick of this entire draft, and it hasn't caught up to projections. I'm taking Gabriel Moreno at the end of the draft, who's now the starting catcher for the Diamondbacks. So sneaky.
Go.
Thank you.
Let's go. Worm, last pick.
Yeah, this is not a pick that is going to get highlighted as a great value pick by the system. I do think it is Kyle Bradish. He had some really impressive starts last year against the Astros, who obviously were a great lineup. I know that he's been talked about a lot on the podcast, and I think earlier in this stream as well. He and Edward Cabrera are the 2 pitchers I'm getting late in every draft I can. Obviously, Kelly got Cabrera before I could, so I'm happy to get Bradish as the guy instead.
All right. I know that Mayor's got a jet, so Mayor, you make your pick. You can leave whenever you need to. I know you've got important things going on. Seth Brown goes to Mike Mayer. Then Adam goes after that. Then Rojas. A lot of pressure with me for Mr. Irrelevant, the very last pick here.
Brock
I'm going to go
Purdy.
ahead.
Take Brock Purdy.
Garrett Whitlock, Minaya, Carrasco, all still out there. I'm going to take my boy Garrett Whitlock because that's been a guy that I really like. He's got that dual eligibility. I got a B, as I always get, B plus. That's where I'm at. The projected standings, Welsh, what grade did you get?
I got an 80, so I just barely got a B minus on there. They did not like it. So 80 out of 100.
Wouldn't you know it? Mike Mayer got a B plus, it looks like. I think an 86, I believe. Hey now, look at you. And where's the worm?
This.
The worm is dead last.
The worm is dead last. I got 73 out of. That's way worse than I did in January.
Wow. And Wonky was 11th. This is the system's broken.
Wow.
The matrix.
Well, here's the thing, Ryan. I think the lesson learned here is don't work that hard. You came in knowing nothing really, and we're just scrapping around. But yeah, I'm shocked at Wonky. Like 10, 11, 12, Welsh, Wonky, and Worm, which is also sounds good together. The winner is Pokemon Dry Jack, or whatever the heck that is, at 98. What an incredible Drillick. Is it Drillick? It's hard to see because it's very tiny on my screen. But now I can see it.
Pokemon.
Drillick. Oh, I must get Drillick. Drillick is who I must get. Haha. Florence Sox was second. Mr. Buster was third. So shout out to the 3 of them beating all of us. Mike Mayer beat me. I don't know how. He has no pitching. Makes no sense to me whatsoever. Expert opinions.
Process, babe.
Yeah, I guess. Trust in the process. Dalton Del Don and Fred Zinke and Andy Barons all hate my team. So does Joe Arrico. Last time he gets invited to the show. Welsh, real quick, any fun expert opinions you want to share?
Yeah, well, actually, Joe Arrico loved mine more than anybody else. Funny enough, you know who else liked it? Chris Welsh, Kelly Kirby, and Joe Pisapia loved my draft. And Ariel Cohen and Ryan Moore, they hated me the most. So thanks, Ariel. I appreciate it. But Joe, you loved me. You and Kelly loved me. So you really loved me.
Worm, who loved you?
Both Kelly and Mike Mayer loved me, so I don't know why Mayer's so much higher if you wanted to take all the players I got, but they both love my draft, which is great to see because I trust their opinions a lot. No Fantasy Pros guys disliked my draft, which I don't know what that says about me, but
Mayor, how about you?
I liked my own draft a lot. I had B. Don, Travis Argo, Dalton Del Don, and our own Pat Fitzmaurice also liked my draft.
Ah, there you go. Shout out to the Fitzy here. And a shout out to everyone who joined us today, especially all of you watching and listening back. I know if you missed any parts of this, there's going to be a podcast version where we do a shorter version of that. So check that out as well. Special shout out to Chris, our producer, for the last 4 hours and change. Not only setting everything up, but running all of these graphics and everything for you here. A phenomenal job by him, as always. But we expect that of him because he's got Emmys. So, he's an important person on the grand scale of things at Fantasy Pros. Also, thanks to our guest, Paul Sporer, Nick Pollack, Frank Stampfl, Chris Meany, Craig Mish, Eno Saris, and of course, the Worm, Mike Mayer, and the Welsh. We could not do it without you guys. I want to thank everybody once again. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Fantasy Pros MLB. That'll do it for us, but the story of the game goes on. We'll see you next time, kids. Enjoy your fantasy baseball.